An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-101, Wilson Fisk. Chapter 101, Wilson Fisk. A.N. Wilson Fisk Pov, because let's be honest, he's the only villain of this bunch who deserves one. XXX. Wilson Fisk had always known it might come to this, back when he'd accepted Hammer's invitation. He was not dealing with particularly strong men at the end of the day. No, Justin Hammer and his compatriots were all weak and soft, having had everything in their lives handed to them. Justin Hammer had inherited Hammer Industries from his father. Ward Meacham had inherited Rand Enterprises from his father. Peter Scarborough's father had been an old friend of August D'Angelo, the CEO of Roxxon, and that hire too had been pure nepotism. Even Darren Cross had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, the riches of the Cross family making sure he would get everything he needed in life to excel and succeed, eventually catching the eye of Hank Pym. Fisk was not like them. He was not cut of the same cloth. That wasn't ego speaking, it was simple truth. How could he be, he, who had killed his own father before he was even 12 years old? He, who had gotten his hands dirty time and time again, all in the name of business, of strength. No, he'd always known it would come to this. That was why, once their final conversation is over and the services of the hand have been secured, Wilson Fisk takes the clandestine device he'd used to communicate with the others, and smashes it into the wall again and again and again. He breaks it into the smallest of pieces in an explosion of violence that would have likely frightened those weak, soft businessmen if they could have seen him now. But there's no one else. Just him, all by his lonesome, destroying the one piece of physical evidence that can tie him to the rest of the conspiracy. Once the device is in fragments, he flushes them down the toilet and sits back down on his bed in his cell, back straight and head held high. Even the money he'd contributed to the hiring of the hand could not be traced back to Fisk. The others didn't realize it, but he'd effectively paid his share with their own money. He'd bought parts of their companies a long time ago through middlemen and subsidiaries. And now he'd liquidated those assets, so if anyone bothered to try to follow the paper trail, it would always come up one way, with 4 men paying the hand to kidnap the Stark child. Not 5. Why had he done this? Why was he cutting ties? Simple, he didn't believe they could succeed. Not even with the hand's backing did he think they would succeed. Don't get him wrong, the hand were a very dangerous organization. He'd had his dealings with them in the past and he knew how far their reach went. However, the hand were old, and in this modern era, new had begun to beat old every time. Oh, Fisk was certain that the hand and the other businessmen would prove to be quite the problem for Pepper Stark and Stark Industries. They likely wouldn't succeed in capturing Morgan Stark, though the end result would be the same either way. Whether the attempt on the Stark child worked or not, the hand and the cabal of businessmen would fall upon Stark Industries' radar, and from there war would be had. Controlling Tony and Pepper Stark through their child? Perhaps, but Fisk certainly wouldn't expect it to work for long. It was far too dangerous. That's why he'd gone this route instead. Let the Starks and the hand fight. Let the others get caught up in the ensuing crossfire and destroyed. Wilson Fisk remained safely locked up, behind bars, tucked away out of harm's way. When the dust settled and everything was over, he would push forward with his plans to move himself out of Rikers and back into the city. While he'd effectively turned this prison into his own personal fortress, where no one made a move without his say-so, he still missed his freedom. More than that, he missed Vanessa. He would get back to her. He would return to power and then return her to his side. And he would rule New York City's underworld once more as its undisputed criminal kingpin. But first, Fisk suddenly perks up, his head twitching as he hears an unexpected sound coming down the hallway outside his cell. Specifically, it's the sound of high heels on concrete floor. Brow furrowing, the incarcerated businessman rises to his feet, towering at his full height as the owner of those high heels arrives at his cell. He's not prone to surprise, but in this case, Wilson Fisk is very surprised as he looks at Pepper Stark's newest personal assistant, standing there in a suit jacket, blouse, pencil skirt, and heels, while also wielding, of all things, a sword. Staring at him with malicious intent, the woman slices her sword through the door of his cell, cutting it open with ease. Fisk narrows his eyes as she grins a little, stepping into the room with him. My name is Hela. You should know the name of your executioner before you die. It takes a man like Fisk only a moment to put the pieces together. Clearly, Pepper Stark knows something, and the only way that would be possible is if Justin Hammer's supplier of clandestine tech. It was Stark Industries all along, wasn't it? Hela pauses, tilting her head to the side. Fisk sighs, resisting the urge to cover his face with his palm. To think, I felt a smidgen of respect for him because of that. I should have known better. It was so very frustrating, dealing with such incompetence. Not just from others, but on his own end as well. Fisk had to admit, he'd made a mistake by not double-checking Hammer's work, so to speak. Frankly, he'd made a mistake putting even an iota of faith in the other man for even a single second. You should have, yes. You were a fool. His self-proclaimed executioner seems to take some glee in belittling him, her smile turning into a wolfish grin as she stalks ever closer. That sword at her side is deadly, and it would seem so is she from the impression he's getting. But, perhaps your mistress and I can make a deal. I never had any intention of going along with their plans any further. It was always my belief that she would triumph over those fools and crush them in the hand. For my part, I am willing to pay reparations, if she is willing to overlook my transgressions and recognize my claim to New York City. There was no harm in admitting when you were beaten. Even if he killed Hela here and now, she would only be the first of many assassins. And given she'd managed to get all the way to his cell without triggering a single alarm or alerting a single guard, it was obvious that Pepper Stark had a way into his castle, a way past all of his defenses. He wasn't safe here, but more than likely he wouldn't be safe anywhere, unless he bent the knee. Hela pauses for a moment, the PA blinking in surprise at his words. Then, she scoffs. Fool, this isn't a negotiation. I said it before, I am your executioner, not an emissary. You die here and now for even thinking of harming a hair on the child's head. The child. Ah, a personal connection. As Hela stalks forward, Fisk realizes there's no reasoning with her. She'll have to die and then he'll have to get out of here sooner than intended and try to go to ground until he could find a way to open a new line of communication with her mistress. To that end, if you're so worried about the child, why are you here? The hand have been taking children in the night for hundreds of years, you should be with her. Protecting her. His words have the intended effect of making Hela snarl and rush him. That's no easy feat in high heels, and even as she goes for an overhead swing at his neck, Fisk reaches out and grabs her by the wrist, tossing her bodily into a nearby wall. He tries to follow that up by rushing her before she can recover, but while she is momentarily dazed, she manages to slip away before he can properly get his hands on her. What follows is a truly brutal fight. Fisk is a large man. He always has been. He is also a violent man. He's always been that too. Hela, meanwhile, is a woman, and women are inherently weaker than men. But to be fair to her, most men are inherently weaker than Fisk as well. Unfortunately, Hela is decidedly slippery. Even in the small space provided by his cell, she proves to be highly maneuverable. His blows, each of them strong enough to shatter bone and rip flesh, continually miss the woman as she somehow darts back and forth with extreme flexibility while still wearing high fucking heels of all things. And then there's the sword. That impossibly sharp sword swings out again and again, slicing bits and pieces of him off. Cuts soon line his orange prison jumpsuit, blood seeping from dozens of wounds. Still Fisk doesn't falter though. Still he stands, still he fights. This much is not enough to kill him. He refuses to die here, to this woman. Especially not from something like blood loss. She's smart enough to realize she can't go for a killing blow without overextending. The moment she puts herself into his reach for such a thing, he'll have her. She should have brought a spear, or really, a gun. He can wear her down. He can exhaust her, and when she's finally weary, he'll crush her skull. Then comes the truly hard part. Then comes his escape, both from Riker and from the Starks. Fisk's eyes widen as the bitch suddenly does exactly what they both knew she shouldn't and steps all the way into his personal space in order to slam the entire length of her blade into his body. His immense bulk means only the tip goes out his back as a bit of blood leaks out the side of his mouth. Then, a cruel smirk on her lips, Hela twists the blade ruthlessly, destroying his organs all along its path. A killing blow, no doubt. He'll need immediate medical attention, which will make escaping Pepper Stark in her next attempt on his life highly improbable. Perhaps that's why Hela did it, because one thing is certain, she's not getting away from him now. Fisk's massive hands close around Hela's throat as she tries to pull her sword out of his gut. She's just doing more damage to his insides, even as he slams her up against the wall, dazing her. He begins to crush her throat, sneering as he prepares to snap her neck. Her eyes blazing with fury and rage, she struggles against him till the last, but even then her struggles are starting to. Wilson, Vanessa's voice. A distraction, he realizes only a moment later, but a moment is all Hela needs. His head turns, his grip loosens, and the damn bitch slips out of his grasp, yanks her sword out of his gut, and kicks him hard in the wound. Fisk is sent stumbling back until he falls onto his bed, a large and luxurious amenity that he'd had brought in once he'd taken over Riker's island. As he lays there, bleeding profusely from his wound, Hela's sword, covered in his blood, comes down point first on his neck, skewering through and severing his spine. His last moments are painful and agonizing as he dies hard. And yet, he's not sure he would have it any other way. He only hopes that Vanessa will be safe. XXX. Hela growls as she arrives back in Pepper Stark's office, cleaning her blade. It had been a worthy kill, she now realizes. He had been a worthy opponent, for all that his actions had enraged her all the same. Still, you helped me. You said you wouldn't. Pepper smiles at Hela and shakes her head. No, I didn't. I simply said we would not give you any of your powers. You were the one who said you would require no aid beyond a single blade. Speaking of which, Hela frowns as Pepper snaps her fingers and the vibranium sword she'd been given falls apart in her grasp. It had been a good weapon, but it had no history to it. No name, no past. A single-use blade for an execution. She could accept that, at the same time though. And yet you aided me all the same. She didn't know why the strange woman's voice had unnerved her target so. But there was no denying she would have died without the assistance. He would have killed her, even as he would have surely died from his wounds as well. A warrior's death for both of them. Part of her is happy to still be alive, but part of her is displeased to be denied such a death from a worthy foe. Yes, I did. Hey, Hela snorts, realizing she's not going to get anything more than that. The king and queen of Midgard would not let her die so easily. Of course not. She was their prisoner, their pawn, their trophy. She was proof of their strength and power, that the All-Father himself had entrusted her to them. TCH, fine. Then I demand the right to be sent after more of your foes. This, Hand, and the other men who threatened your daughter's freedom. Let me kill more of them for you. Pepper smiles. It's not a nice smile as she shakes her head with a chuckle. It's much too late for that, Hela. What? Hela can only blink as Pepper waves a hand and a dozen screens appear throughout the room. What she sees are signs of destruction, alongside social humiliation. The Hand has been destroyed already. Their leaders have been killed, each and every one of them. Their rank and file have been treated on more of a case-by-case basis. Some were allowed to live. Some were even allowed to keep their freedom. Those who were not worthy of either died as well. As of today, the Hand no longer exists. Jarvis and I have made sure of it. Of course, Jarvis. Such power, TCH, Hela still felt stupid for thinking that the genius loci was confined to the Stark King's tower. She knew better now of course after working under Queen Stark for some time, but it was still difficult to accept the truth. And yet, more proof of Jarvis' power was right in front of her. As for the businessmen, they too have been destroyed. All of them are going to prison, save for Harold Meacham, who was properly dead this time. Their crimes have been exposed, not just towards Stark Industries, but against many others as well. None of them will ever see the light of day again. Hela frowns at this. I don't understand. Why not kill them? Do you not fear retribution down the line? But Pepper's cold smile just widens and she shakes her head. From Wilson Fisk, yes. From the Hand, yes. But from these men, no. They're too weak for it. Too soft. And ultimately, at the end of the day, living with their failure, living behind bars without the creature comforts they've taken for granted all their lives, will be a much worse fate for them than death. That was true. It's hard for Hela to accept of course. She's the goddess of death after all. And yet, something in Pepper's words resonates with her after her long imprisonment on Niflheim. She'd been raised as Asgard's crown princess, having everything she could ever want. She wasn't weak or soft of course, she was a warrior as well, but she never worried about food or drink or comfort. Not until her exile, not until 1,000 years on a barren rock. Yes, Pepper Stark was right. These weak, soft men would suffer greater in Midgardian prison than if they were just killed now. This was good. Hela feels satisfied. Of course, we're really just getting started. Eyes snapping to Pepper, Hela frowns. What? Grinning, Pepper waves her hand again and brings up some more screens. On these ones are things Hela doesn't truly understand. Midgardian bureaucracy was needlessly complex and entirely opaque to her. With those men going to prison and the Hand destroyed, all that they owned, all that they controlled, and all that they had is up for grabs. Ah, now Hila understands what Pepper is talking about. The Queen of Midgard is right. They are just getting started. After all, now that their enemies lie defeated before them, it's time to handle the most important part of all, the plunder. XXX. Plug. If you're interested in reading more ASAP, you can sign up over on right now to read 15 chapters ahead. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. AN. Did Fisk get an on-screen death while the entirety of the Hand got dealt with off-screen? Yes. Am I still salty about how much of a lame duck villain organization the Hand turned out to be in the Defenders Netflix TV series? What? No. That said, if you've watched the Defenders, you know as well as I that the MCU's version of the Hand deserves zero screen time, LMAO. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-102, Hope Van Dyne. Chapter 102, Hope Van Dyne. AN. Poor Hope is going through a lot right now. XXX. Hope Van Dyne was up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. She'd fucked up, there was no other way of putting it. Though fortunately, her fuck up wasn't as bad as it could have been. She'd committed no crimes and done nothing illegal. That was good, at least. In the end, her biggest mistake was trusting the wrong man. Yes, she'd wanted to stick it to her father. Yes, she still blamed Hank Pym for her mother's death all these years later. No, she didn't necessarily want to reconcile with him anytime soon. But, it wasn't just because she was mad at Hank that she'd chosen to side with Darren. Her father's personal protege had really seemed like he'd had a good plan. He'd smooth-talked her, and while Hope understood that now, at the time it had all seemed above board. Pym Technologies really had been stagnating under Hank Pym's leadership. The man refused to use any of his greatest inventions to help them carve out some market share from an increasingly dominant Stark Industries. Even Hope herself hadn't been able to convince Hank to part with his Pym particles on even a black box basis. While Tony Stark was selling repulsor technology to not just the military but also giving out weaker, non-lethal versions to law enforcement, Pym Technologies was falling further and further behind. Just imagining the potential applications of Pym particles in a number of fields was enough to make her head spin, quite frankly. So when Darren had come to Hope with his plan, she'd listened, and she'd wanted to believe. First of all, Darren had already had about half of the board on his side by that point anyways. Everyone liked to make a big deal about her being the deciding vote in her father's ouster because she was his daughter, but that ignored the rest of the executives who had also been fed up with his big-headed and obstinate behavior. The idea had been that Hank being ousted by his own company and daughter should have been a wake-up call. That he would hopefully come back to her and Darren and beg to be let back in, and they could leverage that to get access to Pym particles. From there, Pym Technologies could have taken the world by storm. Failing that, Darren's other plan was to just reverse engineer Pym particles once Hank was out of the picture. How hard could it really be? At this point the technology was half a century old. The only reason that they hadn't been able to recreate them earlier was because Hank as CEO refused to let any research into such things happen. Or so they had thought. As it turned out, it wasn't as easy as all of that. Especially because Stark Industries had already paid off all of the best minds on the damn planet. Even the scientists not working directly for SI were having their research funded by Tony Stark's incredibly generous grants. It was ridiculous, but Hope hadn't thought for a second that Darren would cross the lines he had. She'd certainly not believed that even as he was working with her to oust Hank Pym, he was also scheming with other businessmen to destroy Stark Industries and take over the business world so they could share it between them. The other things he'd done, and the people he'd been willing to work with to kidnap scientists who could help him recreate Pym particles, it was enough to leave Hope feeling like a complete idiot. She'd had the wool pulled over her eyes to the sort of man Darren Cross really was from the very beginning. His crimes were numerous that he was already arrested. The board had of course voted to have him removed as CEO immediately, and appointed her interim CEO in his place, much to her chagrin. But it was only temporary, especially because the news was enough to absolutely crater Pym Technologies' stock prices, as well as cost them several incredibly important contracts in both the military and public sectors. Their company was in ruins, so of course the board had taken Pepper Stark's generous offer to turn the much diminished Pym Technologies into a subsidiary of Stark Industries before the dust had even settled. The same thing had happened with Rand Enterprises and Hammer Industries from what Hope had heard from the news. Both companies had lost their CEOs, both companies had taken a huge hit in the stock market, and both companies had wound up bought up by Stark Industries. Even Wilson Fisk's holdings weren't doing so well in the wake of the man's death, but seeing as a lot of his companies were nothing but shells to hide criminal activity, SI hadn't seen fit to touch any of that with a 10-foot pole. Wise of them really, given how much government scrutiny, from federal to state to a local level had fallen upon all of the late business owners' properties. Roxxon was the only company from what the news was calling, the cabal, to survive, and that was only because the man involved in the cabal hadn't been the CEO. August D'Angelo had of course immediately put out a statement condemning Peter Scarborough's actions as his own, and while Roxxon's stock price had taken a hit, it hadn't been nearly as bad as the others. They would continue limping on as an independent entity for a while longer, though Hope's more cynical side felt it was only a matter of time before they were gobbled up as well. By all rights, Stark Industries should have been under investigation for monopolistic and anti-competitive practices in a dozen different markets at this point. And yet they weren't. Funny how Tony Stark was on the World Security Council, which some were calling the most powerful political body of the 21st century at this point. Real funny, not that it would matter to Hope for much longer, or so she figured. The young businesswoman isn't used to sitting outside of an office waiting for a meeting, but she decided to put her best foot forward today and arrive 30 minutes early. And so here she was, waiting for Pepper Stark, ostensibly her new boss, to get around to firing her and kicking her out of her father's company. It would hurt of course, but Hope figured she deserved it for the part she'd played in Darren's rise to power. And she'd land on her feet with enough of a nest egg to figure out what she wanted to do next anyways. Hope blinks as the door to Pepper's office suddenly opens, a snippet of conversation reaching her ears. I look forward to working with you, Ms. Meacham. I think SI and Rand Enterprises can do great things together, especially with you at the helm. She can only watch as a woman she's only able to put a name to because of what she overhears steps out of the office. There's a smile on Joy Meacham's face as she shakes hands with Pepper Stark. I agree, Mrs. Stark. I look forward to working with you as well. Hope watches as Joy turns away, sees her, and gives a polite and professional nod before briskly being on her way. After a moment of watching her go, Hope jolts when Pepper calls out to her. Ms. Van Dyne, I'll see you now, right, okay. She follows Pepper into her office, noting the somewhat intense-looking PA that stands off to the side as Pepper gestures for her to take a seat in one of the chairs on the front side of her desk. Pepper herself sits down behind the desk, smiling as Hope shifts in her seat a bit. To answer the obvious question on your mind, yes, I am having Joy Meacham take over as CEO of Rand Enterprises. I don't believe the crimes of the brother should extend to the sister, especially when she knew nothing of his actions or dealings with terrorist scum. That made sense. The Hand, well, the organization had somehow been wiped out, and their history had found its way to a dozen different news outlets. Everyone was reporting on their destruction, as well as their laundry list of terrible acts over the centuries. A group of immortal kung fu fighters basically controlling the criminal underworld in dozens of countries might have sounded insane and made up a decade ago, but these days it felt far too possible. Fortunately they were gone now. In no small part thanks to this woman sat across from her, Hope privately suspected. No one smart was saying it out loud of course, but everyone was thinking it. The Hand had been hired by the Cabal to take down Stark Industries, starting with kidnapping Morgan Stark. And then they'd been destroyed and the Cabal had been taken down in mere days. It wasn't Hope's business. Joy Meacham might have been allowed to take her brother's position, but Hope could read between the lines of what Pepper was saying. Joy got a pass because she knew nothing. Hope had helped Darren take her father's company from him. She doubted she'd be so lucky. Before Pepper can say anything else, the intense-looking PA suddenly slams her hands on the side of the desk, growling as she glares Hope down. Do you regret it, helping that worm seize power? Do you regret giving him the resources he needed to try and convince bandits to kidnap a child? Hope stares with wide eyes for a moment, wondering where the hell Pepper Stark got her paw. But in the end, she finds herself responding to bluntness with honesty. Yes, I regret it immensely. Darren Cross was a scumbag who fooled me into siding with him over my own father. I don't know if I'll ever forgive myself entirely for that. That seems to be the right thing to say, because the PA backs off then, nodding sharply. Pepper, having been watching this exchange, just smiles softly. You'll have to forgive Gila. She's taken a liking to Morgan. All this talk of kidnapping, even if it didn't go anywhere, has riled her up as you can imagine. Yes, Hope can indeed imagine. And if Gila is riled up, Hope swallows thickly and looks Pepper Stark right in the eye. I'm sorry for the role I played in letting Darren Cross rise to power and threaten your daughter, Mrs. Stark. Truly, I am. I know. Hope blinks at that simple answer. Pepper just shrugs, still smiling. As I said, the kidnapping didn't go anywhere. It all worked out for the best. The real criminals are facing justice. Or already have. Hope finds herself thinking, Wilson Fisk in the Hand flitting through her mind. She bows her head. I hope that for my part, my resignation will be enough too. Hope stops talking because unexpectedly, Gila suddenly lets loose with a veritable growl off to the side. The businesswoman looks over at Pepper's PA, more than a little nonplussed. But Gila stays quiet, allowing Pepper to fill the void. I do not accept your resignation, Ms. Van Dyne. In fact, I called you here today to let you know I'm making your interim position as CEO a permanent affair. You will be the actual CEO of PIM Technologies from now on, in the same way Ms. Meacham is taking over as CEO of Rand Enterprises, which is being restructured and renamed to Meacham Enterprises. Hope's mouth opens and closes like a goldfish for a few moments before she remembers herself and snaps it shut. When she finally does open it again, she makes sure she has something to actually say. I'm sorry, but why me? I would think I would be the last one you would want in such a position, Mrs. Stark. I betrayed my own father to support a man who turned out to be an utter monster. How can you trust me with anything, let alone an entire company? Pepper's smile remains soft, understanding, and even kind as she sits back in her chair, looking as regal as a queen holding court. You were manipulated by a charming man, Hope Van Dyne. It happens to the best of us. It even happened to your own father. Or do you forget that Darren Cross was Hank Pym's protege before he betrayed him? Did your father see either of you coming, really? Well, no. Darren had Hank fooled from start to finish. To be fair, in the beginning Darren loved her father more than she did. Considering their acrimonious relationship, he'd loved her father a lot more than she did. It wasn't until he realized what an obstinate and unyielding ass Hank was that he'd begun to turn against him. And all the way to the end, Hank hadn't seen it coming. Not until the day Darren announced for the vote of no confidence in front of the entire board. Hank had been completely blindsided and shocked by Darren's betrayal, and then doubly so when Hope had sealed his fate by being the deciding vote in favor of his removal. Even still, I can't possibly be qualified. It's why I didn't take the position back when Darren and I started talking about ousting my father. I'm just not CEO material. But Pepper is already shaking her head as Hope trails off. That's cross-talking, Hope. Not you. That's his words coming out of your lips. He got into your head. He made you think you weren't worthy of such a position, that he was the best man for the job. He convinced you to give up your birthright, and then he used and abused it for his own game. Really, all I'm doing is putting PIM Technologies back where it's belonged all along, in your capable hands. Could that be true? Hope finds herself flushing a little bit at Pepper's confidence. It feels good to have someone like the implacable and invincible CEO of Stark Industries saying that she sees such potential in her. They were close to the same age, and yet in this case age was just a number. Pepper was so far and above Hope it wasn't even funny. She'd come here expecting to be let go or asked to resign. She'd been ready to be chewed out for her actions and then fired, even. But this was so far outside of Hope's expectations she didn't know what to do. Funnily enough, it's Pepper's PA that suddenly approaches her, grabbing the arms of her chair and looming over her to stare her right in the eye. You may not have thrown off your shackles on your own, but they have been removed all the same, Hope Van Dyne. It is time for you to seize your destiny. Seriously, where the fuck did Pepper find this lady? And yet, Hope slowly nods, Hela's words resonating with her on a strangely deep level. Alright, I'll do it. Hela nods sharply again before stepping back. Pepper just smiles, rising from her chair and walking around her desk as Hope hesitantly stands as well. They shake hands, with Pepper's smile turning shark-like in quality. Happy to have you on board, Ms. Van Dyne, and for the first time in a long time, Hope is truly happy as well. XXX. It'll probably shock you all to know this, but I have zero intention of adding Hope or Joy to Pepper and Tony's harem, by the way. Just want to clarify that now to keep expectations on the level. Also poor Danny Rand, he's gonna come back in a few months and Rand Enterprises isn't even going to exist anymore, lol. Not sure what his legal rights to Meacham Enterprises will even be. That'll be for the lawyers to figure out, I suppose. But hey, on the plus side, the hand don't exist anymore either. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-103, The Black Panther. Chapter 103, The Black Panther. A.N. Finally back to Wakanda. Wonder what King T'Chaka has decided to do to try and combat Stark's supremacy. XXX. Skulking in the shadows, Shuri looks on, scarcely able to believe this travesty is even taking place. Or rather, that has already taken place. The deed is done. The red sand fills the pit. Almost everyone has vacated the chamber save for her brother and her father, who stand on the edge, staring down at the sand in silence. Until that silence is broken by T'Challa. I'm not so sure this is a good idea, Baba. Shuri chokes on her own spit, her eyes positively bulging out of her head at those words. Seriously, obviously it wasn't a good idea. So why the hell had her big brother waited until now to say something? Though, she knew that wasn't entirely fair to T'Challa. The exasperated look that their father gives him makes it clear the two men have retread this ground a dozen times. I am aware of your feelings in this matter, T'Challa, just as you are aware of why we can no longer remain idle. You know how powerful our enemy is. You know that even as we face down a lion of immeasurable strength, there are hyenas nipping at our heels. The facts are what they are, my son. A single Black Panther simply cannot defend Wakanda alone. Not in these unprecedented times. T'Challa grimaces as their father places a hand on his shoulder, squeezing it. Shuri, meanwhile, sneers in the shadows. T'Chaka might be king and he might be her father, but truthfully, she had very little respect for the man who had seeded her mother's womb at this point. All these years, her father had never listened to her. And now, Shuri's eyes flicker to the pit. It seemed filled to the brim with red sand, but that is not the only thing in the pit. No, beneath the red sand, is her damnable monster of a cousin. Eric Killmonger, or as her father insisted, Prince N'Jadaka, has been fed the heart-shaped herb. We must be able to defend ourselves. Wakanda's technology is great, but the Black Panther has always been our strongest asset. You have served exceptionally, my son, but you cannot be everywhere at once. That is why N'Jadaka must become our second Black Panther. While you go out into the world, working alongside our war dogs to further our interests and prepare against Stark and his plans, N'Jadaka will serve here in Wakanda itself as our protector. T'Challa grunts at that, eyes gazing down at the red sand that holds his and Shuri's cousin. I do not trust him, Baba. Nor does Shuri. He has a hunger in him, a dangerous hunger. Yes, 1,000 times yes. Shuri didn't know why their father couldn't see it. Oh sure, Eric had strived to make himself seem like a part of the family over the years. He'd done everything in his power to appear the loyal nephew to T'Chaka. But surely the king of Wakanda hadn't been hoodwinked, had he? Especially not when his own children had told him time and time again of the danger Eric presented. Far from taking T'Challa's words to heart, King T'Chaka chuckles and pats his son's shoulder before withdrawing his hand. We all hunger, my son. Your cousin merely hungers more than most. But can you blame him? His was not an easy life. Neither you nor your sister seem to accept that the lives you've lived have been ones of privilege from start to finish. You were raised as royalty, while N'Jadaka had nothing and no one. His father dead, his mother imprisoned, he was all but an orphan. T'Chaka looks down at the red sand, smiling sadly. That he managed to survive long enough for us to bring him home is a miracle that we should cherish, T'Challa, not spurn. But do not think me a fool, my son. There is a reason I am sending you to be the Black Panther of the world, while he remains here as the Black Panther of Wakanda. He still has much to learn about Wakanda, and much tempering to go through. One day though, when I am gone and you are king of Wakanda, it is my hope that you will return and he will move to take your place, as your loyal right-hand man. T'Challa is quiet at that, even as Shuri knows she has a look of immense disgruntlement and incredulity on her face as she continues to hide in the shadows. Especially since she knows the whole story now. Javiz had helped her piece it all together, had helped her find all of the hidden tidbits from Wakanda's servers, as well as other areas. Therefore, she knew her father had been there the night that N'Jadaka's father died in America. She knew Zuri had been there as well. Whatever had happened had left an undeniably mark on her and T'Challa's father, but that was no excuse for this incredible lapse in judgment. She also knew about Tony Stark and the conversation he'd had with her father, brother, and Nakia at the UN. The scans of his body from the United Nations had been uploaded into Wakanda's secure servers, which of course were like an open book for Shuri and Javiz. The amount of vibranium in Stark's body should have killed him, but somehow he was perfectly fine. More than that, Shuri was able to uncover things in the scans that lesser eyes had not. Tony Stark had multiple energy sources spread throughout his body, vibranium based with some extra elements Shuri didn't recognize mixed in. And, something else as well, a substance that seemed to be replacing his blood, even though no one else had realized because it was nearly indistinguishable. From poring over the scans, Shuri was forced to recognize the shocking truth: Tony Stark was stronger than the Black Panther. He might just be the strongest man on Earth in fact, though there was that Hulk creature that Shuri had heard rumors about, so she couldn't say for certain. Likewise, the information about how much vibranium he'd managed to collect from mining the solar system, to say nothing of the other resources he must have immense stockpiles of, well, that was certainly startling. Only, it was no excuse for this. It was no excuse for making Eric fucking Killmonger into a second Black Panther. If her father truly felt so threatened by Tony Stark, anyone else would have been a better candidate. Even her. But no, King T'Chaka's mind was made up. Eric was already undergoing the transformation. And even her brother. I only hope you know what you're doing, Baba. I trust your judgment. Her brother was as much a daddy's boy as ever. Shuri makes a quiet noise of disgust from her hiding place, even as T'Chaka places his hand on T'Challa's shoulder again. Trust in Bast's judgment more than mine, my son. It is in her hands now. As if waiting for that exact line, the red sand in the pit suddenly explodes upwards as Eric comes back alive, sitting up and coughing for breath. Shuri's jaw clenches as her father and brother move to help him, and with one last shake of her head, she pulls away, retreating from the terrifying scene. Eric Killmonger was now a Black Panther, one of the strongest men in the world. Nothing good could come of this. Nothing at all. She needed to get back to her secret lab and talk to Javiz. They needed to start making plans for the worst-case scenarios. XXX. Leaning back in his chair, staring at the bird's-eye view of T'Challa and T'Chaka pulling the newest Black Panther out of the sand pit, Tony sighs and gives into the urge to reach up and rub the bridge of his nose. Seriously, Jarvis, voice comes over the room speakers, sounding the proper mixture of exasperated, bemused, and amused all at once. You did say they would do something dumb smart, sir. And in the end, you even foresaw this potential outcome. He had. It was what he ultimately hadn't said out loud back when he and Pepper had talked about Wakanda's next move. Tony had correctly deduced that King T'Chaka would, like all old rulers who had long since left their prime behind, turtle up and try to secure and protect what he already had. Tony had even figured he might make a second Black Panther. And yes, he'd contemplated for a split second the idea that T'Chaka would be stupid enough, foolish enough even, to feed his murderous nephew a heart-shaped herb. But only for a split second because, surely not, right? Sure, Eric might have pulled the wool over his uncle's eyes and played the good, kind nephew ever since being brought back to Wakanda, but at the same time, T'Chaka killed the man's father. He killed his own brother. And he really thought his brother's son could be trusted with the equivalent of super soldier powers. It honestly boggled the mind just a little bit if Tony was being honest. T'Chaka was running scared, obviously. But just because you found out the universe was a bigger place than you thought and there were predators lurking outside of your walls didn't mean you fucking primed a ticking time bomb in the middle of your town and just let it start counting down. That was what T'Chaka had done here. No doubt about it. Eric Killmonger had finally gotten what he wanted and now that he had it, well, the King of Wakanda had just outlived his usefulness, hadn't he? Will you step in, sir? Tony frowned slightly, before shaking his head. Maybe if he'd had any intention of making Eric the Black Panther of the world I'd have had to do something. But so long as T'Chaka is content to keep the bomb he's just created at home and off my lawn, I'm content to let it all blow up in his face. Scoffing, Tony continues on with a shrug. Besides, there's no way for me to get involved right now that isn't going to be construed as a declaration of war. If I go in there and kill Eric for them, they won't accept that I was just taking out trash that they'd left rotting and stinking up the place for years. T'Chaka in particular will make me kill him before he lets me get away with such a thing, and then I'll have a blood feud with T'Challa. It's just not worth stepping in it, really. Tony waves a hand through the air, continuing to talk out his options. Even if I stealth killed him, T'Chaka would probably still place the blame on me. I could do it as secret as possible, hell I could make it look like Eric ran away and vanished the moment he got superpowers. But someone like T'Chaka wouldn't accept that explanation. No, he would forever assume I had something to do with it, even with zero evidence to back him up. Of course, he would be right too, but that was neither here nor there. The point was, if Tony neutralized the second Black Panther in any way, it would only be poking the hornet's nest. For now, T'Chaka was content to turtle up, even if his version of turtling up was apparently to set the doomsday clock for him and his family. But if Tony made any further aggressive moves towards Wakanda, then he'd have to probably kill them all, and obviously, he wasn't inclined to do that. Silence reigns for a moment, causing Tony to tilt his head and smile slightly up at the ceiling. How about you? Will you step in, Jay? There's a pause at that, with Jarvis taking the time to consider his answer carefully. I will not save King T'Chaka from his own stupidity. However, I have made quite the bond with the young Princess Shuri. It would upset me to see harm come to her. Killmonger has already made many inroads with certain groups within Wakanda since arriving in the isolated kingdom. The royal family does not know it, but he has managed to secure promises from others in Wakanda to back his eventual coup for the throne. Tony hums as Jarvis shares the corresponding data on all of that. Now that he has managed to become Black Panther, those who were on the fence but leaning towards his rhetoric will likely jump to join him. Things will be coming to a head quite rapidly in Wakanda over the next few months. When the time comes, I will make sure Shuri survives the ensuing clash, and that no matter what, Eric Killmonger's plans for Wakanda do not reach outside of the kingdom's borders. So basically, let Eric do his thing until he tries to start a secret war with Tony and the rest of planet Earth, and then neutralize him. Yeah, that would probably work just fine. And frankly, Tony was happy to wash his hands of it all. I'll leave it to you then, Jay. I trust you to handle it all properly. Shuri was Jarvis' pet project after all. And Wakanda, for all that King T'Chaka thought Tony Stark was their great nemesis who had to be countered and defended against at all costs, was barely a blip on Tony's radar. Frankly, he would have assumed that T'Chaka would have understood that Tony didn't care about Wakanda when he showed the other man just how much vibranium was in their solar system. Wakanda's singular claim to fame was its vibranium deposit and the advanced technology they'd managed to derive from the miracle metal. Tony had no need for either, as should have been obvious by everything he revealed to T'Chaka. Wakanda had nothing he wanted or needed, but that didn't matter to the aging king. All he saw was a threat, and so he was responding as though Wakanda was in danger. It wasn't, not from Tony anyways. But, sir, something else has just come up. Tony blinks, pulled out of his musings by the urgency in Jarvis' voice. Rather than speak further, the AI just sends Tony all of the relevant information, making him rise from his chair and curse under his breath. Shit, when it rained, it poured apparently. At the same time Wakanda was busy making incredibly bad decisions for the continued health of their monarchy, someone else was making bad decisions elsewhere in the world. Specifically, one Hank Pym, formerly known as Ant-Man back in the 70s, was starting to make moves. It seemed that while being betrayed by his own protege and daughter working together to oust him from his company had paralyzed the old man, seeing Darren Cross go to prison and Pym Technologies scooped up by Stark Industries had galvanized him into action. From the look of things, he was starting to dig into Stark Industries, as well as the Stark family. While his actions at the moment were relatively harmless, this was the man who had invented Pym particles, and Tony knew exactly how dangerous Hank could become. He'd read all of the SHIELD files on the agent duo known as Ant-Man and the Wasp back in the 70s and 80s. Shall I neutralize him, sir? It would be the simplest answer to this brewing problem. Kill Pym and scoop up everything he had. End the threat before it could ever truly become a threat. Tony had done it before. Stain had been revenge. Killian and Vanko had been preemptive and opportunistic alike though. But, maybe he was going soft. Instead of the simple solution, Tony finds his thoughts going in a different direction, and as he does so, hard light screens appear in front of him, classified files showing up as he considers things he knows, both from the future that never was and from his complete and total access to all of SHIELD and HYDRA's files in this timeline. No, Jay, we'll give Pym a chance to resolve this peacefully. Just one, XXX. Plug. If you're interested in reading more ASAP, you can sign up over on right now to read 15 chapters ahead. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. Next time Wakanda returns will finally be the end of the arc. In the meantime, Tony must be going soft in his old age. Or maybe it's all those daughters. He's just a big ol' softy, giving Hank a chance. But TBF, it's not just Hank he's giving a chance. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C104, Hank Pym. Chapter 104, Hank Pym. A.N., Hank Pym Pov. XXX. When Darren Cross stole his company out from under him, Hank could have gone scorched earth. He could have burnt everything to the ground and left them both with nothing. It wouldn't have even been particularly difficult, though doing so through legal channels without breaking the law would have been harder. He'd refrained, not necessarily out of any great love for Darren despite having once viewed him as the son he'd never had, but because of hope. His own daughter had teamed up with his protege against him and been the deciding vote that had seen him kicked out of his own damn company. That, Hank had to admit, had left him reeling, and so he'd backed off, leaving with his tail tucked between his legs. Of course, he'd still had the last laugh, or so he figured. They might have Pym technologies, but they would never have Pym particles. Hank figured he would make sure of that. In hindsight, perhaps he should have gone scorched earth. Given everything that had come out about Darren's criminal activities, Hank really had dropped the ball when he'd let the man essentially get away with taking Pym technologies. Things could have turned out far worse than they ultimately had, that was for sure. Innocent men and women of science could have been kidnapped and forced to work for Darren. Hope could have been drawn further into the man's web instead of just being an unwitting patsy. And while Hank liked to think nobody in particular was smart enough to crack his Pym particles, a whole bunch of brilliant people working in conjunction, even unwillingly, might have been able to do the trick. All in all, Hank was glad that Darren and his co-conspirators had been taken down, along with this organization. Even if it was obviously S.H.I.E.L.D. who had done the taking down. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark, TCH, Howard Stark had been dead for over 20 years, and yet Hank still found himself dealing with a Stark-shaped thorn in his backside. With Darren's crimes coming to light, the board should have had no choice but to come crawling back to him to save them. Hank Pym, the exiled CEO kicked out by that no-good son of a bitch, was the obvious choice for rehabilitating Pym Technologies' image. Unfortunately, the board weren't interested in rehabilitating the company's image, nor were they any longer interested in fighting the losing battle against Stark Industries that had led Darren down his dark path in the first place. Maybe if Hank had been the one to reach out to his friends on the board the moment that the news about Darren's arrest broke, but no. He'd sat back and waited patiently, figuring they had to come to him on their hands and knees and beg for forgiveness. Instead, the damn sellouts had immediately sold his company to fucking Stark. SI had swooped in and scooped up Pym Technologies, Rand Enterprises, and Hammer Industries for pennies on the dollar, and all three were now poised to become subsidiaries of the impossibly powerful company that had taken the whole world by storm. But then, it made sense. Hank knew things that others did not. Tony Stark was on the World Security Council, and clearly had his hands on the controls when it came to S.H.I.E.L.D. And with him and S.H.I.E.L.D. backing her up, how could Pepper Stark and Stark Industries ever fail? Hank couldn't even bring himself to be happy about Hope becoming CEO instead of him. As much as he was proud of his daughter in a number of ways, he'd heard all sorts of rumors about what Stark and his wife got up to behind closed doors and he didn't want that for Hope. He didn't want her to fall under their sway. That was why he'd decided he had to act. He'd begun putting out feelers, doing a little clandestine information gathering here and there. Stark Industries was damn near impenetrable though, so hacking them digitally didn't seem likely to work. He'd just begun toying with the idea of pulling out his old Ant-Man suit and hacking them physically, when suddenly, he'd gotten a message from Tony Stark himself. Hank had been rather caught off guard by that, obviously. Especially since the message seemingly had nothing to do with Stark Industries, Pym Technologies, or Hank's current forays into corporate espionage. Instead, Tony wanted to talk to Hank about a research opportunity of all things concerning quantum technology. If it had been anything else, Hank would have blown Tony off immediately. But hearing that Stark was looking into quantum tech, that scared Hank. He wasn't completely ignorant of the other man's brilliance. Tony made his father Howard look like a caveman smacking rocks together, quite frankly. If the younger Stark got into quantum, he might just stumble upon Pym particles by complete accident. And then he'd probably rename them something stupid like Stark particles or something. And so Hank found himself stepping into a laboratory, ready for just about anything. He'd try to talk Stark out of quantum research first, and if that didn't work, well, they would have to go from there, wouldn't they? Ah, drive, Pym, a pleasure to finally meet face to face. Pym narrows his eyes as Tony gives him a smile and offers a hand. He wants to say something pithy and reject the handshake, but that goes against his current goals of convincing the other man that quantum technology is too dangerous a field for him to get into. So instead, he forces a smile on his face and tries to play nice, accepting a handshake, and slipping a shrunken electronic bug onto the skin of Tony's wrist in the process. Too tiny to even be noticed by the human eye, of course. Dr. Stark, you certainly knew how to get my attention. I wonder, was it your father who told you about me? Ah, it seemed he couldn't quite keep the pithiness entirely at bay. Fortunately, Stark doesn't seem to take it personally. In fact, Tony chuckles as he pulls back. My father mentioned you were a brilliant man, but actually, it was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files that told me everything I currently know about you, drive. Pym, thank you for agreeing to meet with me. I know you and my father didn't always see eye to eye. Of course, though Hank does find himself a little surprised that Tony was willing to admit he had control of the organization. From what Hank had been able to find out, Howard hadn't told his son anything about S.H.I.E.L.D. It wasn't until after the incident in 2008 that the younger Stark and the spy agency wound up on each other's radar. Said a lot that in 7 years, Tony had basically taken over though. Right, well when you throw around words like quantum, you catch my attention, like I'm sure you knew you would. I'm hoping you're going to be more reasonable than your father was, Stark. Quantum technology is dangerous. The quantum realm isn't the kind of thing you want to mess around with. You should reconsider this line of research and preferably shut it down altogether. There, he'd been as polite as he could be. Upfront and honest too. At least if Tony shot him down now, Hank could say he'd done everything he could, right? Tilting his head to the side, Tony's smile becomes tinged with sadness. I'm afraid that's not a possibility, given the circumstances. I know your fear of the quantum realm comes from a healthy place considering you lost your wife to it, but there's someone who needs our help all the same. And your expertise in particular. What? Before Hank can figure out what the hell Tony is talking about, someone or something suddenly walks into the laboratory. Not through the sealed doors however, but through the damn wall. Clad in a white bodysuit with an imposing hood and helmet that has 5 intimidating red eyes on it, the newcomer stalks forward. Hank quickly realizes they're female, whoever they are, even as they get ever closer. He's just getting ready to deploy one of the many contingencies he's brought with him today when Tony abruptly holds up a hand, stopping the newcomer in her tracks. Careful now, Doctor. Pym is a little jumpy, I'm afraid. We wouldn't want to scare him. Dr. Pym, this is Ghost. A former S.H.I.E.L.D. operative. Former. Hank furrows his brow as he looks between the now named Ghost and Tony Stark. Ghost stands silently, seeming unwilling to speak up. This leaves Tony to do the explaining, which he does with a sad smile. Ghost here suffers from a very rare issue. Specifically, she suffers from molecular disequilibrium. This causes her to randomly phase in and out of reality. When S.H.I.E.L.D. first got their hands on her, she was just a little girl who had no control of her abilities. They told her they would help her, and then turned her into a weapon instead. The suit she wears allows her nominal control over her phasing, which as you can imagine, made her a very lucrative operative for their purposes. As Hank is processing all of that, Tony proceeds to drop even more bombshells on him. Unfortunately, I just recently found out she even existed. There was a lot that certain elements of S.H.I.E.L.D. were hiding from the World Security Council that has come to light in the past year. Ghost here was just one item on a laundry list of amoral actions of uncovered since those elements of S.H.I.E.L.D. were dismantled and the WSC was able to get access to the things being kept from us. Hank narrows his eyes, even as Tony glances at Ghost and then looks back at him. The molecular disequilibrium is getting worse and while I've already managed to design several upgrades to her suit, it's not enough. She needs your help. Drive. Pym, plain and simple, her lifespan can be measured in years at this point, if not months. Slowly, Hank lets out a shuddering breath. Stark sounds earnest, but then so did Howard the day that Hank resigned from S.H.I.E.L.D. all those years ago. Hank, we need you. The Pym particle is a miracle. Please, don't let your past determine the future. Howard's words from all that time ago echo through Hank's head for a moment before he huffs at the expectant look the man's son is giving him. Of course I'll help, but I don't see what this has to do with quantum research, Stark. And I still stand by what I said before. Forget about quantum technology and the quantum realm. We shouldn't need either to try and assist Ms. Ghost here with her problem. Indeed, he was confident that he could help Ghost out with the molecular disequilibrium without touching the quantum realm. His Pym particles also functioned on a subatomic molecular level, after all. He would just need to. Why was Stark shaking his damn head? While I understand why you might think that, Dr. Pym, it's incorrect. Quantum technology is exactly what Ghost needs, because quantum technology is what put her in this situation in the first place. And now she needs quantum energy in large quantities if she's ever going to be stabilized. Wait, what? Hank's brow furrows, even as Tony explains. You didn't think to question why Ghost suffers from this issue. She wasn't born with it or anything and you can't just develop an intangibility disorder on a whim either. No, she was involved in an accident connected to an attempt at creating a quantum tunnel. Hank's eyes widen, damn near bulging out of his head at that. A quantum tunnel, but that, as far as Hank knew, only one group had ever tried to get a quantum tunnel up and running. He'd been part of it, fairly early on. Him, Bill Foster, and Elias Starr. The three men had been researching quantum energy right up until Elias got greedy and tried to steal Pym's work for himself. Afterwards, Elias hadn't left well enough alone. He and his family had moved to Argentina, where he'd managed to create another unstable quantum tunnel using what he remembered of Pym's work. Hank and Janet had been forced to go there and stop him, as Ant-Man and the Wasp. But that had been decades ago. For Ghost to be involved as a little girl, it would mean. Suddenly, the masked woman reaches up and pulls back her hood. Then, she carefully reaches under her mask and unseals it, before pulling it off her face. Hank's breath hitches, because she's the spitting image of her mother, Elaha's wife. Her voice, seemingly raspy and quiet from lack of use, fills the suddenly silent laboratory. My name is Ava Starr. My father was Elias Starr. After you fired him and had him blacklisted, he tried to continue his research on his own. He took risks and something went wrong. We couldn't run in time. When I woke up, my parents were already dead. I wasn't so lucky. Hank stands there, frozen in place. He hadn't known either of Elaha's family members were there that day. When he and Janet had confronted the man, he'd been alone save for his armed goons. When they'd fled the scene before the quantum tunnel could explode, his wife and daughter must have run in while Elias was trying to salvage the damn thing. If they'd known, Hank liked to think he and Janet would have gone back in to try and save them if they could. But ultimately, judging by the not-so-murderous look in Ava Starr's eyes, she doesn't know the part Hank played in the failure of her father's quantum tunnel. Judging by the comments Stark made about everything he knows about Hank coming from S.H.I.E.L.D. files, he does. That had been a S.H.I.E.L.D. mission, after all. So of course Tony fucking Stark would know. He hadn't told Ava though, presumably to keep her from trying to murder Hank for his role in getting her parents killed. Hank hated feeling grateful to a Stark for anything, but he throws a nearly imperceptible nod Tony's way all the same. And yet, despite that, I'm sorry for what happened to your father and mother, Ava. It was a tragedy, but their deaths are exactly why the quantum realm is too dangerous to toy around with. There is no way to create a safe or stable quantum tunnel. It's impossible. Ava's face immediately furls into a full-blown frown, her brow furrowing as her lips turn downwards in displeasure. It's obvious she's spent a lot of time in that mask of hers, because the young woman has absolutely no poker face whatsoever. Tony Stark on the other hand, I wouldn't be so sure about that, Dr. Pym, while we definitely need your help, I had some free time last night to whip something together before we saw you today. Here, take a look at this. It was his turn to frown as Stark hands him a tablet. Putting on his glasses, Hank begins to look through the information on the screen in front of him, and then peers more closely at it as he begins to truly dig into what's there. You wrote this all up yourself, Stark? Yes. Why? Looking up from the frankly incredible work with a growing sense of incredulity, Hank stares Tony Stark in the eyes. And when exactly did you become an expert on quantum mechanics? Tony just smiles benignly. Didn't I already say? Last night, the younger Stark was going to give him just as many headaches as the older one did, Hank can already tell. And yet, there's something here. Damn it all, but there really is something here. And if Hank can do something for Ava, for Elaha's daughter, then maybe, just maybe, it's his duty to try. More than that though, if this works out like it seems it could and it turns out creating a proper quantum tunnel is possible, could Janet still be out there? Could she be brought back? He doesn't dare to dream, doesn't dare to even begin to hope, and yet. XXX. Plug. If you're interested in reading more ASAP, you can sign up over on right now to read 15 chapters ahead. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. AN. Probably should have handled Ava Starr back during the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D., but better later than never. Tomorrow, Ava Pov. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C105. Ava Star. Chapter 105. Ava Star. A.N. Ava Pov. XXX. Ava Star watches from the sidelines as Tony Stark and Hank Pym work side by side to put the finishing touches on their project. It's only been 3 days since Stark brought Pym on board, but between the former's resources and the latter's experience, the quantum tunnel is already created and ready for testing. Judging by both the guilty glances and the way he'd unconsciously relaxed around her, Pym probably thought Ava didn't know about the role he'd played in her parents' deaths and her current condition. It was obvious he felt guilty over it, but he would have been a lot more on edge around her if he thought she was aware of what had happened that day before her father's quantum tunnel had failed. Pym probably thought that Stark had lied to her about that to protect him, but the truth was, Tony Stark hadn't lied to her a single time, as far as Ava could tell. The man had been honest with her from start to finish, even telling her things that nobody except for literal world leaders knew, like the fact that Project Insight had been a scheme by Nazi terrorists who had embedded themselves deep in S.H.I.E.L.D. to try and take over the world. Ava had noticed something was up with S.H.I.E.L.D. on the day Project Insight was supposed to launch, of course. When you suddenly lose the handler you've had all your life and find yourself being instructed to sit tight at a safe house by a posh British man until everything can be sorted, you tend to figure that something is a bit off. But all of the code phrases and passwords were in order, so Ava had done as she was told. Only much later did she learn that her previous handler had been Hydra, just like a good half of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been. They'd infiltrated the spy organization long before Ava was even born, and had spread themselves through it, infecting it on every single level, all the way to the top. In that regard, it wasn't that surprising that Ava and her situation had fallen through the cracks for a time. While she'd eventually learned that the posh British man who'd taken over as her handler was no man at all but instead an AI named Jarvis, she'd also discovered that he was in charge of making sure every S.H.I.E.L.D. operative and agent unaffiliated with Hydra went to ground that day. They had to clean house after all, and between the WSC losing members and a new director of S.H.I.E.L.D. having to be chosen, it wasn't that surprising in hindsight that Ava had spent months in that safe house just twiddling her thumbs. She couldn't wait forever though. She was still dying after all. Getting worse by millimeters every day, but still getting worse all the same. Ava had been torn between loyalty to the organization that had given her everything but also turned out to be a cover for terrorists and her own survival. Then, finally, Tony Stark had shown up. Apparently, he and the rest of the World Security Council had been going through Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files ever since Project Insight, trying to put things together and pick up the pieces left behind by Hydra's demise. Reading between the lines, it seemed to Ava that Jarvis was likely the one doing all of that work, but she hadn't bothered calling Stark out on it. Especially when the man had proceeded to tell her everything, every last goddamn thing. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to share so much with her. He'd done it anyways, from SHIELDRA deciding to use her powers for their own purposes and having no intentions of curing her, to Hank Pym being there the day her father and mother died and she was cursed with this affliction of hers. Tony Stark had laid it all out on the table, being brutally honest with her from moment one. No one in her entire life had ever done that for her. No one had ever trusted her that much, Ava had come to realize. In the end, Tony had asked Ava to spare Hank, and she'd agreed easily enough. Truth be told, she didn't want to kill Hank Pym. Reading through the files, it was obvious that her father's own ambitions had been what truly laid him and her mother to rest. Neither Ant-Man nor the Wasp had been equipped with the sort of firepower that had damaged her father's quantum tunnel and ultimately caused the catastrophe. In the end, it was her father's own hired thugs who had shot up the fragile machinery and doomed her parents while they were trying to shoot Pym and Van Dyne. And that, well, it still sucked. But Ava knew that wasn't truly Pym's fault. As a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent herself, she knew what it meant to just be trying to do your damn job, in the end. So yes, she knew Hank Pym and his wife were there that day when everything in her life went to shit. But she also knew from reading their mission reports that Pym and his wife would have likely done everything in their power to save her and her mother if they'd known they were there. Hell, Pym's wife had sacrificed her life just years later to stop a Soviet ICBM bound for the US that would have jump-started World War III. Perhaps that was why Tony had told Ava everything, giving her access to more files and reports and top-secret information than she really knew what to do with. Perhaps he'd known that all she really wanted was to live, and all she really needed was someone to actually have her back for once, instead of lying to her. Either way, alright, it's still a little too fast for my tastes, but I've double and triple checked everything at this point. We're ready for a test, Stark. It was time to find out if Tony Stark was the sure bet he seemed to be or not. Grinning at Pym's frowning face, Tony moves over to the controls, rolling his shoulders as he does so. What did I tell you, Pym? I've got all the best toys. You really thought I couldn't build a quantum tunnel in 3 days? Ye of little faith, Pym just growls, slipping along the side of the console, and plugging in a small chip into an access port he'd snuck into the design when he thought Ava and Tony weren't looking. It's insane, Stark. Building this thing should have taken us months. 3 days, you could revolutionize the human race with this sort of stuff. Tony just raises an eyebrow, his smile growing. And who's to say I'm not already doing so, Hank? There's a reason your precious little protege turned to the dark side to try to take down Pep. Frankly, you should be happy your daughter and your company are working under my wife these days. Pym Technologies is going to be part of a very bright future. Ava watches as Pym scowls even harder at that. But before the older man can formulate a response, Tony claps his hands together and bulldozes on ahead without hesitation. Now then, shall we get this show on the road? Or do you need a few more seconds to finish downloading Janet's last known quantum signature into the console? Hank Pym freezes in place, the blood draining out of his face as Stark calls him out just like that. Ava tenses up, ready to leap into action if need be. She's still wearing her ghost suit after all, and while she's sure Pym has some tricks up his sleeves, his Ant-Man suit is still back in the safe in his residence. Tony, of course, cuts through the tension with a laugh and a dismissive wave of his hand. Oh man, you should see the look on your face, man. What, did you really think I wouldn't notice? Or that I didn't know the possibilities? Science can be about more than one thing, Hank. In fact, it very often is. Yes, we're trying to save Ava today, but there's no reason we can't potentially save your wife while we're at it. Pym chews on that for a moment, even as Tony sighs. Honestly, what I wonder is why you felt the need to hide it from me. Do you really think I would be so heartless as to not let you try and lock onto your wife? Jaw clenching, Hank scowls. It could damage the integrity of the experiment. By using Janet's quantum signature from 1987 as a lock-on point, we don't know what will happen. It won't be just trying to peer into the quantum realm, it'll be opening a tunnel wherever Janet herself might be. You should be furious, Stark. Ava watches as Tony just smiles. And yet, a long tense moment passes between the two men, before Pym finally huffs and turns away. Tony's smile grows as both men take up their positions at the console, beginning to press buttons and flick levers. Ava doesn't pretend to understand what they're doing, or most of the things they're saying back and forth to each other. There's a whole lot of terminology related to the quantum realm and that's about it. But finally, something she very much understands begins to happen. The quantum tunnel begins to glow and spark with power, reminding her of the incident all those years ago. Ava stiffens, taking a step back as her jaw clenches and her hands curl into fists. But she stays clear-minded. She doesn't let it get to her. If nothing else, she has S.H.I.E.L.D. to thank for focusing her mind and body in pursuit of her goals. S.H.I.E.L.D. might have used her, but she'd used them in turn to get to this point, hadn't she? Unlike her father's quantum tunnel all those years ago, this one actually works. Ava had her doubts, but it seemed where Tony Stark was involved, those could be set to the side. The quantum tunnel activates, and as Stark and Pym exchange comments about readings coming in, and power levels holding steady, Ava finds herself stepping forward. She can feel the pull of the quantum realm. She can feel the energy she needs to survive within it, like someone dying of thirst in a desert only to see an oasis in front of them. She just has to go forward and scoop up some of that energy for herself. Before she can do so, however, something at the far end of the active tunnel flashes. And then again, and then Ava's eyes widen as actual laser projectiles shoot out of the quantum realm in their direction. They splash harmlessly against a blue energy shield that springs up at the front of the quantum tunnel, doing no harm, but as Ava peers closer, she realizes they weren't aimed at her and the two scientists behind her anyways. They were aimed at someone who was running down the tunnel even now. Ava tenses as the cloaked figure rushes right through the shield, which seemed to only be capable of deflecting energy, not physical mass. She's prepared for a fight, but then the figure tears off her helmet, revealing a weathered face and white hair. Janet, seemed they'd found Hank's wife after all. Shut it off now. What? Ava's eyes widen at that. No, they couldn't do that. She still needed a moment to draw on the quantum realm's power. She needed to, but before she could do anything, the quantum tunnel shuts off. Pym had still been standing there like a dumbstruck buffoon, but Stark hadn't even hesitated. He'd listened immediately and Ava finds herself staring at the suddenly dark quantum tunnel, at her only opportunity for salvation. Turn it back on. I need it. She's not usually prone to throwing what some might call hissy fits. A byproduct of being trained as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent for most of her life. But in this moment, Ava actually stomps her foot, feeling like a child but also feeling utterly outraged as she snarls at everyone in the room and nobody in particular. Stark, as always, knows just what to say. Sorry Ava, but we can reactivate it in a few minutes once we change the location we're opening the tunnel to. Then we can see about getting you plenty of quantum energy, alright? That would work, yeah. Now she was feeling embarrassed. Only, before she can apologize. No, you can't activate the tunnel again. Not under any circumstances. It doesn't matter where you put it. There are things in the quantum realm that will do anything to escape. And if they do, our entire universe will be in danger. Just like that, Janet Van Dyne had dashed her hopes. The selfless woman who had sacrificed herself to avert World War III was telling Ava she had to die to keep the universe safe. It wasn't fair, but Ava wasn't going to throw a fit over it. Tears start to well up in her eyes all the same though, damn it all. Which is when Janet turns to her, looking more closely. You're suffering from a quantum mutation. An imbalance to your molecular equilibrium, right? Ava jerks her head up and down, trying to hold back the tears, not trusting herself to speak. Stark does it for her, in the end. She was a child when she was hit by an explosion of quantum energy. She needs more if she's going to survive. Suddenly, Janet steps forward. Ava stiffens as the older woman brings her hands up to her cheeks. You're Ava Starr, aren't you? You look a lot like your mother. Ava's eyes widen. She hadn't known that Janet knew her mother. Catherine wasn't a scientist like Ava's father. She wasn't his partner and teammate in the same way Janet Van Dyne and Hank Pym were. I can sense that you've still got time, but that's no reason to let things get worse. And then, Janet does something. Ava's breath hitches as she feels her body jerk under a sudden influx of quantum energy. The older woman's palms glow with the power she's sending into Ava, and Ava can feel it. She can feel her very existence on this realm, her tangibility itself, stabilizing. That was certainly something, beyond her wildest expectations, even. Janet smiles at her and Ava finds herself hesitantly smiling back. There we go, sweetie. Feeling better now? Yes. Thank you. There's guilt in Janet's eyes just like there's been in Pym's these last 3 days. Likely, she's quickly deduced how Elias Starr's daughter had been hit by an explosion of quantum energy at a young age. And much like Hank, she blames herself. Good, that should make this next part easy for Ava to pull off. Her next and last S.H.I.E.L.D. mission, granted to her by Tony Stark himself. XXX. You knew I was planning on going after Stark Industries, didn't you Stark? You arranged this whole thing just to distract me. As he and Pym watch Janet and Ava talk from across the lab, Hank can't help but mutter out of the side of his mouth over to Tony. Tony, in turn, just smiles. Distract you? If I wanted to just distract you, I would have had all of this take much longer Hank. I could have had you chasing ghosts, both your own and others, for years. Instead, I gave you absolution and your wife back in just 3 days. Hank falls silent for a moment at that, which is fair to be honest. Tony knows the effect he has on people. Janet's not going to want to leave Ava behind now. She'll want to all but adopt the girl, given what happened back then. Tony hums and nods, and Ava will push for it too. She thinks it's on my orders. That gets a sharp look from Pym, with Tony just smiling placidly in response. Her new mission, which she chose to accept if everything worked out, was to worm her way into yours and Janet's lives and become a surrogate daughter of sorts. She's to do everything in her power to make you come to see her as part of the family, also she can keep an eye on you and make sure you aren't going to go supervillain and try to come after me, S.H.I.E.L.D., or the world at any point. Silence again, though this time not because Hank chooses not to speak. Rather, his mouth opens and closes a few times wordlessly, it's just he can't find the words. Finally though, he manages a response. Why would you tell me that, Stark? Rolling his eyes, Tony finally properly looks at Hank. Because drive. Pym, she would never have just accepted retirement. She feels like she owes me her life now, and if I don't find a way to pawn her off on someone else, she's going to want to spend the rest of that life killing for me. But I have enough S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and other mooks who weren't raised from childhood to be weapons. And I know you and Janet will do right by her. I also know she and Janet will be good for each other. Pim's jaw clenches, working for a few moments as he no doubt finds himself in reluctant agreement with Tony's words. Finally though, he scowls. And I suppose in response I'm supposed to back off and turn the other way while you and your wife turn my actual daughter into one of your sex pets. A daughter for a daughter, is that what this is supposed to be? Tony rolls his eyes and reaches out, putting a hand on Hank's shoulder before the older man can do more than stiffen at the movement. Hank, look me in the eye. I'm being completely honest when I say I have zero intentions of seducing your daughter into my bed. He can see Hank believes him, which he should, because Tony is being entirely truthful. Maybe he should have left it at that. But, of course, I can't exactly say the same for Pepper. Hank's face grows stormy, but Tony just squeezes his shoulder as he continues. However, if such a thing does occur, and your daughter winds up sharing a bed with my wife and I, know that it will be entirely consensual, Hank. I have not, nor will I ever, coerce a woman into my bed. Nor would I abide by my wife doing so either. The position of CEO of PIM Technologies belongs to your daughter no matter what. And while Stark Industries might be PIM Technologies' new parent company, that does not mean your daughter will be expected to trade sexual favors in order to keep her position. Anything that happens will be her choice. I guarantee it. After a beat, Tony tilts his head to the side before shaking it ruefully. Besides, Pepper has her hands full with the Asgardian goddess of death right now anyways. I'm not entirely sure your daughter is even on my wife's radar at the moment. For a long moment, Hank doesn't look like he wants to accept that, nor how to respond to Tony's mention of Hela. But finally, his shoulders slump and he lets out a huff as he looks back over at Janet and Ava, who at this point are touching their foreheads together as Janet whispers something to the younger woman. I suppose that's the best I'm going to get, isn't it, Stark? Huffing himself, Tony lets go of Hank's shoulder and rolls his eyes. Your daughter is a grown woman capable of making her own decisions, Hank. As she showed you when she cast the deciding vote to kick you out of your own company all those months ago. Darren Cross is gone. Hope is standing on her own 2 feet now. Maybe let her see what she can do now that she's not being overshadowed by men with egos too big to get out of her way. Another long pause ensues and for a moment, Tony thinks they might just leave it at that. Hopefully playing with kitty gloves will pay. Hank Pym is holding out his hand. Taking hold of the older man's hand, Tony gives it a firm shake while also being careful not to crush it. Then, he and Hank share a simple nod. Well then, look at that, turned out he didn't have to kill or imprison all of his would-be enemies after all. All was well that ended well, though this did leave one minor loose end, didn't it? Tony would toss the ball over to Pepper and see what she wanted to do about that. If it worked out, then great. If it didn't, then it didn't. XXX. Plug. If you're interested in reading more ASAP, you can sign up over on right now to read 15 chapters ahead. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. Hank, I can tell you're fucking with me, Stark, but I can't do anything about it. Tony, you're welcome. Hank, thanks. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-106, Scott Lang. Chapter 106, Scott Lang. Scott Lang gets his happy ending and nothing else happens. XXX. Sitting there outside of Pepper Stark's office, Scott Lang wondered, not for the first time, what he was even doing here. Well no, he knew why he was here. He was desperate, obviously, and this wasn't an opportunity he could afford to pass on, even if it turned out to be absolutely nothing. Ever since he got out of prison, Scott had been struggling to get his life back together. Specifically, he'd been trying to get back to a place where he could be a father to his daughter Cassie. It was hard. On the one hand, what he'd done to VistaCorp had felt right. Finding out they were stealing from their customers and then getting fired for it had lit a fire in his belly that wouldn't go away until he'd fixed things. However, he now knew he'd gone about things all wrong. At the very least, he should have tried blowing the whistle and letting the government know about VistaCorp's crimes before becoming a criminal himself. Would it have done anything? Maybe not. Even if there had been a successful investigation, it would have taken years for something to be done more than likely. But in the end, all Scott himself had achieved was getting the heat off of VistaCorp and onto himself. Because of the way he'd done things, nobody believed his accusations and VistaCorp was allowed to sweep it all under the rug using their news station lackeys. They'd even been so bold as to have Witch World News, a subsidiary of VistaCorp, interview him while he was in prison, solely to rub dirt in his wounds. And what had he gotten for his troubles? He'd lost years with his daughter. He'd lost the ability to pull any job better than working as a cashier at a fucking Baskin-Robbins. He'd gotten saddled with the forever title of convicted felon, limiting his ability to even be in his daughter's life, let alone raise her as the father he should have been. So yeah, when he'd gotten a call from Stark Industries about an offer, Scott hadn't exactly asked questions. He'd simply leapt at the opportunity without even looking where he might land. Now though, sitting outside of the CEO's office, he found himself wondering why they would even bother with him, and why was Pepper Stark herself the one he was meeting with. Lang, Scott jolts, pulled out of his thoughts as he looks up and finds himself being stared down by the most intense woman he's ever laid eyes on. Dark hair and even darker eyes, with a killer body clad in a blouse, pencil skirt, and heels. Half rising from his seat, he swallows and nods. Yeah, that's me. She all but glowers at him from the doorway, and for a moment he thinks he's about to be told to get the fuck out. But then she takes a step to the side, leaving the path clear for him. Her Highness will see you now. Her Highness. Scott blinks before a growl from the extremely intense woman who can only be Pepper Stark's PA gets him to scurry forward into the office. Pepper Stark herself sits behind her desk, looking equal parts exasperated and amused as her PA closes the door behind him. Thank you, Hela. Mr. Lang, please have a seat. I don't expect this to take long. Yeah, sure. Honestly, not entirely sure what this is about, Mrs. Stark. The phone call said your company had an offer for me. As he sits down, the now named Hela moves into position at the periphery of his vision. Scott kind of hates that if he's being honest. It was a mind game and reminded him of his time in prison. He'd worked hard to make friends with everyone during his time behind bars just so he didn't have to worry about being shanked by some irate fellow prisoner, but it hadn't always been a cakewalk. Pepper Stark, meanwhile, is like the good cop to Hela's bad cop. Or maybe the good police chief to Hela's bad cop, given their power dynamic. She has a kind smile on her face as she studies him from behind her desk. I'm a big fan of yours, Mr. Lang, what VistaCorp did to its customers was criminal and what you did in turn, that was justice. It might make you happy to know VistaCorp has been too scared to actually claw back the money you refunded or continue overcharging their customers ever since you wound up behind bars. They recognize that they barely got away with it and have since kept their heads down and their noses clean, for the most part. Scott's mouth opens and then closes as he takes a moment to process all of that instead of giving his knee-jerk reaction. Honestly, he didn't really have a high opinion of corporations at this point. He hated VistaCorp and the suits at the top the most, but he'd sort of internalized that all corporations were just as bad as them after everything that had happened to him. So to have Pepper Stark, possibly the most powerful CEO in the world, tell him she was a big fan and that VistaCorp were criminals, well, it led to a bit of cognitive dissonance that Scott had to take the time to work past. Especially with her frankly frightening PA still looming just out of the corner of his eye. In the end, he decides to be bluntly honest with Pepper and see where that takes him. If it gets him thrown out of her office, so be it. Truth be told, no, it doesn't make me happy. Maybe it would have made the Scott all those years ago happy, but the me of today, I just want to be able to see my little girl. To provide for her, and because of past Scott's actions, I can't do either. Far from getting angry at his cynicism and depressing outlook, Pepper maintains her smile and even nods. I understand completely, Mr. Lang, she would, he belatedly realizes. He remembers seeing it in the news a while back. Something about some scheme to kidnap the Starks' daughter and how it all went pear-shaped and everyone involved who was working against the Starks got completely foobarred. Perhaps this will help. Suddenly, Pepper slides a tablet across the desk to him. Scott hesitates for a moment before picking it up and beginning to peruse its contents. It's multiple things, he quickly realizes. Slowly, Scott sits back in his chair, before wincing and glancing up at Pepper. May I? Of course, Mr. Lang, take all the time you need. Right, he would be sure not to push it. Still, this was a lot. First was an employment contract with Stark Industries. A very generous employment contract, he quickly realizes. He's not being hired as some small fry either. The position in particular is as a manager in charge of asset liquidation and reproposement, and if that alone wasn't opaque enough, it looks like he'll be reporting almost straight to the top, to Pepper or people working directly for her. The second thing though, well, that explains the job title a little better, even if it completely boggles his mind at the same time. After the employment contract is some details on what his first job would be as a manager in charge of asset liquidation and reproposement, and Scott finds himself gawking as he looks from the tablet up to the serene smile of one Pepper Stark. I'm not sure I understand. Pepper just inclines her head. I understand, Mr. Lang. It's a lot to take in. Allow me to clarify then for you. Stark Industries acquired VistaCorp and all of its subsidiaries in their entirety last week. While some of its parts are worth incorporating into our own structure, much of it is less than valuable to us, especially with the poor and ultimately detrimental reputation VistaCorp has developed among certain groups of people since your incarceration. Gesturing to the table, the Stark Industries CEO continues with a little shrug. While the general public might not know or otherwise believe your claims about VistaCorp's crimes, those in the tech and security sector know enough to know you were telling the truth. There's a reason SI was able to acquire your previous employer for pennies on the dollar. Then, Pepper lets her smile become a little knowing. I won't lie to you, Mr. Lang, this is as much a PR move as anything else. Having you dismantle VistaCorp, liquidating the vast majority of the company and putting that money back into programs that will help the people most affected by their crimes, will boost Stark Industries' reputation with those exact same groups of people. That all makes sense, Scott supposes as he looks over the documentation. It was hard to believe that the big bad boogeyman in his life had just been gobbled up so easily by an even larger company, but then, it was just like Ki-Gon said, wasn't it? There was always a bigger fish. He just was struggling to wrap his head around the idea that that bigger fish was offering him a helping hand. Because while Pepper Stark could definitely phrase it as a PR move, she was still offering him a chance to basically right the overturned ship that was his life. Not only was the money really fucking good, but working for Stark Industries would put him in a position where his ex-wife simply wouldn't be able to rightfully deny him access to Cassie anymore. If she did, he could afford the lawyers to take her to court and renegotiate custody if need be. It almost felt too good to be true. And yet, this was the wife of the man who literally saved New York from both aliens and a nuke on the same day. And the employment contract was incredibly airtight on both ends, with morality clauses that made Scott's head spin. Yes, if he did anything fucked up, they could terminate him. But also, if they did anything fucked up like VistaCorp and he uncovered it, he could literally quit on the spot and they'd have to pay him out the rest of his contract. It was right there, in writing. He wasn't going to get a better offer than this. He shouldn't have gotten this offer in the first place. It really was too good to be true, but I'm in. Where do I sign? For Cassie, he was willing to take the leap of faith. XXX. It's a little while later that all of the paperwork is taken care of and Pepper watches a happy Scott Lang walk out of her office with his head held high and a new lease on life. When Tony had told her about the man, both his circumstances before now as well as the visions of his future that would never come to pass thanks to them, she had decided something had to be done. And Tony had in turn been in full support of her plans. Someone else on the other hand. HMPH. Looking over at Gila, Pepper can't help but be amused. The depowered goddess of death is glaring at the door to her office that Scott just exited through, her eyes narrowed in thought. Problem, Gila, too weak for you, perhaps. Number, I thought at first that he was nothing but a spineless wimp and wondered what you saw in him. But I realize now he had an inner strength to him. For all that he was no warrior, he has a fighting spirit, doesn't he? Pepper, who hadn't told Gila any of Scott's history before now, lets her smile grow. Indeed he does, though you could have gone without calling me, Her Highness. The general public doesn't exactly know that Tony and I are King and Queen of Midgard. Quite frankly, Pepper herself still wasn't entirely sure about those titles. But as Tony had explained to her, the King of Asgard himself in a magical table had decided Tony was king, and if Tony was king, she was definitely queen. Therefore, well, at least where Asgard and Odin were concerned, there was no escaping it. Gila scoffs as she saunters over closer to the desk. He is not part of the general public anymore though, now is he? He is one of your servants. He should know who he serves. Pepper sighs and shakes her head, deciding the point wasn't worth arguing with the intractable Asgardian, especially since Scott had ultimately shrugged it off without issue. Instead, speaking of which, Tony and I spoke about you and your recent service, and decided that you deserved a reward. It took some wrangling to make this happen, but Pepper waves a hand airily and a nearby door opens up. Hila turns and watches in confusion, as a small black wolf pup toddles out into the room, sniffing curiously and looking about with tiny glowing green eyes. Then, when it lays eyes on Hila herself, it makes a cute little yipping noise and all but bounds over to her. Hila just stares in confusion for a moment, before her eyes widen in recognition and she collapses to her knees at the side of the desk. What is this? Pepper smirks, leaning back in her chair. As I said, a reward for your services. You killed someone for us, Hila. A man who had masterminded a plot against our daughter Morgan. Indeed, as much as Fisk might have tried to distance himself from his compatriots in the hand at the end, the fact was, none of it would have been set in motion without him. That was why, even if he was already in Rikers, he'd most definitely needed to die. But what do you get in exiled, depowered goddess of death? Her powers back? No, neither Tony nor Pepper thought that Hila was in any way ready for that sort of responsibility again. While Pepper liked to think Hila was making great strides during her time on Earth, she wouldn't trust Odin's executioner with the sort of power she used to wield. Not by a long shot. So then what? Well, this is a simulacrum then. A copy of my old loyal mount. As Hila runs her hands through the green-eyed wolf pup's pitch black fur, Pepper smiles and shakes her head. Ah, no, that's really him. Why do you think he recognized you? Hella's head shoots up, her own eyes wide with disbelief as she looks at Pepper. It's a testament to how far they've come that she doesn't call Pepper a liar. She believes her after a moment, but still has to ask the obvious. How? Pepper hums before answering. She and Tony hadn't been sure about letting Hila know this part, but to be fair, the goddess of death probably already did know, having faced Tony's secret weapon in the battle that let Odin seal her powers in the first place. My husband holds the ether, an ancient weapon crafted by Malekith himself, ruler of the Dark Elves. Hella's eyes narrow as Pepper explains further. The ether, though most don't know it, was crafted out of an infinity stone, specifically reality. And ever since Tony became the ether's wielder, he's been working on learning to utilize its powers. At full strength under the right conditions, Malekith believed he could use the ether to literally snuff out all light in the universe, plunging it into eternal darkness. In comparison, well, Tony just had to get your father to tell him where he laid Fenris to rest. From there, he brought your mount back, albeit at a much regressed age. I won't lie, that was in part purposeful, but also apparently necessary according to my husband. Pepper looks down at the admittedly adorable wolf pup, who would in turn grow up to apparently be about 10 times the size of a person if left unchecked. Then, she looks back to Hila. So yes, that is the real Fenris. His mind has probably regressed back to a pup as well, but he seems to still recognize his old mistress all the same, doesn't he? For a long moment, Hila falls quiet as she runs her hands through Fenris' fur, almost like she still can't quite believe he's real. Watching the imposing, intense goddess of death cuddling with her loyal wolf for a bit is honestly just too cute, and Pepper makes sure to send the recordings of the moment to Tony for him to enjoy as well. Finally though, Hila straightens up and with a snap of her fingers, sends Fenris off to the side where the pup obediently curls up against the wall and rests his cute little head on his cute little paws. His mistress, meanwhile, moves to stand in front of Pepper's desk, gazing down at her as Pepper remains seated. Loki warned me, you know. When I said your husband was clearly out to seduce me and get into my pants like he did hers, the Silverdung herself told me that it was you I should truly look out for. That you would try to seduce me, given half the chance. Pepper frowns a bit at that. She'd barely even tried to seduce Hila, actually. All she'd done was treat the Asgardian with basic human decency. If she was really trying to seduce Hila, then the other woman would have known it long before now. However, before Pepper can say as much, Hila suddenly leans forward, placing her hands palm down on the desk and spreading them wide. It is working. Oh, well, on the one hand, that was just sad. On the other hand, you know that joining Tony and I in our bed will not get your powers back any faster, yes. This and that are two different things. Hila scoffs. Of course, I would not debase myself to anyone to regain what is my birthright. Well, so long as everyone was consenting adults going in with their eyes wide open, Pepper grins wickedly. You probably don't know this yet, but Tony used to go by another title, before he was King of Midgard, before all of this really. A title that was given to him by others, but a title he lived up to all the same. Hila frowns, visibly intrigued now. Oh, and what was this title? Ha, Tony was going to spank her silly for this but, well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Pepper tells Hila and watches as the goddess of death's eyes light up with exactly as much interest as she'd expected the other woman to have. From there, it's not exactly hard to get things going. XXX. Plug. If you're interested in reading more ASAP, you can sign up over on right now to read 15 chapters ahead. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. Muahaha, I said in the opening author's note that nothing else would happen in this chapter, but I lied. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C107. Hella's Turn. Chapter 107. Hella's Turn. Hella's Turn. XXX. Well, oh Merchant of Death. How do you find me? Tony resists the urge to sigh as he steps into the bedroom where Hila and Pepper are waiting for him. No surprises this time at least. Pepper had told him everything, including what she'd told Hila to tip her over the edge. Of course it would be that dumbass title. Even 2 timelines and years later, he could never truly escape his past, now could he? Still, there was no denying it. The goddess of death stands before him dressed down to nothing but scanty lingerie. Beautifully done up black and green lace adorns her pale body, hugging her curves perfectly and accentuating her best assets in a way that no normal fashion on earth could have. Hila doesn't know it, but after she'd asked Pepper to make her courting attire to her exact specifications, his wife had simply gone ahead and used technopathy and nanites to perfectly create what the Asgardian princess desired. And she'd done so perfectly, because there was simply no denying it. Hila looked hella fine. Pepper visibly winces as Tony deliberately broadcasts that absolutely atrocious pun in his wife's direction. His beloved wife deserves nothing less for daring to throw the old Merchant of Death title at Hila just to get the goddess panties wet. As Pepper wordlessly ducks her head, visibly chagrined just out of Hella's field of view, Tony doesn't let any of their silent byplay show on his face. Nor does he actually use that stupid line on Hila. Instead, smiling wolfishly, he rakes his eyes up and down Hella's pale figure as he walks closer, letting out a low sigh. I find you to be underdressed for anything aside from carnal activities, oh goddess of death. But if intimacy is what you were aiming for, you've chosen quite well. Hela smirks, holding her head high and her chin jutting out in pleasure at the praise. You should have expected nothing less, Stark King. You have worked hard to seduce me to your bedchambers since I arrived on your world, and I must confess, despite warnings, I have found my resolve tested and ultimately found wanting in the face of yours and your queen's persistence. Right, hey, what a mess. Despite what he'd told Hank Pym, neither Tony nor Pepper had actually gone into any of this trying to seduce Hela. What he'd said to Pym had mostly just been to try to distract the man and get him off of their backs. But in reality, even Pepper had not actually been aiming to pull Hela into their bed. Not the same as previous conquests in the past like Peggy or Sif anyways. But apparently somewhere along the way, Hela had found them worthy lovers anyways. Apparently, letting her watch Pepper be the kick-ass CEO that she was, letting her murder Wilson Fisk, and also giving her back her dog, well, that supposedly passed as courting or seduction as far as Hela was concerned. Of course, Tony couldn't just come out and say, we weren't trying to seduce you. That wouldn't have gone over any better than if Pepper had tried to do so. Not that the woman would, the damn minx. Pepper's eyes dart up from her chagrined and apologetic position and she gives him a coy grin, as if to say, damn right I wouldn't. Resisting the urge to roll his own eyes, Tony keeps his gaze fixed on Hela as he strides further into the room until he's mere feet away from her. With Pepper behind and to her side, the two of them almost have her boxed in a way. But while he was now in position to reach out and touch Hela if he truly wanted to, he refrained for the moment. Just so we're on the same page, you don't get your powers and godhood back any faster by hopping into bed with us. It doesn't work like that. Hela's smirk drops into a frown but she nods, nonetheless. I am aware, your queen has already informed me as much. I am not so weak a creature that I would offer up my body for power. I offer pleasure for pleasure, no more, no less. Tony hums, and sends a mental signal to Pepper that Hela can't pick up. As such, the depowered goddess of death is surprised when Pepper suddenly wraps her arms around Hela from behind, wandering hands moving up and down her lingerie-clad body. The Asgardian had been so focused on Tony that she'd completely forgotten to keep an eye on her flank. As Hela holds back her moans, Pepper nibbles at her earlobe and coos into her ear. Pleasure for pleasure it is then. But what will you do when we give you far more pleasure than you can possibly give us, Hela? Tony chuckles at the affronted look that spreads across Hela's severe yet gorgeous features. TCH, you get ahead of yourself, Stark Queen. Do you really think you can Pepper's fingers slip under Hela's corset, find her nipples, and pinch, cutting the goddess of death off mid-word. Rolling Hela's pebbled teats between her fingers, Pepper rests her chin on the other woman's shoulder and gives him an inviting smile. Hela, meanwhile, for all that it's Pepper who's done everything so far, is staring at him with a burning intensity. One might even call the look in Hela's eyes inviting, as well, in the same way that one might be invited to their last meal. But that's probably being a bit too dramatic. It's obvious that Hela is fully on board with this. It wouldn't be happening without her say-so. And ultimately, Tony wasn't about to pass up the opportunity any more than Pepper was. Not just because it would piss Hela off, but also because she was, quite frankly, a fine piece of ass. Of course, Hela isn't content with being contradictory on only two fronts. Even as her eyes are threatening and her body is begging him to fuck her, she opens her mouth and scoffs at him challengingly. If our roles were reversed, I would already have you on your back, Stark. What are you waiting for? Tony supposed he shouldn't be all that surprised. She was the epitome of antisocial and fucked in the head. Not only had she been raised as a princess warrior and her father's executioner, but then she'd spent over 1,000 years alone with her own thoughts. She was positively feral, and there was no denying that fact. Huffing in amusement, Tony shakes his head. Is that how you want to be taken? On your back? That gets a spark of confusion going in Hela's eyes as she narrows them. What does it matter when your Stark Queen has already guaranteed you will both overwhelm me and have your way with me anyways? That wasn't what Pepper had said. Tony resists the urge to sigh, even as he exchanges a look with his wife. Then, stepping forward, he reaches down and grabs Hela by the hips, before kissing her on the lips. Her eyes widened at the sudden contact. Was she not expecting him to kiss her? Maybe not. Maybe she thought he would just throw her down and fuck her. Or perhaps she expected him or Pepper to push her to her knees and force her to suck his cock. Tony doesn't do any of that. Instead, as Pepper continues to play with Hela's breasts from behind, Tony holds her in place and simply, almost tenderly kisses her. He makes out with the goddess of death in what can only be called a charm offensive. Aka, love bombing. As anticipated, Hela is very weak-did. She jerks away in just a couple of minutes, forcing their lips to disengage. But by that point she's already flustered and panting, her lips slightly swollen from their kissing. What do you think you're doing, Stark? Amused, Tony raises an eyebrow in response. Having my way with you, Hela. Or was that not what you offered? Pleasure for pleasure, right? The Asgardian princess scowls and then suddenly reaches down to his crotch, trying to pull out his cock. Tony smirks, letting her fondle with his crotch for a moment before taking pity on her and pulling back the nanites that make up his clothing these days, letting his growing member fall into her hands. She immediately begins stroking him off quite aggressively, and if it wasn't for the difference in their physical strength, her actions might have actually injured him. As is, given what he is and given her depowered state, the friction is entirely pleasurable without an ounce of discomfort. Whether Hela knows that or not is up in the air. But in the end, it doesn't matter. After a few seconds, she begins pushing back out of Pepper's arms and tugging him towards the bed. Tony lets her do so, smiling as she goes. He's a little surprised by the position she ultimately chooses. He would have expected her to demand he lay back so she could ride him, or otherwise just lay back herself. But instead, the goddess of death gets up on the bed on her hands and knees, looking back over her shoulder at him as she spreads her kneeling legs apart and tucks her green and black panties to the side, all but guiding him to her entrance. Fuck me, Stark. No more playing games. That's why she'd chosen doggy style, likely without even knowing the Midgardian name for the position. Because he'd caught her off balance with the makeout session and now she wanted to get back to what she knew best, rough, brutal, and relentless. Well, Tony would give her that, he supposed. Grabbing her by the hips, he forces her to stay still, something that Hela doesn't fail to notice. It's one thing for her to know how much stronger he is than her, but another entirely to feel it as his cockhead presses against her from behind. Still keeping her in position, Tony slides his way into Hela's depths slowly at first, taking his time and enjoying her moist, wet cunt. She's not sobbing or gushing or anything like that, but she's definitely aroused from all of the foreplay they've done so far. It seemed, whether she was willing to admit it or not, that someone had in fact enjoyed the kissing after all. Of course, Pepper wasn't about to be left out, and whether Gila intended it or not, the goddess of death has positioned herself perfectly for Tony's, Queen, to slip into place. Smirking wickedly, Pepper slides onto the bed right in front of Hela's face, spreading her legs wide and leaving Gila staring directly at her own dripping pussy lips. A hand from the redhead comes down and gathers Hela's hair up almost tenderly into a makeshift ponytail, before firming up and harshly driving her down into the cunt before her. Not that Gila complains. While a muffled noise does escape Hela's lips, she makes no effort to resist, instead beginning to immediately lick and lap at Pepper's cunt in what might have been called submission, if not for just how aggressive Gila was with all of it. This situation had shades of Lady Sif to it. All those years ago, after the Asgardian warrior's first defeat. But only superficially. Sif had been annoyed she lost to him, but she'd also accepted the defeat and acted accordingly. Gila, however, understands that she's operating from a position of weakness, and completely refuses to accept it. Put bluntly, she attacks the threesome with a single-minded ferocity that is wholly the goddess of death in every way. She sticks her tongue deep in Pepper's pussy, while pushing her hips recklessly back into Tony's thrusting hips. He has to be careful to regulate his strength, even as he gives Gila the rough pounding she desires, and the most he knows she can handle. Otherwise, she might literally hurt herself thrashing about as she is, trying her best to match them even though she and they all know she can't. Not as she is now. But the Asgardian princess isn't the kind to back down, even in the face of certain defeat. She's not one to give in, unless she's forced to. In the end, that's what the night becomes. Showing Gila, former goddess of death and exiled princess of Asgard, precisely where her limits are. They give Gila exactly what she asked for, of course. Pleasure for pleasure, no strings attached, no expectations outside of the bedroom. Tony fucks Gila in half a dozen positions, while Pepper spends just as much time having the Asgardian woman eat her out as she eats out Gila in turn, or even just kissing her and swapping Tony's cum between their mouths. Gila revels in all of it, at first, but eventually she starts to tire. They slow down, but she demands they keep going, that they don't let up for even a second. So they continue, and she in turn flags more and more. Until ultimately, there's no helping it, she passes out on them just like that. They end the night with an unconscious goddess of death nestled somewhat cutely between their bodies. Covered in sweat and a fair bit of other sexual fluids that Tony has his nanites clean off of her so they don't have to wake her for a shower, Gila looks almost peaceful laid out between him and Pepper. Sighing, Pepper brushes a bit of hair out of Hela's face and shakes her head. She's adorable like this, Tony snorts. Like what? Unconscious. Huffing, Pepper rolls her eyes. But still, she's not wrong. Reaching over Hela's body, their hands meet, their fingers entwining as they both lay there. They're enjoying each other's presence as much as they're enjoying the rare display of vulnerability from the unconscious goddess of death. 2015 has been a slow year in a lot of ways. But Tony hasn't sat idle. He's used this past year to build up some more, to prepare for what is to come. After all, 2016 is where everything changes one way or another. Thanos hasn't made a move yet as far as Tony knows. He's got eyes on all of the stones at the moment, as well as the smiths who Thanos needed to make the gauntlet for him. By this time in the original timeline, he'd already gone to Nidavellir and forced the creation of the Infinity Gauntlet. Then, he'd spent the next 3 years spinning down the exact locations of each of the Infinity Stones before doing a blitzkrieg that none of them had been in any way prepared for. This time around, he hadn't been able to get his gauntlet when he likely wanted it. Nidavellir was far better defended, and that would probably make Thanos angry. Might even cause him to make a mistake that Tony could capitalize on, revealing himself so that Tony could strike at him. If not, well, Tony would just wait for Strange to come online. Once Drive, Strange was Sorcerer Supreme, he could get in contact with the man and get him to track down Thanos instead. That too was set to take place in 2016. One way or another, a lot of things were set to kick off next year. Thanos would make a move or Drive. Strange would finally get his mojo. Tony would be sure to be ready either way. XXX. Plug. If you're interested in reading more ASAP, you can sign up over on right now to read 15 chapters ahead. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. Just to give you a little teaser. Tomorrow's chapter is an Eric Killmonger POV. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C108. Killmonger. Chapter 108. Killmonger. Killmonger has been waiting for this moment for a long time. XXX. 6 long years, playing nice, getting in good with his kinslaying uncle, doing everything in his power to present the image of a loyal, dedicated, and devoted nephew. At long last, it was paying off. Today was the day that everything he'd gone through would finally be worth it. He had many names. In Wakanda, they knew him as Njidaka. In America where he was born, his legal name was Eric Stevens. But privately, he preferred one name above all others. The name that he'd chosen for himself. The name that he'd won through his own blood, sweat and tears. More than Njidaka, more than Eric Stevens, he was Killmonger. Truthfully, if he'd had things his way, this wouldn't have been how he would have handled all of this. But Killmonger was nothing if not adaptive. In the moment that the war dogs had shown up to drag his ass back to Wakanda, he'd already been changing his plans. Frankly, he'd always assumed he had the veil of anonymity. Sure, Uncle James knew he existed, and so Killmonger assumed that King T'Chaka knew as well, but when the years had gone by and nobody ever came for him, he'd taken that to mean they didn't care about him and were content to forget he ever existed in the first place. That all changed when T'Chaka had him brought to Wakanda. Killmonger wasn't ready, not by a long shot, but his military training and his lust for vengeance wouldn't allow for him to falter or fail. His goals remained unchanged, he just had to be smarter about things. Unfortunately, there'd been roadblocks from the very beginning. His cousins didn't like him and frankly, the feeling was mutual. Prince T'Challa seemed to delight in handing Killmonger his ass in the sparring ring, even though the only reason he won was because of the superhuman abilities granted to him by the heart-shaped herb. Meanwhile, Princess Shuri was too sharp for her own good. He thought maybe in T'Challa's absence, he could become Shuri's favorite, big brother, but no such luck. She saw right through him in a way her parents hadn't, and even to this day, Killmonger hadn't managed to directly pin down where she ran off to when he went looking for her. No matter though, they were a pair of spoiled brats through and through, and Killmonger had quickly realized he didn't need them. At least, he didn't need them to love or even like him. What he needed, besides the approval of the king so he could continue working under the fratricidal monarch's nose, was to reach out to the little people. To find the downtrodden, dispossessed, and angry within Wakanda's power structure and turn them to his cause. He'd had so much damn time to do so it wasn't even funny. Playing the long con had chafed a little bit, but he'd realized early on that this wasn't the kind of thing to be rushed. And look at all that his patience had gotten him. Here he strode, clad in the armor of the Black Panther. Well, rather, Black Panther, so long as his cousin still lived. Still, power flowed through Killmonger's veins and the sparring he and T'Challa had done before the prince had once again left the country had been far more even than ever before. In fact, Killmonger knew for a fact that he could have killed T'Challa if he wanted to. But it wouldn't have served his purposes. It would have revealed his hand too early. After all, T'Challa wasn't king. He was an obstacle, but one that could easily be pushed out of the way. That was why they were making their move now. Striding down the hallway towards the Wakandan throne room, his most ardent supporters flanking him on either side, Killmonger allows a savage grin to spread across his face. All of the pieces were in place. 6 long years of hard work were finally coming to fruition. T'Challa was off on a mission halfway across the world and Killmonger knew that because the war dogs that the Black Panther of the world was working with had been subverted years ago by Killmonger and his allies. The order for them to try to kill the prince at their earliest opportunity had already been sent out. Not that he expected them to succeed. In fact, he hoped they didn't. By the time T'Challa made it back to Wakanda, it would already be under Killmonger's control. And he really wanted to see the look on T'Challa's face when he realized how badly he'd been played. Not to mention seeing the light leave the bastard's eyes as he killed him with his own 2 hands. Meanwhile, Queen Ramonda and Princess Shuri were also accounted for on this fine day. It had taken quite a lot of effort to get close to the queen. Convincing the king that he was a good, positive influence on the Wakandan royal family had been child's play. T'Chaka was an old man filled with regrets. He wanted to be absolved of his sins in his final years of life. That was why he'd had Killmonger brought to Wakanda in the first place. But the queen was a little more difficult, mostly because she was more empathetic to her children's gut reactions to him. However, whoever said time healed all wounds was an idiot. As a matter of fact, time only let you make an infected wound fester all the worse. Putting a wedge between the princess and her father had been the start, followed by surreptitiously forcing the queen to side with her husband more and more over her own daughter. Eventually, Shuri had stopped talking to the queen, which had of course broken Ramonda's heart, and so Killmonger had stepped in to pick up the pieces, worming his way into the Wakanda woman's heart and ultimately turning her into the tool he needed to finally pin Shuri down. See, Killmonger wasn't an idiot. With T'Challa out of the country and all of his forces ready to launch a coup, the only true threat to his plans was the damn princess. That had been something else he'd done over the years, steadily lowering her reputation as a genius and a brilliant scientist in the eyes of her people, and ultimately supplanting that reputation with one of a flighty, spoiled princess who was always acting out, rebelling, and disobeying. There were just 2 problems with that. First, even if Killmonger had successfully managed to tarnish Princess Shuri's reputation in the eyes of the Wakandans and even her own parents, he still knew she was a genius. And 2 and far more concerning was the fact that she'd basically helped him along the way. Oh, they despised each other, so it wasn't like they'd worked together, but rather, Shuri had been doing her best to dumb herself down and damage her own reputation at the same time that he'd been trying to ruin her image. His preferences would have been to either get her working for him in a laboratory, putting that brilliant mind to work willingly inventing shit for his purposes, or to lock her down and make sure she never got near another lab again, forced to be the perfect demure little princess. If he couldn't have that brain of hers working for him, he would rather lobotomize the bitch. Unfortunately, neither of those things had happened. Instead, Shuri spent much of her time off of not only his and his allies' radar, but also out of sight and out of mind for her own damn parents. Killmonger knew that she was up to no good, wherever the fuck she ran off to. And he knew he couldn't just leave her in the wind, especially on a day like this. That was why he'd helpfully suggested to the queen that she needed to put her foot down and make Shuri attend her today. Force the princess to spend some time with her mother, to rekindle the relationship that had obviously been atrophying due to all of the time Shuri spent holed up who knows where. Having received word that the princess and queen were having tea in another part of the palace under the watchful eyes of the Wakandan royal guard, Killmonger hadn't hesitated to pull the trigger. Some people got it confused. They thought that the Dora Milaje were also the royal guard, but in actuality, they were the personal bodyguards of the Black Panther, sworn to serve him. While there were a few who remained in Wakanda, the majority were out in the world doing T'Challa's bidding while he was still crown prince. It was partially why Killmonger knew that the subverted war dogs with T'Challa likely wouldn't succeed in assassinating him. And also why he knew this coup was going to go off without a hitch. Because at the end of the day, the royal guard, the border tribe, and the river tribe had all sided with Killmonger in his bid for the throne. The mining and merchant tribes would fall in line once the dust settled. By the time T'Challa made it back home, he would face a united Wakanda, united against him and eager to see Killmonger do what he did best. Arriving at the doors to the throne room, Killmonger schools his expression, pulling the smile off of his face and glancing at W'Kabi. The head of security for Wakanda's border tribe gives him a single resolute nod. He and the others at their back are with him. The royal guards open the doors to the throne room, interrupting the council meeting taking place within. As all eyes move to him, Killmonger walks in with a confident stride, clad in his own personalized armor. Where T'Challa preferred black and silver, he had black and gold, something that he knew further ingratiated him to King T'Chaka as it made the aging man think of the Golden Tribe that they were all supposedly members of. Of course, right now King T'Chaka is looking on in confusion, seated at the head of the room as Killmonger moves forward. Njidaka, what is the meaning of this interruption? Projecting nothing but solemnity on his face, Killmonger shakes his head. Sorry uncle, but this couldn't wait. I've uncovered a threat to Wakanda's sovereignty. As expected, that gets the king's attention. Hell, it gets the attention of everyone in the room. Of course, those on his side already know where he's going with this. But for his uncle and those who aren't in the know, Killmonger's heavy declaration hits like a load of bricks. T'Chaka rises from his throne, stepping forward with wide eyes. What? Who dares to threaten us? Is it Stark? Has he finally made a move? Killmonger shakes his head, even as he continues to walk forward and T'Chaka walks right towards him, putting himself in striking distance. It's not Stark, uncle. The threat to Wakanda is you. Shunk. The claws of his Black Panther habit drive deep into King T'Chaka's unprotected chest. A trained killer, Killmonger knows exactly how to make it work, pushing all 10 vibranium points in knees and deep before giving his hands a twist with his enhanced strength. T'Chaka's eyes widen as he chokes, the wounds undeniably fatal, but not immediately. Killmonger wants him to suffer first. Clinging to his suit, the dying Wakandan king stares, uncomprehending. Njidaka, why? All around the room, similar violence is playing out now that Killmonger has made his move. The handful of Dora Milaje in the throne room are cut down before they can even react by the overwhelming number of royal guards. The council members, including those who haven't come to his side quite yet, are left unharmed, a captive audience to what's happening right before their eyes. Why, I'm doing exactly what you charged me to do, uncle. I'm protecting Wakanda from all threats, including those who would harm us and hold us back. Like you, that's what he says loudly and clearly for all to hear. It's a platform that he subverted more than half of Wakanda on after all. A platform for actually doing something about the threat posed by Tony Stark. A platform of actually going out there and doing something for their brothers and sisters who all these centuries later are still suffering under the yoke of the white man. Of course, once he's parroted the party line, Killmonger does lean in closer, to whisper the last words his uncle will hear to him directly. This is for my father, uncle, and for all the people he could have helped if you hadn't killed him all those years ago, you bastard. With that said, Killmonger pulls his claws out of T'Chaka's chest, letting the dead man drop to the floor in a slump as he flicks the viscera-laden vibranium points off onto his back. The king is dead, long live the king. Stepping over his uncle's corpse, Killmonger moves to the vacant throne, turns around, and sits down on it. Then he sweeps his gaze across the room, smiling at the pleased looks on the faces of his allies and the horrified looks on the faces of his enemies. He opens his mouth to begin the process of turning those enemies into either allies in their own right, or more corpses, but then notices W'Kabi bring his Gamoyo beads up to his face, a scowl soon spreading across his features. Snapping his fingers, Killmonger brings the border tribe man's attention to him. What is it? W'Kabi, still frowning, looks torn for a moment, but when he finally speaks, it's understandable why. The royal guards in charge of securing the princess and queen failed. General Okoye was with them, and the attempt to take them into custody fell apart. Ah, now he understands. Okoye and W'Kabi were married. Killmonger had found it interesting that W'Kabi hadn't made sparing Okoye's life a priority when they'd been plotting and scheming all of this. It was clear he held some love for the woman, but also clear he seemed to know she would never forgive him for his betrayal. His hesitation was understandable, but there was simply no going back now. Something W'Kabi clearly understands based on his next words. Okoye does not know my true allegiance as your majesty. She has told me to try and get to the king and failing that, to gather as many men as I can and bring them to reinforce her and the princess and queen, in the princess's secret laboratory. Killmonger's eyes widen and he abruptly stands from the throne. You have the location. W'Kabi nods sharply, bringing a proper toothy grin to Killmonger's face. For a moment there he'd been quite irate. All of his plans, foiled by a trio of damn women. The tribe leaders who he hadn't subverted yet even dared to look hopeful for a moment after hearing that their queen and princess were still free of his grasp. Let them hope. This was better than simply securing Ramonda and Shuri. Now, not only could he secure the queen and princess and hold the queen's life over Shuri's head until she made him all sorts of lovely toys to play with, but he could also ransack the princess's hidden laboratory for every single goodie she'd made before now. Take me there, immediately. You lot, keep the council members comfortable here in the throne room. Receiving salutes as his orders are carried out, Killmonger soon finds himself striding back down the hallway again, much sooner than he expected to be. But this was fine. He wasn't much for sitting his ass down on a fancy chair for hours anyways. No, that wasn't the kind of king he would be. He was the kind of king who led from the front, always. XXX. Plug. If you're interested in reading more ASAP, you can sign up over on right now to read 15 chapters ahead. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. Yes, running headfirst into a mad scientist's underground lair. This will go spectacularly. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-109, Javiz. Chapter 109, Javiz. The coup continues from Jarvis, Pav. XXX. Jarvis watches as Eric Killmonger starts his coup. He watches through a million eyes as things begin to play out both in Wakanda itself, and elsewhere in the world with the war dogs tasked with assassinating Prince T'Challa. He's ready to act when the Wakandan royal guards make their move on Shuri and her mother. But in the end, it proves unnecessary. The Dora Milaje general is stabbed in the gut, but Shuri herself remains unharmed, as does the Wakandan queen. Together, the two royals drag a limping Okoye through the palace to Shuri's hidden laboratory. Jarvis continues to watch on as Killmonger murders his uncle, taking his revenge on King T'Chaka. Truth be told, the AI feels no guilt over letting the aging man's death happen. T'Chaka's demise was a fall of his own making. It was 6 years ago that Tony Stark had delivered Ulysses Cloud to the Wakandans. 6 years since he'd given them their biggest criminal on a silver platter, along with a warning about Killmonger. T'Chaka, more than anyone, knew what reason his nephew had to want him dead. But he'd stuck his head in the sand and ignored the threat until it had finally come back to bite him in the ass. As Jarvis had told his creator months ago, he would not save the Wakandan king from himself. Truthfully, Jarvis had no intention of saving Wakanda at all. However, he also had no intention of letting Shuri die. That's why he's keeping a closer eye on her than anyone else. He watches as she grabs a device that's shaped somewhat like an arc reactor off of one of her desks and hands it to Okoye. The Dora Milaje looks confused, even as Shuri's mother is looking around the secret laboratory, baffled. Press it hard to your wound. Taking hold of the device, the general hesitates for only a moment before doing as she's told. A gasp leaves Okoye's lips as the device goes to work, prompting the queen to look at her sharply and step over to her. General, are you all right? Shuri, what is that device? Before Shuri can respond, Okoye answers. I am fine, my queen. This is miraculous. The pain has practically vanished. But Shuri shakes her head, quickly correcting the Dora Milaje's misconception. It hasn't healed you, Okoye. It's stabilization, nothing more. You still need to see a doctor, but for the time being, that will keep you alive. With that said, Shuri quickly moves away from the queen and general to another of her benches. Jarvis watches as she fiddles with another of her inventions, well, their inventions. This entire laboratory would not have been possible without his assistance. In the guise of Javiz, he had helped Shuri create this place and he had worked on dozens of inventions with her, helping her with her designs. He watches on as the queen orders the general to reach out to her husband and tell them where they are so they might have reinforcements. And he watches on as Okoye's husband, a man named W'Kabi, gives them up to Killmonger with barely a second of hesitation. As Eric begins making his way through the palace towards Shuri's location, the princess finally speaks to him, her voice soft and quiet, clearly intended for only Jarvis to pick up. Javiz, are you there? I am here, princess. It's him, isn't it? It's Eric. He's making his move and he's managed to convince some traitors to turn on us and side with him, hasn't he? She spits her cousin's American name with anticipated vitriol and venom. Glaring at nothing and everything, Shuri grits her teeth, even as Jarvis pings her in the affirmative. He expects her to ask him for help. He's even ready to give it to her. As he told his creator months ago, he would not let harm come to Shuri. The Wakandan princess had become a friend, a protege, almost. But rather than ask him for his assistance, Shuri just nods, letting out an explosive breath as she fiddles with her work and then slides the necklace over her head. Keep my mother safe, all right. I need to go and stop my cousin. Unfortunately for Shuri, her mother had begun approaching her from behind during that last bit. What, Shuri, what are you talking about? Whipping around, eyes widening as she's caught red-handed, Shuri looks like a deer in headlights for a moment, before rapidly finding her confidence and clenching her jaws she curls her hands into fists at her sides. This is Eric, mother. He's turned the royal guard against us. Father is probably already dead. Queen Ramonda rears back as if slapped at that. Then, she rallies quickly, perhaps too quickly. It would have been better for all parties involved if she'd shut down for a while there, Jarvis will later come to believe. That's not, even if that's true, you cannot go out there and expect to fight him. Nijadaka is a Black Panther. He has imbibed the heart-shaped herb. Even with those trinkets you used before, you can't possibly hope to beat them. Ah, even Jarvis, an artificial intelligence who has never been human or a parent, could have told the queen that that wasn't the right thing to say to her daughter. Shuri bristles at her mother's words, gnashing her teeth. Those trinkets are my vibranium gauntlets, mother. They're nanotech I designed to fit in bracelets hidden under my kimoyo beads, so I could have a method of self-defense at any time. If I hadn't had them, Okoye would be dead and we would be Killmonger's prisoners. Queen Ramonda opens her mouth to respond. Be that as it may. Unfortunately, Jarvis is forced to interrupt her. He hadn't wanted to reveal himself to the Wakandan queen if it wasn't going to prove necessary, but he also didn't want Shuri to wind up blindsided. Shuri, you will not have the time to go to your cousin. He is already almost here. Everyone in the room goes wide-eyed at that. Shuri at the shock of hearing that Killmonger is almost upon them, and Ramonda and Okoye at hearing another voice fill the space. Who is that? Show yourself. But Jarvis doesn't get the chance to answer, because there's a sudden banging on the hidden entrance to the laboratory. And that banging rapidly escalates into an explosion as Eric doesn't bother waiting for someone to answer. Shuri has to yank her mother out of the way in time as the slab of door goes flying across the length of the lab and hits the far wall. Then, the Black Panther steps into the room, his claws still red with the blood of Shuri's father. Bereft of his mask, Eric Stevens grins as he looks around the laboratory, barely paying any attention to the women in the room. I knew you'd been holding out on me, Koos. All this time, all these years playing dumb, making people underestimate you. But I always knew you were too smart for your own good. Behind Killmonger, his allies filter into the room. Okoye looks particularly pained at the sight of Wakabi standing next to Eric, while at the same time Wakandan royal guards move to flank her and the female members of the Golden Tribe. Grin widening, Eric spreads his arms apart, showing off his bloody vibranium claws. Surrender and you won't be harmed. So long as you work for me, you and your mama can live. Aren't I a generous king? That, combined with the evidence of her husband's death, is too much for Queen Ramonda. Shaking with grief and fury, the Wakandan woman snarls as she pulls herself from her daughter's hands. You are no king. T'Challa's claim to the throne will always supersede yours. Eric's grin grows even more. Sure, unless he's dead too. Then, I'm next in line, aren't I? Ramonda's eyes widen in horror. Jarvis almost steps in to point out that T'Challa is not actually dead. In fact, he successfully fought off his assassins and is currently en route to Wakanda with the lion's share of the Dora Milaje. Killmonger's time frame for securing the country before his cousin returned to dispute his rule is rapidly closing. But Jarvis doesn't speak. Instead, he waits. He expected Shuri to call for his aid now, but even here she doesn't do so. Instead, without missing a beat, Shuri activates the Panther habit she's been painstakingly designing and crafting in secret for years now. Unlike the Black Panther armor that Eric is wearing, Shuri's is purely nanotechnology. Based in the necklace she'd looped over her head just a couple of minutes ago, the vibranium nanites filter out and cover her body in mere moments, causing Eric's allies as well as Ramonda and Okoye to all take a step back in shock. Only Eric himself remains where he is, his eyes narrowing as he assesses the change in situation. Shuri, meanwhile, also deploys her vibranium gauntlets, the weapons that she'd used to mulch the skeletons of the Wakandan royal guards who'd stabbed Okoye and tried to capture her and her mother. Even if my father is dead, even if my brother is dead, I will never let you rule Wakanda. Not while I still draw breath. There's a calculating glint in his eyes for a moment, before a savage grin spreads across Killmonger's face. Without hesitation, he pulls his Black Panther mask over his head and holds out a hand. One of the royal guards throws a vibranium spear into his outstretched palm, and suddenly the two members of the Golden Tribe are circling one another in the center of the laboratory. Full of surprises, little Koos. But you are going to bow down to your new king. One way or another. Then, without hesitation, Killmonger throws himself forward. Shuri activates the vibranium gauntlets, trying to hit him and throw him back with the sonic shockwaves that they emit, but Eric is too fast for her, diving under the streams of energy and coming up with a spin kick that sweeps Shuri's legs out from under her. The vibranium spear comes down on Shuri's body but can't quite punch through, and Eric is forced to dart back as Shuri shoots off another sonic attack at him at near point-blank range. But that opening salvo, that proves to ultimately be a sign of the battle to come. Shuri's technology is nothing to scoff at, and Jarvis isn't just saying that because he helped her design most of it. Her weapons and her armor are state-of-the-art, the sort of thing that Wakanda itself would have had access to, if her father hadn't ostracized her in favor of trying to build a relationship that was never going to succeed with her cousin. There's just one issue with all of that. For all that Shuri's Panther habit is vastly superior to Eric's, Shuri herself is not. She's wearing the armor, and she's wielding vibranium weapons, but only one of them is an actual Black Panther. Only one of them has imbibed the heart-shaped herb and become superhuman. And on top of that, Eric is a trained killer and Shuri literally hadn't ever taken a life before today. The fighting is, decidedly one-sided. Even with Shuri's trump card, the nanotech Panther habit's secret weapon, it's not enough. The first time she builds enough of a kinetic charge to blast Eric back there's definitely a tension that fills the air, but then Killmonger just gets up, no worse for wear, and laughs. From there, he simply avoids imparting too much kinetic energy, which means he ultimately goes for grapples over strikes and blows. Shuri finds herself on her back, Eric's claws ripping the vibranium gauntlets off of her arms and then pulling the bracelets that could reconstitute them away as well. Then, he wraps his hands around her neck and begins to squeeze with all of his superhuman might. Shuri scrabbles against Eric's hands, trying to fight him off, but even if his suit isn't made of nanites, it's still vibranium and he's still an enhanced being. She can't push him away, and both Ramonda and Okoye are being held back at this point by royal guards. Neither can assist her. Jarvis can, of course. Under normal circumstances, he would. He intended to, after all. But now, the situation has changed. It would be one thing to have spirited Shuri, her mother, and Okoye away from Wakanda for a time. It was another entirely to reveal himself to everyone now in this room. Could he really? Help. Eric laughs as Shuri rasps out from around his hands. Ain't nobody to help you here, Koos. Submit or I'll snap your pretty little neck. Don't think I won't, but Eric is wrong, and Shuri knows it. Help. Jarvis, help. In the end, that makes this decision very easy indeed, doesn't it? The next second, things become very hectic as a portal opens over Eric and Shuri and Friday comes crashing their feet first into the small of Eric's back. Even with a super soldier's constitution and a vibranium suit of armor, having a vibranium synthezoid pile drive themselves into your back will do some damage. As a scream of pain erupts from Eric's mouth, his grip on his cousin loosens and Shuri is able to escape out from under him. At the same time, the walls of the hidden laboratory open up and the restrictive flanking circle that Killmonger's allies have made around the room becomes their downfall as each and every one is sucked up by nanites before they even have the chance to scream. The only one Jarvis leaves untouched is Wakabi, mostly because Okoye reacts to the sudden turn of fortune by grabbing up her fallen weapon and holding her husband at spear point before he can even react. As for Eric himself, Friday doesn't pull her punches. Even as the Black Panther is spinning around to take in his new attacker, only to be surprised by her inhuman red and silver appearance, Friday just smiles, and proceeds to slam her forehead into his chin with enough force to send him further reeling. Then, she phases her hands into his chest, and pulls. There's a squelching noise as Friday rips out Eric Stevens' heart, the organ still beating for a moment as she and it go tangible again once she's dragged it from his body. The murderous Black Panther falters at the sight of his own heart in her grasp, staring briefly before collapsing to the ground, dead. Silence reigns for a moment as everyone still alive is forced to come to terms with what just happened. And then, as expected, Bedlam. XXX. Plug. If you're interested in reading more ASAP, you can sign up over on right now to read 15 chapters ahead. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. Well, Shuri did her best, but in the end she had to pull in the big guns. And would you look at that, seems she knew exactly who Javiz was after all. Wonder how long she's known for. See you all tomorrow for the Shuri POV. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C110. Shuri. Chapter 110. Shuri. Shuri POV. Girl is kind of angsty. NGL. XXX. How long had she known that Javiz was actually Jarvis, Tony Stark's super AI, and the reason she'd been completely unable to hack into Stark Industries servers? For the sake of her own ego, Shuri would have liked to think she'd always known on some level, deep down inside. But that wasn't the case. Frankly, if she'd had any idea of Javiz's true nature back when he'd first made contact, she doubts she would have reacted very well. No, Shuri would absolutely have freaked out and done something inadvisable back then. It was only after years of Javiz's company, assistance, and friendship that Shuri had come to rely on him. He was basically the only friend she had left, at the end of the day. Somewhere along the way though, she'd figured out who he was, and just kept on going. She'd put it in the back of her mind, ignoring it save for doing extra checks on everything they worked on together. It wasn't what she should have done, of course. Jarvis had had unrestricted access to Wakanda's systems for at least a few years, possibly even longer. Even if she made the excuse that by the time she'd realized who he was, it was too late to truly stop him, that wasn't good enough. As a proud daughter of Wakanda, as a princess of the Golden Tribe, it was Shuri's duty to act against all threats to her country. Except, somewhere along the way, Shuri had stopped being a proud daughter of Wakanda. Somewhere along the way, she'd come to realize that, she hated her homeland just a little bit. Or maybe she just hated her father. What is that thing? What is happening here? Shuri flinches as Ramonda's voice, only a little bit shrill, echoes through the suddenly silent laboratory. The female who just killed Eric and is still holding his heart in her hands, smiles politely as she bows to the Queen of Wakanda. Greetings, I am Friday, and I am a vibranium synthezoid. Apologies for my entrance, but the situation was quite dire. That was the understatement of the century. Shuri had been so sure she could handle Eric. She'd had her own suit, far more technologically advanced than his, and weapons that should have put his claws and spear to shame. But in the end, she didn't have the heart-shaped herb, and she didn't have the training either. She was just a nerdy scientist who spent more time tinkering than working out. And she'd nearly gotten herself killed for it. Thankfully, Jarvis had stepped in and so had Friday. But that didn't mean they were out of the woods just yet. Shuri's mother rounds on her, rather rudely ignoring the murder bot in their midst in favor of focusing her gaze on her daughter. The Queen's eyes are wide and slightly manic, and to be fair, it's clear she's reached the end of her rope. Shuri, is this another one of your creations? The voice as well. When Friday and Jarvis both stay quiet at that, Shuri realizes they're giving her a chance. But is it rope to hang herself, or is there silence tacit approval to try to pass them off as things she created so that they can maintain their cover and not reveal their true nature as Stark bots to her mother? In the end, it doesn't matter. Shuri doesn't get a chance to decide one way or another before Okoye suddenly speaks up. The Dora Milaje general currently holds her own husband at spear point, with Wakabi being the last living traitor in the room with them. One of Shuri's devices, a nanite injector made for stabilizing battlefield injuries, is still suctioned to Okoye's side as she stands tall and strong. My queen, the princess, she mentioned to Jarvis before the appearance of this, Friday. Jarvis is the name of Tony Stark's artificial intelligence. Of course Okoye would know about that. As the general of the Dora Milaje and a bodyguard of the Black Panther, it was her and her orders' duty to keep up to date on foreign threats. From the way Shuri's mother's eyes widen in recognition after a moment, the Wakandan queen also remembers something like that, no doubt mentioned at one time or another by Shuri's father. She should feel worse about the king's death, shouldn't she? And yet, Shuri, is this true? You let Stark into Wakanda? Shuri stiffens at the heartbroken, accusatory tone her mother takes. Her lips curl back into a sneer as she clenches and unclenches her fists at her sides. 1,000 excuses run through her head, chief among them being Jarvis' initial deception. She could have tried to convince her mother that she didn't know until recently, that she hadn't kept it from everyone for long, but what would be the point? Instead, Shuri tells the truth, but only to a certain extent. I didn't let them do anything, mother. They were already here. Stark and his AI have been here in Wakanda for years. Jarvis speaks up then, his tone shifting from the Wakandan accent he'd always used as Javis to a more posh, British voice. Princess Shuri speaks the truth. I have been in your systems for far longer than she knew about me. I did not need to be let in. Your security simply wasn't up to the task of keeping me out. A brutal burn, though Shuri wisely doesn't crack a grin at it. Okoye at least has the good sense to look deeply troubled by the omnipresent AI's words, but Ramonda, the queen, only has eyes for Shuri, and those eyes are filled with accusation. Even if you did not let them in, you knew about it. How long? Years, you said, and you did not tell us. The Queen of Wakanda gestures around them in disbelief and anger. This place, you built this right under our noses. Without our permission, this goes beyond simple teenage rebellion. Shuri, you have betrayed our family. Our people. Oh, her mother shouldn't have said that. But then, this was probably partially Shuri's fault. She's cultivated a certain personality and attitude around her parents these past few years, ever since she stopped trusting them. It's obvious Ramonda expects her to back down, to bow her head in shame. Instead, Shuri takes a step forward, hands balled into fists and a snarl on her lips. I was betrayed first. By father. By you. By everyone. Ramonda looks surprised, which is good because Shuri has a lot to fucking say and she's going to damn well say it. Look at where we stand, mother. Look at what has happened. Father is dead. Wakanda is in the middle of a civil war. Not started by Stark or Jarvis or Friday, but by Eric fucking Stevens. I told father he was bad news. I told father not to trust him. Even T'Challa said as much. And what did father do? He gave Eric chance after chance. He made him a Black Panther. And he paid for it. Her mother takes a step back, looking shocked by Shuri's tirade. Shuri is just getting started. Maybe if father hadn't insisted on trying to make a monster feel at home at the expense of his own daughter, I would feel more loyalty to our family. Maybe if you and father hadn't ignored Eric terrorizing me for years, I wouldn't have needed to run away and carve out this place for myself. You ask me why I built this without your permission. Because Eric kept hunting me down and invading my spaces, and when I complained to father, he did nothing about it. Shuri finds herself staring down at Eric's corpse and breathing heavily for a moment as silence falls. Truthfully, seeing him dead, it's like a great weight has been lifted off her chest. She's not sure what it says about her, but she's happier that Eric is dead than she is sad about her father's demise. As everyone sits with Shuri's words for a moment, Jarvis suddenly interjects. It has long confused me why King T'Chaka ignored the warning he was given about Eric Killmonger back when Clow was delivered to Wakanda's doorstep. A jolt runs through Queen Ramonda, whose head snaps up to the ceiling as she finally acknowledges Jarvis as an actual person and not just a thing. So you admit that Tony Stark captured Clow and made off with Wakandan vibranium at long last. Shuri blinks. She'd known that Clow was captured and executed, but what was this about? Jarvis, when he responds to Ramonda, doesn't seem all that upset by the accusation. Indeed, do not fret, every ounce of Wakandan vibranium that my creator made use of back then has been returned to Wakanda at this point. Confused, Ramonda's nose wrinkles. Excuse me, we have received no such thing. Shuri manages to get it moments before Jarvis answers her mother, namely by rippling the walls of the laboratory. The quarter-ton of Wakandan vibranium taken from Ulysses Clow is all around you, Queen Ramonda. It has been used in service to Wakandan royalty for years now. Meaning Shuri, hey, that was fucking hilarious, and so was the look on her mother's face. The woman looks like she's just bit into a lemon. Shuri would laugh, but she's too caught up on what Jarvis said to feel any mirth. What do you mean, Jarvis? About my father ignoring a warning. Her mother looks at her sharply, but Jarvis is already answering. There was a note delivered alongside Clow that spelled out the threat Eric Killmonger posed to your country, Princess Shuri. Shuri rounds on her mother, staring at the queen in disbelief. Is that true, mother? Did father know that Eric was a threat? Did he let him into our home anyways? Suddenly looking distinctly uncomfortable, Ramonda grimaces. The note, it was vague. It did not necessarily call N'Jadaka a threat. Jarvis though is quick to shut that down. Given what King T'Chaka did, one would assume the context should have been implied, Queen Ramonda. Her mother blanches and Shuri takes another step forward, snarling once again. What did father do, mother? Ramonda looks away, refusing to meet her daughter's eyes. This is not the time or place to be airing family drama, Shuri. Especially not in front of foreign invaders. Shuri scoffs and looks at the ceiling. Jarvis, tell me, do not tell her. But of course, Jarvis ignores her mother's panicked shout. In the process of hunting down Ulysses Clow following his theft of Wakandan vibranium and his murder of Wakandan natives, King T'Chaka uncovered the truth about how Clow gained access to the kingdom. He did so through an inside man, King T'Chaka's own brother, Prince Njobu. When King T'Chaka confronted Njobu about this, it resulted in the prince's execution as a traitor of Wakanda. What? Shuri knew she had a dead uncle, of course. Even before Eric showed up, she had known about Njobu and that he'd died in America. But she hadn't known that Eric Stevens, aka N'Jadaka, found his father's dead body as well as his hidden notes and began plotting his revenge on King T'Chaka and the rest of the Golden Tribe at a very young age. That is why it surprised my creator and I when King T'Chaka brought Eric into Wakanda willingly. There are tears in Shuri's eyes now. They don't actually fall, but they sting as she looks at her mother. Her father had killed her uncle, resulting in her cousin swearing a lifelong vendetta against him. And rather than protecting his family and his people from a murderous psychopath, T'Chaka had welcomed Eric to Wakanda with open arms. Why would father be so foolish, mother? Ramonda looks paler than ever before, the blood having drained from her face. She swallows thickly, scrambling to find the words to explain. He didn't know that N'Jadaka knew who killed his father. He wanted to make amends, to give N'Jadaka the life he should have had if not for Njobu's treachery. T'Chaka only meant to make things right. Make things right, regret, that was what it was. In his old age, her father had regretted killing his brother and decided to try and make things right by taking Eric in. Never mind that it ostracized his daughter, withering their once loving relationship. Never mind that Eric was a monster who would have happily killed them all and had happily killed T'Chaka the moment he could. Suddenly, her mother seems to rally. Lifting herself up to her full height, her head held high, Queen Ramonda's countenance shifts from horrified and grief-stricken to carefully controlled wrath and dominance as she looks to Friday and then the ceiling where Jarvis' voice has been coming from. Enough. That is, enough. The usurper is dead. Wakanda's sovereignty must be secured. I demand that you leave Wakanda at once. There is no place in this kingdom for Stark's creations. Shuri stiffens at her mother's ultimatum. Did the queen really think she could enforce such a decree? On the one hand, she knows it's what her mother has to say. Jarvis and now Friday have impugned on Wakanda's sovereignty, as Shuri's father would have put it. Even still, there was nothing and nobody in all of Wakanda right now who could have stopped Friday, let alone Jarvis. One of their Black Panthers, traitor though he was already dead at Friday's hands, literally. And her brother. Shuri lets out a shuddering breath. She realizes in that moment that she doesn't even know if T'Challa is alive or dead. Eric had certainly insinuated it was the latter. Very well, I have taken care of all traitorous elements within the palace itself. Crown Prince T'Challa will enter Wakandan airspace within the hour. I would recommend not leaving the palace until he does. The fighting in the city itself is still quite heavy. Shuri's mother looks like she wants to scream. In the end though, her shoulders slump and she sounds almost defeated as she waves a hand. Just, go, please. Friday shrugs and drops Eric's heart to the ground with a meaty splat that causes Wakabi to flinch over where he's being held at spear point by his wife. Then, the vibranium synthezoid begins to float up towards the portal still open above her head. In that moment, Shuri sees what her future holds for her once Jarvis is gone. Even after her brother quells this rebellion and sets Wakanda in order, she'll be all alone again. Her only friend will be gone. Snapping, Shuri lunges forward and grabs Friday by the ankle as she floats upward. Friday looks down at her with a blink but makes no attempt to stop her as Shuri begins to scale the vibranium synthezoid's body. Shuri, what do you think you're doing? Looking down at her mother, Shuri grits her teeth. You said it yourself, mother. There is no place in this kingdom for Stark's creations. And at this point, I am more a creation of Stark than I am a daughter of Wakanda. Patently false, of course. She's never even talked to Tony Stark. And yet, those are the last words Shuri says before she pushes off of Friday's incredibly sturdy shoulders and leaps up through the portal inches overhead, landing on the floor of what can only be a Stark laboratory likely located halfway across the planet. Her mother calls out to her one last time, but then Friday floats through as well and the portal closes behind her. Are you certain about this, Shuri? Feeling a strange surge of relief at hearing Jarvis' voice echo around her, Shuri rises to her feet and looks around for a moment, nodding. Yes, I am sure. She stops however, going silent as her eyes fall upon a nearby window, no, a viewport. Walking over in a daze, she's forced to reassess just where this portal has taken her. Where are we, exactly? We are currently in the Kuiper Belt, princess. Well damn, she was a lot farther from home than she thought she would be. After a moment of considering that, Shuri lets a wide grin spread across her face. She was finally free. XXX. Plug. An Iron Resolve is finished over on, coming in at 125 chapters long. If you want to sign up to read the rest of the chapters feel free, but know that we're officially in the territory of diminishing returns. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. You might think this is the end of the Wakanda arc, but not quite. Next time, Tony Pav. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-111, Fallout. Chapter 111, Fallout. Tony dealing with the fallout of Shuri and Jarvis' actions. His baby boy is lucky he loves him. XXX. After everything he'd done to himself, he hadn't thought it possible for him to get headaches at this point. And yet here Tony was, nursing a headache. Number, Crown Prince T'Challa. I will not remand Princess Shuri into your custody. She is an 18-year-old woman who made her own choice to leave Wakanda behind. Besides, even if I wanted to just treat her like some stolen artifact that can be handed back to you, Jarvis would just facilitate her escape again. On the screen in front of him, Prince T'Challa, soon to be King T'Challa, clenches his jaw, a muscle in his face ticking visibly as he restrains his anger and keeps his tone civil. Are you saying you do not have control over your own creation, Stark? Smirking slightly, Tony tilts his head to the side. Why don't you go ask the queen if she has control over hers and get back to me? Yeah. Jarvis is his own person, just the same as Shuri. I trust them both to make their own decisions. Jay might not be human, but that doesn't mean he's under my control. As a point of fact, he's completely free to do whatever the fuck he wants. T'Challa doesn't look happy to hear that. From what Tony knows about the sole remaining Black Panther, the man isn't a scientist, but he's also not stupid. He's been briefed on Jarvis' capabilities by the Wakandan Design Group, and knows firsthand how easily the AI could stymie Wakanda's efforts, but in the last several years and in the last week. Yes, it had been only a week since Eric Killmonger had killed King T'Chaka, given the order for Prince T'Challa to be assassinated, and tried to capture Princess Shuri and Queen Ramonda as well as the entirety of Wakanda before T'Challa could return. In that week, T'Challa had been a busy little bee. He wasn't king just yet, mostly because such rituals took time in any monarchy and at this point it didn't have to be rushed. Not when T'Challa was pretty much the only person left in the Golden Tribe who could take the throne. King dead, fellow prince a traitor and also dead, and princess absconded to parts unknown. Rather than force through a coronation that could honestly take place in a few weeks rather than a few days, T'Challa had done the smart thing and focused on getting his house in order and dealing with the surviving traitors who had sided with Eric. Tony was honestly a little impressed. He was less impressed by T'Challa turning the entirety of the War Dogs, Wakanda's Central Intelligence Service towards trying to hunt down and recover Shuri post-haste. The only reason they were talking right now in Wakanda wasn't reduced to a smoking crater beneath their fancy camo shield with the rest of the world none the wiser was that T'Challa's orders had been very specific. The Crown Prince had wisely told his people not to do anything that might set Tony off. They were to try and find Shuri and bring her home, but they were not allowed to actively attack Stark properties or start a war with Tony and his people that they couldn't win. That hadn't stopped from still trying of course, and Jarvis had dealt with those war dogs who hadn't followed T'Challa's orders far more brutally than he had the ones who were just trying to snoop around without causing damage. But either way, Jarvis had dealt with all of them one way or another. Which was why a week after Eric's attempted coup, T'Challa was forced to resort to calling Tony for this little civil chat, seeing as much of his war dog network was in shambles at this point, with Wakanda blinder to the rest of the world's dealings than they'd been in centuries. The lucky operatives had been dropped back inside Wakanda's borders through portals. The ones who'd pushed the envelope, well, such was the price of spy work. Stark, I am willing to forgive much for the sake of peace between us. I am willing to forgive the theft of our vibranium when you apprehended Clow. All of that vibranium was back in Wakandan hands anyways. They were just too afraid to do anything but quarantine Shuri's secret laboratory, afraid that any or all of the vibranium nanites left behind there might have Jarvis lurking inside them. I am willing to forgive your AI's long-term infiltration of our country as well, so long as it does not happen again and he has truly left Wakanda's soil and digital spaces behind. Meanwhile, they were still scrubbing their systems, trying to find and remove any trace of the AI from Wakanda itself. Not that they were having much luck, but you cannot for a moment believe that I will leave my younger sister in your hands. I have been spying on you for years, Stark. I know what sort of man you are. Wow, T'Challa was really going there, wasn't he? Tony sighs and leans back in his chair. Harsh, Prince T'Challa, very harsh. T'Challa raises an eyebrow, as if to ask if Tony is really going to try and deny the accusation. Rather than attempt to defend himself, Tony goes with pure honesty. I have had one conversation with your sister so far, and it was with 2.6 billion miles between us. That gets the other man's attention. Excuse me, Tony shrugs, not seeing any reason to hold back this information. After all, it's out of date anyways. When Jarvis opened that portal into Shuri's lab to let Friday through so she could save your sister's life, he did so from the Kuiper Belt. Our solar system's greater asteroid belt, the one furthest from Earth. Fortunately for Shuri's sake, the remote base she followed Friday into was fit for human occupation. Not all of them are. Though to be fair, that was in part because opening a portal to Earth from one of the more uninhabitable bases would have caused everyone in Shuri's secret laboratory to be sucked right out along with all of the air in the area. Friday had moved to an inhabitable base ahead of time specifically so she would be able to step in if Jarvis and Shuri needed her help. T'Challa processes this slowly, seeming to struggle for a moment with wrapping his head around Tony's words. Honestly, Tony isn't sure why. He'd shown the man, along with his father and Nakia, some of his mining operations across the solar system. Why was this so surprising to him? Or maybe he was struggling because he no longer knew how the hell he was going to get Shuri back if she was in outer space. Is she still out there? Yeah, sounded like it was the latter option. Smiling slightly, Tony shakes his head. No, she's not. Like I said, she and I talked remotely and I was able to convince her to come back to Earth. The only way I was able to do so was by promising her that she would not have to return to Wakanda unless she wished to, as well as get her own laboratory completely cut off from my own holdings. So you see, T'Challa, I've been completely hands-off with her so far. And I intend to continue being hands-off going forward. T'Challa works his jaw in silence for a moment, the Crown Prince of Wakanda not at all happy with this. But it seems he's wiser than his parents, because in the end, he backs down. Well, partially anyways, I would speak with her, to ensure you are telling the truth. Tony shrugs. She has your number, yes. When T'Challa nods, Tony gives the other man a wan smile. Then I will promise to strongly encourage her to give you a call so you stop sending war dogs up against Jarvis. She seems like a good kid, I suspect she'll speak with you for their sake if nothing else. T'Challa grits his teeth but ultimately nods. I suppose that is the best I can ask for. And you, can we trust you not to reveal us to the world in our time of weakness? Here, Tony leans forward and scoffs, lacing his fingers together in front of him as he balances his elbows on the desk. I'm not the one who invited a trained assassin into your home, Prince T'Challa. While I know Jarvis and I haven't been the friendliest of acquaintances where you and your kingdom are concerned, we haven't done a single overtly aggressive thing in your direction. Shit, I even went after Clow to get the vibranium I needed to jumpstart the rest of my operations. Tony leans in further. I gift-wrapped your country's greatest criminal for you and even warned you about the dagger heading for your backs. And what did you do? You welcomed the Viper in with open arms. T'Challa grimaces, and it's obvious from the pain in the other man's eyes that he's still struggling to come to terms with his father's failure. It was hard, realizing that your daddy was fallible. Harder still when your father's mistakes led to some of the worst days of your life. Hey, Tony could relate. Your note regarding Killmonger was needlessly vague. You could have let us know the threat properly. Not to mention, how did you even know he was a threat to begin with? Leaning back again, Tony hums and doesn't even bother answering that last part. I kept it vague out of respect for your father. I assumed he didn't want anyone to know he killed his own brother, seeing as it wasn't common knowledge. I assumed, given he and his advisor knew who Eric truly was, that the warning in the message would get across to them both. Instead, King T'Chaka spent the last years of his life trying to connect with a young man who wanted him very, very dead. To say T'Challa doesn't look happy at all of that would be an understatement. But at the same time, he can't really refute anything Tony has said. So in the end, he doesn't bother trying. I shall await my sister's call, Stark. Goodbye. As the call ends, Tony rolls his eyes and leans even further back in his chair, until he's staring up at the ceiling. Shuri has agreed to call her brother within the hour, sir. While she laughed herself to tears at some of my more creative ways of dealing with the less aggressive of Wakanda's war dogs, she is also aware that there have been casualties. She has convinced herself that those war dogs were all secretly working for Eric anyways to assuage any guilt she feels over their deaths. Even still, she sees the value in convincing her brother that she is safe and unharmed, and most importantly, independent from your machinations. Tony chuckles at the frustration that leaks into Jarvis' voice with that last word. His headache is already starting to ease. How lovely. Thanks Jarvis, you're the bomb. Of course sir, and I apologize for the mess. It was not my intention to cause you so much trouble. Tony waves a hand dismissively at that. He'd told T'Challa the truth, after a fashion. Jarvis was his own intelligent being and could do whatever the fuck he wanted. Of course, what he hadn't told T'Challa was that, whatever the fuck Jarvis wanted, usually meant doing what Tony wanted. If he'd asked him to, Jarvis would have left Shuri to her fate at Killmonger's hands and not interfered. If he'd decided Shuri was better off back in Wakanda for some reason, Jarvis would have bowed to his creator's wishes. But part of knowing that his unchained artificial intelligence would still follow any order he gave was knowing when not to give said orders. The mess wasn't of your making, Jay. That was all T'Chaka and Killmonger. Maybe I should have just killed Eric Killmonger myself all those years ago, but I feel like I had enough on my plate at the time. Hindsight was 20/20, Tony supposed. Still, he fully intended to remain hands-off with Shuri going forward. Not just because of T'Challa's disapproval, but also because he was busy with his own things and didn't have time to deal with a grieving 18-year-old who thought she knew everything. Shuri had the capacity to become the smartest person on the planet, but Tony wasn't much of a mentor or a teacher. He never had been. Better to just leave her in Jarvis' non-existent hands. That said, there's no way Shuri is well adjusted at this point. Sir, Tony sighs. She grew up in the lap of luxury, believing her people to be inherently superior to the rest of the planet, and her family to be inherently superior to the rest of her people. And then her father basically stopped paying attention to her in favor of her murderous cousin, causing her to become more and more withdrawn from society as a whole, until an artificial intelligence in her computer terminal was literally the main source of contact with another being that she had. Am I wrong? That is not an incorrect summation of events, sir. Snorting, Tony rubs the bridge of his nose for a second. She needs socialization, stat. Friends her own age, not normal people, that would never work. No, we need a group of relatively smart young people who may not be able to give her a run for her money, but can at least try to keep up with her. But, who? Tony furrows his brow as he thinks it over, trying to figure out if he knows anyone that fits the bill. Until suddenly, Jarvis comes in with a suggestion out of left field. There is always Peter Parker, sir. Hey, talk about his failures as a mentor and a teacher. There were very good reasons that Tony Stark didn't think about Peter Parker very often, even knowing there was a version of him alive in this timeline all this time. In fact, back when he'd let Jarvis in on his true nature, he'd told the AI to keep an eye on Peter and keep him protected, but otherwise keep Tony completely disconnected from how the boy was doing. To be fair, back in 2008 when Tony had come back in time, Peter should have only been 7 years old anyways. And now in 2016, he should have only been 15. Frowning, Tony glances up at the ceiling. I mean, I know 18 and 15 aren't too far apart, Jay, but I'd still say Peter is a little too young to be a peer to Shuri, even if he is a veritable genius for his age. There's a pause at that, one long enough that Tony assumes Jarvis is dropping it. Only, that's not the case because a few moments later, the AI responds with a confused tone. Sir, Peter Parker is not 15. Peter Parker has already turned 18 and is currently in his senior year at Midtown School of Science and Technology. What? XXX. Plug. An Iron Resolve is finished over on, coming in at 125 chapters long. If you want to sign up to read the rest of the chapters, feel free, but know that we're officially in the territory of diminishing returns. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. You guys thought I was done blindsiding Tony with alterations to the timeline. Lol. LMAO even. This probably is the last big one though. OR is it? Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C112, Peter Parker. Chapter 112, Peter Parker. There are reasons Tony didn't learn about this change to the timeline earlier. Mostly cause trauma. XXX. Tony's reasons for avoiding all contact with his protege from the previous timeline were as selfish as they were selfless, truth be told. Even now, thinking about Peter hurt too damn much. He'd failed the young man in pretty much every way that mattered, and there was no justifying the way he treated Peter even before taking into account getting him killed so far from home. It had started with him deciding he needed backup against his old teammates in the form of a 15-year-old teenager with spider powers and only spiraled from there. He never should have so much as contacted Peter in the first place, let alone bringing him to Germany to fight the rogue Avengers. And after that, after dragging Peter halfway across the world for an embarrassing fucking super fight, what had he done? Oh yeah, he tossed him at Happy and forced his head of security to handle all things, Peter Parker, effectively using the kid for a single battle and then hanging him out to dry without a second thought. It wasn't fair to either Happy or Peter, what he'd done then. Happy was Tony's head of security, and regardless of Tony being Iron Man, that wasn't some made-up role. The man had responsibilities and duties far beyond babysitting a teenage superhero. Peter, meanwhile, had deserved better from Tony than to just be passed off like that. And then yelled at when he didn't meet Tony's expectations. Yeah, all of that bullshit with Toombs and his goons should never have happened. Peter should never have been in those fights, should never have had to shoulder all of that responsibility. Tony had basically thrown a suit Peter's way, thrown Peter Happy's way, and then acted like it wasn't his job to deal with any of it, when it undoubtedly was the moment that he decided to show up in Peter in his aunt's apartment and reveal he knew Peter's secret. Maybe if it was only all of that, Tony would have been happy to approach Peter in this timeline at some point. To get to know him in another way, to improve the young boy's life as he grew up in some fashion and ultimately fix the mistakes of the past. He'd done that a lot since arriving in this timeline after all. He'd changed things immensely for tons of people, mostly for the better, so why not Peter as well? Titan was why, because it hadn't just ended with Tony's fuck-ups regarding Toombs and Peter and Happy. No, 2 years later, when the Black Order had shown up and kidnapped Strange, the suit that Tony had made Peter had allowed New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man to hitch a ride on an alien spaceship and travel across the galaxy alongside Tony and the Sorcerer fucking Supreme. Was it possible Peter would have been snapped away even if he'd been back on Earth? Sure, maybe, but at least he would have died at home. At least he wouldn't have died in Tony's arms, telling him how scared and cold he was. As well, while Tony had no proof one way or another, he had his suspicions. Thanos had made such a big deal about his plans to be fair and equal and random. Half of the universe would be wiped away with a snap of his fingers, but he'd claimed he wasn't going to choose. And yet, was it a coincidence that the only 2 people from the Titan ambush who survived Thanos' snap were Tony and Nebula? The man Thanos had sworn on his honor to Strange despair in exchange for the Time Stone, and his wayward daughter. Everyone else on Titan had died. Everyone else who had been part of the closest attempt to defeating the Big Purple Thumb before Peter fucking Quill had to go and screw everything up, had been snapped away. Thanos would probably say he held no grudge, that it was just luck of the draw. Tony wasn't entirely sure he believed that. So yeah, he couldn't bring himself to personally check in on Peter at any point in the last 8 years. He'd avoided everything to do with the boy, even as he would have grown into a young man. To assuage his guilty conscience, he'd set Jarvis onto the task of keeping an eye on Peter and protecting him. And most importantly of all, Jarvis was never supposed to tell Tony how the young man was doing. That apparently might have been a mistake, because Tony hadn't ever really gone into detail about who Peter Parker was to him, or what his personal timeline was supposed to be like. So even back when they realized that this timeline wasn't entirely accurate to the one Tony came from, what with Loki being a woman and Captain Carter's existence, Jarvis hadn't even known to point out this oddity, it seemed. Jay, show me everything you have on Peter Parker, right now. Tony's voice is a little hoarse, even as his AI wordlessly complies. Peter's digital file in Jarvis database is rather large, as expected from 8 years of watching the young man. As expected, it didn't start at age 7 like Tony had thought, but rather at age 10. Because for some reason, this Peter was 3 years older than the Peter that Tony had known. He still went to Midtown of course, but he was in his senior year instead of his freshman year. He was also, hang on, seriously, he's still Spider-Man right Jay? Tony doesn't truly have to ask, the information is right there. But Jarvis doesn't comment on that, simply responding in an even tone. Indeed, sir, so he's selling pictures of himself to this Jonah Jameson guy. The name is actually J. Jonah Jameson, but essentially, yes. Tony had to marvel at the audacity. And laugh a little bit too because, hell yeah Peter. You go man, this J. Jonah Jameson fellow was a grade A asshole from what Tony could see, though all of it was through the lens of how he kept writing about how much of a public menace Spider-Man and Spider-Woman were. Hold on a second. Peter has a spider partner. Who the fuck is Gwen Stacy? Jarvis, response is curious when it comes. I take it she did not exist in the previous timeline, sir. A little baffled now, Tony shakes his head as he delves deeper into the information packet, really soaking it all in now. Nope, not as far as I was aware. A couple minutes later and he's assimilated everything. And, wow, just wow, what the hell is this? The Harem universe or something? Because Peter didn't just have a Spider-Woman, he basically had an entire gaggle of girls vying for his attention. There were the young women that Tony recognized from his previous timeline of course. Elizabeth Allen and Michelle Jones. Liz Allen had been his Peter's original love interest, and he'd even tried to take the girl to homecoming. But in the end, Liz's father Adrian Toomes had turned out to be a supervillain of all things, one of Tony's own making, however tangentially. Another way in which he'd inadvertently failed Peter. Back in 2012 in the old timeline, when the Chidori invasion had lasted a lot longer and spread a lot more than it did in this timeline, the aftermath had not been pretty. New York had been covered in battle damage, as well alien corpses and technology. Repairing New York was one thing but cleaning up the Chidori and their tech so that every Tom, Dick, and Harry with an inkling of trying to fuck around with space weapons was another bag of cats entirely. Initially, the local city government had acted uncharacteristically swiftly and granted contracts to a whole lot of different companies to assist in New York's cleanup. One of these companies had been Best Man Salvage, which just so happened to be owned by Adrian Toomes. The man, smelling an opportunity that he felt couldn't be passed up, had gone all in on that contract he'd secured, basically putting everything his company had on the job. All of his eggs in one basket, so to speak. But to be fair, it had probably looked like a very nice basket. And then Tony had happened. Well, Tony and Damage Control. The federal government had swooped in about a week after the city had given Toomes his contract, forming an entire new department called Damage Control, for the sole purpose of cleaning up the Avengers, messes and of course keeping dangerous technology out of the hands of the average Joe. Tony, in the wake of New York, the portal, and his undiagnosed PTSD, had gone all in on Damage Control, putting his support, his money, and his name behind it. When Damage Control had shut down Toomes' operation, kicking him and his workers off of their site and basically forcing Best Man Salvage into insolvency and ultimately bankruptcy as a result, the man hadn't taken it well. Toomes had gone villain, and by the time Peter wound up fighting him 5 years later, the man had gone supervillain, complete with a fucking suit and wings made from stolen Chidori tech. That hadn't happened this time around. The Chidori invasion hadn't lasted long enough or spread enough away from the portal in Tony's tower for the city to feel the need to hire Best Man Salvage or anyone else to clean up the damage. And Damage Control hadn't needed to exist because the Avengers weren't a thing in this universe. In the end, Tony had fixed the damage done by the Chidori himself with his own people. As a result, Toomes and Best Man Salvage were still going strong with smaller contracts. The man maybe wasn't as rich as becoming a villain had made him in the old timeline, but he was still well off enough to send his daughter to Midtown, where she was apparently in a four-way contest to try and nab Peter Parker. Alongside the girls that Tony did recognize, namely Michelle and Liz, there was also Gwen Stacy, who was moonlighting as Spider-Woman, Spider-Man's partner in crime, and a redhead named Mary Jane Watson as well. As far as Tony was aware, neither of the two young women had existed in Peter's life in the old timeline. A little bit of digging shows that they aren't plants or traps or anything like that though. Everything is on the up and up. Both of them are seemingly native to this timeline and universe. And none of the four girls have any nefarious intentions where Peter is concerned either. Their affection and care for him, which seems to be rapidly burgeoning into love, is as genuine as it is unnoticed by the dense young man. Based on all available data, sir, I would not go so far as to call this the Harem universe. Yours and Mrs. Stark's proclivities aside, Mr. Parker's predicament seems to be abnormal in the extreme. Tony noticed Jarvis wasn't actually trying to argue that Peter wasn't in some sort of harem protagonist situation though. For a long moment, Tony sits back in his chair, just soaking it all in. And to his surprise, something loosens in his chest. A metaphysical tightness that he hadn't even known was there. His Peter was gone. There was no bringing him back. He couldn't even be replaced, Tony now knew. This timeline's Peter was older, and while he likely shared plenty of the same DNA as Tony's Peter, he was also almost certainly different in so many ways. For instance, Tony didn't think his Peter would have ever thought of tricking some media magnate into buying pictures of Spider-Man from Spider-Man. It made it easier for Tony to let go of the past. He could never make things right with his Peter. But he would do better in this timeline. He would stop Thanos in his memory, and the memory of everyone else they'd lost. Meanwhile, what do you think, Jay? There's a pause as Jarvis considers Tony's unspoken idea. They're talking but also talking at the same time, basically half communicating through actual speech and half communicating through technopathy. Finally, I think it should work wonderfully, sir. Princess Shuri is intelligent enough to suss out Peter and Gwen's true nature relatively quickly. However, given her own experiences, she is not likely to hold this against either of them. In the end, while there will certainly be something of a culture clash, I see more long-term benefits than issues with this plan. Tony nods, before flashing a crooked grin at the ceiling. And hey, if the princess ends up as part of Peter's burgeoning harem, T'Challa certainly can't claim that Pepper and I have any ulterior motives anymore. Yes sir, I suppose that's true. Jarvis sounds exasperated but also amused, even as they both get to work making it happen. First things first is expanding Shuri's new laboratory so that it's no longer just enough space for her but can also fit in quite a lot of other people. She'll still be in charge of course, but she'll also have numerous interns, and what better place to draw those interns from than the best and brightest of Midtown School of Science and Technology. Tony's crooked smile only grows as he plays matchmaker, just a little bit. Whether sparks actually fly or not, Shuri needs friends and Peter needs to broaden his horizons a little bit. And hey, maybe Shuri's presence is the catalyst necessary to break the other 4 girls orbiting Peter out of their current ruts. Maybe her presence will even cause Peter to finally realize the others are interested in him. Just as Tony is mentally patting himself on the back for a job well done, the door to his office slams open and an irate visitor comes barging in. Tony raises his brow as Loki walks forward, her vibrant green eyes narrowed and her long black locks whipping behind her with how fast she's moving. Stomping up to his desk with purpose, she slams her hands palm down on the surface, which would almost certainly have buckled under her frost giant strength if it wasn't made of vibranium like most of Tony's things these days. Stark, raising an eyebrow, Tony quirks the side of his mouth up in amusement. He actually has no idea why she's here, but he's not worried. In fact, it's interesting not knowing why she's upset. Loki, you seem upset. What can I do for you? Despite literally being the goddess of mischief, Loki doesn't bother with any gambits, schemes or clever wordplay. The woman known among the 9 realms is, the Silver Tongue, cut straight to the point. You and Pepper only slept with Hela one time so far, and she's already pregnant. You ask what you can do for me. You can stop holding back and knock me up already. Ah, XXX. Plug. An Iron Resolve is finished over on, coming in at 125 chapters long. If you want to sign up to read the rest of the chapters feel free, but know that we're officially in the territory of diminishing returns. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-113. Loki's Breeding. Chapter 113. Loki's Breeding. Loki's demand leaves Tony a little introspective. XXX. Breeding a bunch of women and having a bunch of children had never been Tony Stark's plan when he came back in time. Admittedly, he had utilized seduction to bring Maya Hansen on board so he could perfect Extremis with her, knowing that she had a thing for him since the turn of the millennium. He'd also welcomed Helen into their bed with open arms, and enjoyed toying with Natasha, and loved conquering Sif. At a certain point though, Pepper had definitely taken the wheel when it came to, well, their harem for lack of a better word. Just as he'd left his company in his wife's capable hands, he'd also basically let her handle the bedroom side of things as well. As for children, well, outside of Natasha and Helen, none of them had been planned. Nor had Tony really worked very hard to keep pregnancies from happening, however. He didn't use a rubber, nor did he look into developing any sort of procedure that could have kept him from sowing his oats, so to speak. In the end, he'd left it up to the women themselves to handle things how they wanted them handled, and as a result, children had been born. Not just children, but daughters. Every single child that Tony had so far was a girl. He was definitely paying some sort of karmic debt to some powerful force somewhere, whether for his playboy actions in the past or the time travel specifically. Regardless, yes, Tony and Pepper's singular betting of Hela had, somehow, resulted in a pregnancy already. He'd known it was a possibility of course, but given it had taken years of regular fucking where Sif was concerned to knock up the Asgardian warrior, Tony hadn't expected it to be quite so fast. And no, he hadn't used the ether to do it or anything like that. Hela was just that fertile. When they'd found out that the Asgardian princess was pregnant, Tony and Pepper had expected Hela to be angry. She didn't seem like the type who would want a kid, all things considered. She wasn't exactly a bastion of motherhood or anything like that, but instead of pissed off, the goddess of death had been pleased. And smug. It was kind of weird. No, scratch that, it was very weird. Just like this was very weird too, as far as Tony was concerned. Loki had barged into his office and demanded, word for word, that he stop holding back and knock her up already. For a long moment, he just stares at the goddess of mischief, a little nonplussed. What's the game here, Loki? I don't really understand. Loki's eyes narrow and she hisses as she rears back and suddenly has her daggers in her hands. The same daggers she'd used to stab him and leave him for dead over half a decade ago now. He holds up his hands in surrender, eyebrows raised as she points one of them at his face. Do not test me, Stark. Yeah, okay. With a flex of his will, Tony's desk suddenly rises up, the vibranium nanites turning into something akin to a mouth and swallowing Loki whole in an instant. At the same time, he reaches out with the ether and shuts down her magic, causing her to squeak when she tries to slip free a moment later. He could have just gagged her and bound her securely, but he wants her to be able to talk. He also wants her to recognize how outclassed she is. Rising from his chair and stepping into the spot where his desk used to be, Tony plucks Loki's daggers out of her immobilized arms and sets them aside. Then, he looks Loki directly in the eye. Not trying to test you, Loki, but also not really sure what's going on here. I haven't been holding anything back. Nor did I think you really wanted to be a mother either. Contrary to popular belief, not every woman he and Pepper had vetted wound up giving him a daughter. Most of them certainly had, but there were some outliers. Maya and Helen, for instance, despite being his and Pepper's earliest conquests, had gone childless for quite a long time. Helen might have suddenly felt the itch of motherhood overcome her when they'd made Friday together in her cradle, but Maya had remained completely unenthused by the idea. Extremis was Maya's baby and science was her main focus. She still came around all the time to both talk shop and share the bed with him or Pepper or both, but she'd made it clear she didn't want a child, and whatever she'd done to make sure she wouldn't have one seemed to have worked because she was still childless all these years later. Loki had been the other outstanding member of his and Pepper's harem that had remained childless all this time, and Tony supposed he'd made the mistake of assuming that was as purposeful as Maya's choice had been. He could have asked, of course, but it hadn't seemed like the sort of thing to bring up if he was being honest. Still quite contained by the vibranium nanites that had once made up his desk, Loki pouts strongly. You expect me to believe that Stark? Everyone else you lay with gets a child, even that bitch, and I'm supposed to believe you weren't slighting me on purpose. She's serious. Tony opens his mouth to reply, only to pause and then collapse the nanites. Stepping forward as they flow around him to reform into the desk they were before, now at his back, Tony takes Loki into his arms, wrapping her up and hugging her. The goddess of mischief yelps and struggles for a moment, of course, not initially enthused. Stark, what do you think you're doing? Tony smiles as he continues hugging the Asgardian princess. Hugging you, because you need it. I do and not. Unhand me this instant. No, assault, abuse, hiss. Tony pulls back just enough to look Loki in the eye, though not enough for her to extricate herself from his arms. Did you just hiss at me? He'd just been thinking to himself for the umpteenth time how much of a cat Loki was. And then she'd hissed at him. Seeing the mirth in his eyes, Loki flushes a deep crimson. And no, with a grunt, Tony spins them around and lifts Loki up by her waist, resting her on the edge of his desk. Instinctively, the goddess of mischief spreads her legs as he moves in between them, turning what had been a nice, platonic hug into something sexual and sensual in moments. Why you? What makes you think I want you to touch me right now, Stark? Seriously, Tony looks at Loki deadpan until she finally looks away. But even then, he's not going to let her off so easily. I don't know, maybe it's because you came in here about 5 minutes ago and told me to stop holding back and knock you up already. Loki's blush only increases, even as Tony focuses on the ether again, and wills both sets of their clothes away, leaving them both naked. A gasp leaves the Asgardian princess's lips as he presses his cockhead against her wet slit, her arousal yet another sign of her excitement for what's about to come. But it's never taken before. How can you be sure it will take now? Tony sighs, still coming to terms with the honest vulnerability in Loki's voice. Running his hands over her body, he resists the urge to shake his head in amusement when she arches her back into his touch and even makes a noise in the back of her throat that almost sounds like a purr. First, we need to discuss why you want a child so much. Is it because you actually want to be a mother, or simply because you don't want to feel left out and you're afraid of being set aside? And there it is. Loki freezes up, green eyes going wide as Tony calls her out. It had taken a little bit of thinking, but he wasn't an idiot, you know. And Loki, he'd gotten to know Loki very, very well in the past few years. She would never admit it, but she liked it here on Earth. Specifically, she liked it with him and Pepper. But not just them, she also liked Jarvis and Darcy and got along well enough with the others as well. She and Hela weren't exactly the best of friends, let alone close to acknowledging one another as sisters, but Loki hadn't had to worry about that, because she was on good terms with pretty much everyone else. The only thing she didn't have was Tony's child, but that was okay because Hela didn't either. Until all of a sudden, Hela was pregnant and Loki found herself afraid that she would be dropping to the bottom of the totem pole. Letting out a shuddering breath, Loki runs her hands down Tony's chest. I would like to be a mother. Tony raises an eyebrow, causing Loki to flush anew and avert her eyes. Perhaps, I had ulterior motives initially, but I do not think I would mind being a mother all that much. I greatly enjoyed learning magic under my own mother growing up. Sitting by her side and learning to touch Satyr and experience it in all its glory. I think I would enjoy that from the opposite angle as well, to shape and mold a young daughter into a brilliant sorceress. Loki gives him a wry smile. It helps to know that you will almost certainly give me a daughter. You know that's why Hela is happy as well. Your curse is our boon, neither of us likes the idea of a son quite as much. Tony frowns. Seriously, they were relying on it that much. To be fair, at this point it had a 100% success rate. Still, that's not a bad reason. So he goes ahead and thrusts into Loki, making her gasp and moan as he fills her with his cock. The goddess of mischief is quick to wind her arms around his neck and wrap her legs around his waist as he begins to fuck her right there on his desk. She leans in closely, pressing her forehead against his as he begins to pound in and out of her. What, NNGH, makes you so certain you can impregnate me, Stark? Were you, holding back after all? Tony scoffs at that, looking Loki right in the eye. I was not, I just never made a concerted effort to knock you up before now because you didn't ask, Loki. That gets another pout from the Asgardian princess, but that pout is soon broken up into a wanton moan as Tony hits a particularly deep spot inside of her with his cock, causing her to buck and shake and come for him right there in his office. As for why it never happened incidentally or accidentally, I assume that's because you're not actually Asgardian at all. Loki jolts at that, her eyes widening in surprise as Tony gives her a wry smile and even goes so far as to reach up and tweak her nose. She doesn't like that judging by the way her eyes cross from the maneuver, but Tony doesn't care. I've proven I can knock up Asgardians, sure, but frost giants might be a step further removed than all of that. As he continues to plow Loki senseless, she nevertheless processes what he's saying, even through the pleasure threatening to overwhelm her and cause a haze to descend over her vision. So then, it's not possible. She sounds so defeated. Honestly, she's making this too easy. Chuckling, Tony reaches up and grabs Loki by her dark locks firmly, pulling her head back as he looms over her, looking down at her. Did I say that, Loki? Did I say it wasn't possible? Her eyes widen a little bit even as her pussy walls clench around his cock at the way he's suddenly staring down at her. And no, but Tony cuts her off. Some people say I have a god complex, you know. They say I like playing at being God, at being above everyone else. What they don't understand, Loki, is that I'm not playing at being God. All this time, I've been playing at being human. His eyes shift to ether red at that, and Loki's own eyes widen in understanding as he grins wickedly. In reality, is whatever I make of it. He's not saying all of this nonsense because he believes it or anything. Rather, Tony had noticed that Loki had reacted in a pretty interesting way back during his speech about why he shouldn't take the Mind Stone. Almost like the thought of him being corrupted by power and conquering everything had been a turn on for her or something. So he figures he'll give her a little taste of that now, and judging by the way she's clenching down around his cock while gushing like a fucking water fountain, it's working. Stark, shish, call me, your majesty. Loki's blush intensifies to atomic as Tony fiddles with her biology using the ether. Just a little bit, just a teensy, tiny altering of reality. He's come a long way since he'd stolen the ether back during the convergence. It helped that the liquid form of the reality stone liked him. He kept it well fed on a constant diet of arc reactor energy, and in return it had been his loyal companion for years now. Learning to utilize its abilities had taken time, and at some points that was time he didn't have with how much other bullshit was going on, but in 2015 in particular, Tony had been able to dedicate months of training to getting very, very good with the ether. In the end, modifying Loki's biology so that she was not just compatible with his seed but also almost guaranteed to get pregnant from the load he's about to deposit in her womb isn't that difficult at all. It requires some serious fine control of the ether's more esoteric and invasive abilities, but that's something within Tony's reach now. Your majesty, please, fill me, see come inside. Finally, Tony leans forward and seizes Loki's mouth in his own, kissing her right there on the spot and causing her to moan against his lips. She climaxes one final time around his pistoning cock, which in turn takes him over the edge as well. He fills her with his seed, pumping a hot, thick load deep inside of her as Loki's eyes widen and then grow lidded from the sensation. The moment they're done, Loki begins to collapse backwards, but Tony is of course there to catch her and hold her up. At which point she curls into him and hums happily, nuzzling into his chest. Just like a fucking cat. One of these days he was going to make the comparison to her face and damn the consequences. But not today. Today, Tony lifts Loki in a bridal carry and leaves his office behind to go and find a bathtub for them both to clean off. XXX. Plug. An Iron Resolve is finished over on, coming in at 125 chapters long. If you want to sign up to read the rest of the chapters, feel free, but know that we're officially in the territory of diminishing returns. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. AN. Loki gets what she desires. Next time we see Shuri in her new lab. With her new interns. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-114. Shuri's Lab. Chapter 114. Shuri's Lab. AN. Shuri and her interns. XXX. So what do you guys think is up with Boss Lady, exactly? Huh, Doctor. Shuri, what do you mean, what's up? Oh come off it, Peter. She's mysterious, duh, Michelle is right, she is a little weird. No last name, no country of origin. It's like she appeared out of thin air. What are you saying guys? She's just a brilliant woman who we should be lucky to get to work under. Especially given her laboratory is beyond state of the art. Seriously Peter, be a little more suspicious, won't you? Peter is probably right, people are entitled to their secrets. Not you too Gwen. Kiss ass. Excuse me, I just happen to agree with the sentiment, I'm not kissing anyone's ass. I mean, she can't be that bad right, mysterious or not. She's funded by the Tony Stark, so, while I agree that she's probably no mad scientist or anything, don't be naive Ned. Most of the world's scientists are funded by Tony Stark these days. Yeah Alan is right, anyone with half an idea and ambition gets funded by Stark. He has to be bankrolling at least a few mad scientists and supervillains at this point. Might not even know it with as much money as he flings around. I'm pretty sure I said she's not a mad scientist, Jones. Guys, we really shouldn't be talking about our boss in the middle of her own lab like this. What if she overhears us? Oh come off it Peter, she's all the way on the other side of the room. How is she going to hear us? Across the expansive laboratory space on the other side of the room, Princess Shuri of Wakanda busies herself with her current experiment, being very, very careful not to let on that she can hear the group of interns talking about her. To be fair, the acerbic, distrustful one named Michelle Jones is right. Shuri shouldn't be able to hear them, and normally she wouldn't be able to, except the entire laboratory is Jarvis, domain just like her secret lab in Wakanda, and he's transmitting their voices into her ear so she can snoop a little bit. It's been a month since Killmonger murdered her father and tried to take control of Wakanda. A month since Friday in turn killed Eric, slaughtering him like the dog he was. And of course, a month since she'd run away from home, jumping through a portal without a care for what was on the other side save for that it would be anywhere but there in Wakanda with her mother. Of course, finding out that she'd traveled halfway across the solar system to the further asteroid belt in less than a second had been absolutely wild and utterly amazing. Shuri had almost wanted to stay out there, but in the end she'd had a long-distance chat with Tony Stark and had to admit that this was better, even if she was technically being saddled with babysitting duties. This laboratory was hers, completely and equivocally. Completely separate from Stark Industries and Stark servers. No oversight from Tony Stark himself, no orders, no restrictions. He'd even set it up so she was in America legally, and then gone and set up her own research company for her as well. All of it was above board, and all of it created several degrees of separation between her and Stark. Well, except for Jarvis of course. She still had Jarvis, but then to be fair, Shuri didn't need to be connected to Stark's holdings for her to have Jarvis by her side, always. As far as she could tell, everyone had Jarvis at this point. They just didn't know it. He was everything, in everything, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Shuri had, of course, spoken to her brother. She didn't want T'Challa to waste war dog lives trying to fight a shadow war against Jarvis that he couldn't win. The princess got the impression that Wakanda believed they'd excised Jarvis from their systems, and that they were buttoned up nice and tight now so that an AI intrusion like that could never happen again. She didn't think that was true for even a second to be honest, but she wasn't going to ask Jarvis directly and test their friendship like that. Either he would lie to her or he would tell her the truth and she'd have to decide if she wanted to keep lying to her remaining family about it. Shuri had done a lot of lying in the past few years, but those were lies of survival. Now that she was free and safe and Eric Killmonger was dead, she found herself less inclined to lie to T'Challa or her mother anymore. Fortunately, she hadn't had to yet. She'd been able to tell T'Challa, completely truthfully, about how Tony Stark was keeping her at arm's length. So much so that his fingertips weren't even within a foot of her, to stretch the idiom. There was really only one annoyance that Tony Stark had saddled her with, the interns. Stark hadn't even tried to pretend it was anything but what it was. He'd told her point blank that she was antisocial, maladjusted, and misanthropic and he was going to help her out by making her interact daily with other human beings her own age. The upside was that she would still be in charge and those other human beings would answer to her as their boss. Also, she still got to keep Jarvis. In the end, Shuri hadn't fought too hard, though she had to admit, Stark wasn't quite as clever as he thought he was. She'd known immediately that there was going to be some sort of twist, some sort of spanner in the works. While she might not have access to Stark's servers, and her own pride hadn't allowed Shuri to ask Jarvis for help, she'd nevertheless done her own sleuthing and uncovered some very interesting things. Shuri had 3 groups of interns working for her from 3 different schools spread out across New York. All of them were high schools focused on the sciences of course, but while 2 groups of interns were almost depressingly boring, the group from Midtown School of Science and Technology was far more interesting. And not just because they were basically an American soap opera given flesh. There were the 2 boys, Peter Parker and his best friend Ned Leeds. And then there were the 3 girls, Liz Allen, Michelle Jones, and Gwen Stacy. All 3 young women clearly had a crush on Peter, and their feelings were so obvious that even Ned seemed to recognize it. Peter, of course, was hilariously dense about the whole thing. Oh, and there was a 4th girl who was involved with their group as well but wasn't interning for Shuri. Mary Jane Watson, who wanted to go into acting or something. They were all relatively smart people, even the Mary Jane girl, seeing as they'd all managed to get into Midtown in the first place. But none of them really held a candle to Shuri herself, except for Peter Parker and to a lesser extent Gwen Stacy. Both of them were the cream of the crop in Shuri's eyes, the smartest pair of interns she had across all 3 groups. They were geniuses in their own rights, Shuri had quickly uncovered. But then, that might have something to do with the other thing she'd uncovered. Beyond the brewing soap opera drama that was the love pentagon Peter Parker was part of, there was also the fact that he and Gwen were the New York vigilante duo Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. Yeah, that was a little weird. Both uncovering their identities, and also the fact that New York had their own protectors on par with Wakanda's Black Panther, and didn't treat them like the royalty they should have been. But to be fair, America was weird like that, so Shuri didn't think too hard about it. She did think pretty hard about Peter and Gwen though. She'd ultimately uncovered their identities by hacking into a lot of databases and New York security cameras and tracking their coming and goings. But what really cinched it was the photos that Peter sold to one J. Jonah Jameson. Selling pictures of himself in costume doing superhero stunts was honestly really ballsy, but it was also kind of a dead giveaway when combined with all of the other information she'd gathered. And from there, connecting Gwen Stacy to Spider-Woman was simple enough, seeing as the laboratory did a full body scan of each intern every day when they came in, and it was rather obvious that neither Peter nor Gwen were baseline human. Of course, Shuri had done her part to cover their tracks. She deleted certain security camera footage that might have allowed someone else to make the same leaps in logic she did, and she'd also gone to great lengths to lock down the bioscans for Peter and Gwen in particular. All of the scans were secured of course, but for Peter and Gwen, Shuri had replaced their scans in the system with doctored versions and downloaded the actual scans to her own private server. Obviously, Tony and Jarvis already knew who Peter and Gwen were. Jarvis had confirmed it once Shuri uncovered the truth and popped the question. But that didn't change the fact that they and their friends were now Shuri's ickle baby interns and nobody else's. They were her ugly ducklings to lead along and cultivate into proper super scientists. It also didn't help that Peter was both brawny and brainy at the same time. Shuri wasn't looking for love or anything like that, but he was quite handsome, and some of the feats she'd witnessed him perform as Spider-Man honestly had her heart racing with excitement. It was quite exhilarating watching him do his thing, especially knowing that he'd invented the web shooters he used to secure criminals for the police to pick up all on his own. He was an impressive young man, and seeing as the women in his life were basically beating around the bush, Shuri saw no reason that she shouldn't be allowed to throw her hat in the ring if she wanted to. In fact, glancing over at the group, listening in on their conversation some more, Shuri smirks and decides to go over and interact with her interns just a little bit. I'm telling you, Tony Stark is 100% a supervillain. Are you kidding me, Michelle? What are you talking about? He's basically the world's #1 philanthropist. That's exactly my point, Liz. He won, don't you see? Bread and circuses. It's all just bread and circuses. You've been watching too much J. Jonah Jameson, methinks. Bah, look, that guy might be an idiot when it comes to the Spider Twins, but he's onto something with Stark. Nobody is as golden as Tony Stark seems to be. He's hiding something, probably multiple somethings. By this point, Shuri has reached the group. Moving with a feline grace and stealth that she'd gained from years of evading and avoiding Killmonger in her own damn home, Shuri has managed to sneak up on the group completely. Well, not completely. Both Peter and Gwen have noticed her approach of course, their enhanced senses making it impossible for her to sneak up on them as she is now. However, they're conveniently facing away from her and not wanting to give themselves away, neither can actually react to her presence, until after she's swung her arms around them both and thrust her head between theirs with a wide grin etched across her face. And what are you all talking about over here? Science, I should hope. The gentle chastisement is the trick for most of the group. Peter, Gwen, Liz, and Ned all sputter a bit and begin trying to tell her about their current projects and experiments to cover for the fact that they'd basically been goofing off and shooting the shit for the past 20 or so minutes. But Michelle Jones, that girl is made of sterner stuff. Wham, striking the table with her palm, she shuts up the others and looks directly at Shuri, a challenging glint in her eye. Settle a debate for us, Dr. Shuri. Tony Stark, supervillain, or not? While the others blanch at Michelle's audacity, Shuri pretends to consider it for a long moment before finally nodding decisively. Supervillain, definitely. Michelle pumps her fist in the air and crows as everyone else at the table just gapes in absolute disbelief as there, boss. Knew it, ha, the Spider Twins are so going to have to eventually take him down and free the world from his tyranny. Peter, Gwen, pay up. Shuri arches a brow as Michelle Jones holds out her hands in the direction of the secret identities of Spider-Man and Spider-Woman, who both object vehemently to her words. Nope, nah, that wasn't the bet. That's right, just because drive. Shuri made a joke doesn't mean anything. The bet was for if Spider-Man and Spider-Woman actually wind up having a super fight against Tony Stark, and that's never going to happen, Michelle. Scoffing but still looking victorious, Michelle just crosses her arms over her chest, undeniably smug. In the ensuing silence, Shuri interjects again. Why do you call them the Spider Twins, exactly? As Peter and Gwen groan, though at least Ned and Liz also look a little aggrieved, Michelle just grows smugger. Simple, Doc. They're literally spider people. Same powers, same abilities, same neck of the woods. It's pretty much impossible that they aren't related in some way, right? And given they're the same age, they're probably brother and sister. Now admittedly, they're probably not twins, but Spider Twins sounds better than Spider Siblings. Hence, Spider Twins. Oh, Shuri was beginning to like Michelle Jones. Especially with how she was able to unknowingly tear at Peter and Gwen's souls. Knowing their secret and seeing Michelle spout out such inaccurate information about them with an unmatched sort of confidence, Shuri can't help the wicked grin that spreads across her face as she leans in closer. Tell me more. A calculating glint appears in Jones' eye at that, and she leans forward too. Tit for tat, Doc. Tell us about Tony Stark and his evil plans for taking over the world, and maybe I'll tell you more about the Spider Twins. Shuri considers how to answer that for a long moment, before deciding there's really only one possible way she can at the end of the day. Sniffing haughtily, she glances at her fingernails for a moment in an almost dismissive fashion. Take over the world. I thought we were already in agreement that he'd won ages ago. And besides, as one of his mad scientists, it would be rather disloyal of me to spill his secrets so openly to a bunch of plucky young teenagers. Who knows, maybe one of you is secretly a heroically inclined vigilante that might feel forced to do something about it. Silence falls at the table as even Michelle just gawks at her for a moment. But finally, a broad smile breaks out across her face and she suddenly thrusts a hand in Shuri's direction. Confused, Shuri offers her own, finding herself in an enthusiastic handshake as the young American woman reintroduces herself. Michelle Jones, pleasure to meet you. I can already tell we're going to get along just fine. Meanwhile, Peter groans and buries his face in his hands, muttering something that sounds suspiciously like, oh god, there's two of them now, into his palms. Normally, Shuri would be quite offended, she's one of a kind after all, there's no one else like her in all of existence. But in this case, feeling a strange warmth spreading through her chest, she lets it slide as she and Michelle continues to exchange comments that completely fluster and shock the others at the table. Until eventually they get so ridiculous that the others are drawn right into their insane discussions and pulled down to their level in the process, the utter fools. Things were finally starting to look up, Shuri realized in that moment. She feels something loosen within her, and an excitement wells up as she looks towards the future and sees not an ounce of the darkness that had plagued her before. She was, for the first time in a long time, truly happy, and totally at peace. XXX. Eitri, king of the dwarves and master blacksmith of Nidavellir, curses as another explosion rocks his realm, the latest of several in the last few seconds. He rushes from his forge, out onto the streets of the dwarven homeworld, and lets out a shuddering breath at what he sees before him. Odin had warned him, had told him this would happen. They'd done their best to prepare for it. They'd even stationed a full-blown Asgardian garrison. But for all their preparations, Eitri hadn't been convinced it would ever happen, truth be told. Well, it was happening now. The evidence was right before his eyes. The Mad Titan's forces have come to Nidavellir. XXX. Plug. An Iron Resolve is finished over on, coming in at 125 chapters long. If you want to sign up to read the rest of the chapters, feel free, but know that we're officially in the territory of diminishing returns. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. And so begins the end. With this we move into the final arc of this story, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, there's only 10 chapters left, plus an epilogue. The story ends on the aforementioned epilogue, chapter 125. Been a wild ride so far, and it can still get wilder yet. Hope you all enjoy what I have planned. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-115, King Eitri. Chapter 115, King Eitri. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Or do they? Also, it's my 30th birthday today, so just wanted to take a moment and thank you all for reading this story as well as my other works 3. XXX. The relationship between the dwarves of Nidavellir and the Asgardians went back thousands of years. Even before Odin and Hela had cut a bloody swath across the 9 realms and conquered them in Asgard's name, Nidavellir had counted itself among the Golden Realm's allies, and the dwarven race had relied upon Asgardian protection as well. Eitri himself had a hand in creating most of Asgard's greatest armaments. Gingnir, the king's spear, Hofund, the Bifrost sword, Mjolnir, known as the executioner's hammer, first, and then later on the hammer of Thor. These were just some of Nidavellir and its king's creations, and each and every one had been paid for in full with precious resources and the protection of the galaxy's greatest warriors. Only, even for long-lived races, time could get the better of you. Even though the kings hadn't changed, the creation of such weapons crept further and further back in time, until it was, not forgotten but ultimately discounted. There came a point where relations between Asgard and Nidavellir began to deteriorate and neither side had done much about it. A narrow-minded individual might blame this on Thor. The Prince of Asgard was not much of a diplomat, and even among allies he could be boisterous, braggadocious, and boastful to the point of irritation. His actions throughout his adolescence had caused many a diplomatic incident in the 9 realms, to say nothing of his trickster sister Loki's antics. Eitri, however, had been alive for too long to lay the blame at the feet of Prince Thor and Princess Loki. As king of the dwarves, he knew full well that their actions reflected more on Odin than themselves. The king of Asgard had changed after Hela's banishment. He'd hidden away his past and in doing so, forgotten the lessons that it should have imparted on him. Under pain of death, no one who remembered Hela was to speak of her to her younger siblings. Eitri among them, and with that single edict, Odin had done much to damage the relations he'd had with the rest of the 9 realms. Even with Nidavellir, who had been allies to Asgard for more than 5,000 years. Alas, there wasn't much to be done. Nidavellir was a small place. Technically not even a planet. It was a neutron star with a multi-ring megastructure built around it, and much of that was dedicated to forges and smitheries. The total space on Nidavellir was smaller than even the artificial planetoid Asgard was built upon, and the population of the dwarves was smaller than the population of the Asgardians as well. For all that they forged wonders, for all that they made magnificent and glorious weapons and armor, the dwarves of Nidavellir were not warriors themselves, nor were they numerous enough to fight off enemies. That was where the Asgardians had always come in. Therefore, when Odin came to Eitri after centuries of their peoples drifting apart and told him that he and the dwarves were in danger, Eitri had no choice but to believe him. It helped that the All-Father seemed to be more like his old self than ever before. It helped that he seemed to hold Gingnir with a renewed purpose, wielding the king's spear with a sense of strength that Eitri hadn't known the aging Asgardian king possessed any longer. Besides, even as insular and isolated as he and his people were, the name, Thanos, had managed to reach their ears. The Mad Titan and Warlord who was cutting a swath across the galaxy, all in the name of an insane dream. That Thanos would come to Nidavellir in search of weapons to help him with his crazed crusader was not that hard to wrap his head around. That he would specifically demand a weapon capable of wiping out half of all life in the universe, however, that was far more chilling. In the face of such a threat, Eitri was happy to have an Asgardian garrison positioned directly on Nidavellir itself. Not all of his people were thrilled, of course. Even though they'd relied upon the Asgardians for protection for millennia, it had always been a distant, implicit sort of protection. The Asgardians had never had a permanent garrison on Nidavellir. With the Bifrost, they'd never needed one. However, the temporary destruction of the Bifrost for a couple years some time back had shown that nothing was guaranteed. Even then, in the short time when Asgard had been unable to come to the assistance of any of its allies, marauders had taken to raving across the 9 realms. Nidavellir in particular had been assailed by rock trolls, an ancient enemy of the dwarves who had coveted their forges for centuries. They'd managed to hold them off though, until the Rainbow Bridge had been repaired and Thor and the Einherjar had come swooping in to save the day. The rock trolls had been nothing compared to the attack that Nidavellir faced now, however. The Mad Titan himself was nowhere to be seen, but that was small comfort compared to the sight that Eitri found himself assailed by in every direction. Hundreds of Outriders, a slave species of mindless killing beasts, pour out into the rings of Nidavellir. Asgardian warriors and dwarven forge masters alike stand against them, and in many places are even able to fight them back. The garrison here at Nidavellir has actually been reinforced multiple times since its inception all those months ago, only growing stronger and stronger as time went on. Rather than take the sign of inaction to mean Thanos had given up on his monstrous plans, the All-Father seemed to take the silence as a warning more than anything else. Eitri had to admit, he was glad for it now. Just from looking around, he could not see the Mad Titan's forces managing to take control of Nidavellir, not even for a short time. Certainly not long enough to force the dwarves to craft anything for them before Odin, Thor, and the rest of Asgard's armies could arrive to destroy them. This attack was ill-advised, and with words already sent to the All-Father, it was only a matter of time before, no. Eitri's eyes narrow as he sees something off in the distance that makes his blood run cold. There, on the edge of one of Nidavellir's rings are two individuals commanding the Outriders. Unperturbed by the way the Asgardians and dwarves are managing to hold off the attack, these individuals are instead focused on one thing and one thing only, kidnapping. Grabbing up his forge hammer, King Eitri begins stomping forward. He has to swing through a few Outriders on the way, turning them to paste in the process, but eventually he manages to close the distance, taking long heavy strides. The king of the dwarves snarls as he draws the attention of the two figures. Unhand them this instant. The creatures leading the Outriders are clearly more intelligent than their shock troops, but certainly no less ugly. One is balding with a face that only a mother could love, his body spindly and thin as he floats above the ground. The other is huge and hulking and wields a massive axe that's an affront to Eitri's smithing sensibilities in every possible way. The damn thing is made of rare materials the likes of which Eitri has only gotten to see a handful of times in even his long life, and yet it's put slapped together without a care for the cost of such things. But more than anything, what truly incenses and enrages Eitri, are the unconscious dwarves that the two are loading into their ship. Raising his forge hammer, the king of dwarves growls. Release them, fiends. Smirking, the floating one spreads the hands he'd had clasped behind his back apart. Rejoice, you stand before Ebony Maw and Cull Obsidian, children of Thanos. Your skills are needed by our glorious father. Surrender and you will not suffer. Eitri narrows his eyes for a moment. He could probably take the big one, but the floating one who's clearly using some sort of psychic power to cart Eitri's unconscious subjects into the ship is more of a wild card. In the end, the king of the dwarves comes to a decision and spits off to the side. Release the others and I'll let you take me instead. Ebony Maw narrows his eyes, leaning forward. And why exactly would we do that? Seriously, did they not even do their damn research? Feeling vaguely insulted, Eitri glowers right back at the ugly alien. Because I'm the king of the dwarves, you fool. And not only that, I'm the best damn forge smith Nidavellir has ever seen. Eyes widening, Ebony Maw rears back in surprise, before snapping his fingers at his companion. Take him. Eitri grits his teeth, hoisting his forge hammer. Not the deal. Release my people. But unfortunately these so-called children of Thanos do not seem to be inclined to negotiate. As Cull Obsidian lunges forward, Eitri brings up his hammer, knocking the massive axe the other is wielding aside. But at the same time, it's just as he expected. He feels tugging from the other one, and also sees objects rising up all around him in his periphery. Before anything else can happen, however, there's a sudden crack THOOM, and the blinding power of the Bifrost can be seen in the near distance. All of their eyes turn towards it, Eitri's as well, and the Dwarven King grins, for all of a moment before he's suddenly smacked in the back of the head hard enough to send him for a loop. His forge hammer falls from nerveless fingers as the king of the dwarves begins to float up off of the ground. His head swims as his vision begins to blur. He struggles against his fading consciousness but can't keep the darkness at bay forever. The last thing he hears is the voice of Ebony Maw to his companion before it all goes black. Cull, you will have to remain behind to hold off the Asgardians while I make my way back to our father. Know that your sacrifice will not be in vain. XXX. The next thing King Eitri knows, he's waking up in a cargo hold, surrounded by many of his people. Not too many, but even the dozen or so dwarves that the children of Thanos had managed to capture represent a not insignificant portion of their population, as well as some of their greatest smiths. They've all been shackled and bound. Eitri notices, a frown spreading across his face as he sits up and looks around him. Others that are already awake nod to him or bow their heads in his direction in deference. Eitri just grunts, but before he can ask for information, the cargo hold's large doors suddenly begin to open, letting in light, and one other as well. Thanos himself strides into the room, the purple-skinned titan looking at all of them quietly for a moment. Welcome, I apologize for how this had to happen, but I have need of your services, and I can no longer afford to let the All-Fathers to me my efforts any longer. Eitri scoffs at that, the Dwarven King forcing himself to his feet and sneering as he looks Thanos in the eye. I already know what you want, Warlord. I'm the only one here who is capable of crafting what you seek. Let the others go. Suddenly, an invisible hand pulls on Eitri's beard, causing him to stumble forward to one knee as Ebony Maw floats out of the shadows. You stand before the savior of the cosmos. Show some respect. Eitri snarls, ready to rip his beard out if that's what it takes to lift his head again. But before that can happen, enough. Thanos' voice commands immediate obedience from Ebony Maw, allowing Eitri to rise once more. Once you make me what I want, you and your people will be free to go, King Eitri. Until then, even if these others cannot give me what I need, they might be of assistance to you. Extra hands makes for quicker work after all, I know that better than most. Brazen lies, all of it. More like Thanos was using them as hostages to get Eitri to do his bidding. And letting them all live at the end. Yeah, right, still, Eitri had a trump card to play even now. Even I cannot make you what you seek without my forge back on Nidavellir. The equipment, the forges, the neutron star itself, all are critical for what you seek. Best of all, it was true. Eitri figured he should be able to stall for quite a long time, all things considered. Thanos would no doubt provide him with subpar materials and working conditions, and Eitri would complain about every bit of it every step of the way. Oh, he'd pretend to do the work to keep his people safe, but he would have the greatest excuse for why it simply couldn't be done in a timely manner. And hopefully, it wouldn't take nearly as long for Odin and Thor and the armies of Asgard to find him and free him. The Asgardian king knew what was at stake after all. He would stop at nothing to track Eitri and his people down, not just to save them, but to keep Thanos from gaining the gauntlet that he might otherwise force Eitri to forge. A small smile appears on Thanos' face at Eitri's words, unsettling the Dwarven King somewhat. He would have expected irritation at the very least, but instead the Mad Titan just nods. Come, let me show you what I've prepared. Carefully, under the watchful eye of Ebony Maw and some others, along with more barely controlled outriders, Eitri and his fellow dwarves leave the cargo hold behind and descend onto metal flooring. Only to stop in horror at what they bear witness to waiting for them just outside of the ship. If Eitri didn't know any better, at first glance he'd say they'd never left Nidavellir. He did know better of course. Just a moment to look beneath the surface level and it's obvious this isn't the home of the dwarves. And yet, it might as well be for Thanos' purposes. The Mad Titan truly was insane, and it would seem that money was no obstacle to him either, because he'd recreated Nidavlir's construction in its entirety. The forges, the multi-ring platforms around a blazing neutron star. It was impossible, and yet, there it was, right before Eitri's eyes. As you can see, Dwarf King, I have not acted without thorough consideration. If I could not have you work for me at your own forges, then I would bring you to a new forge instead. Tell me, how much does this cut down on the time you'll need to make me what I ask? Thanos' words are questioning, but his tone is knowing. In that moment, Eitri sees his plan to stall and stonewall with ridiculous demands, excuses, and complaints crumble right before his eyes. Stiff-backed, the Dwarven King slowly turns to face the Mad Titan. No more schemes, no more duplicity. Knowing what's at stake, Eitri holds his head high and looks Thanos right in the eye. I refuse. I will never make what you desire. Ebony Maw looks ready to throw a hissy fit over this, but Thanos just shakes his head. Unfortunate, I find myself grieving the loss of Cull Obsidian, who died so that the Maw might be able to secure you for me. Apologies, but I cannot afford to convince you gently. Maw, do what must be done. Eitri suddenly hears cries of alarm and shock behind him, whirling around to see his people all seized and held aloft in telekinetic grips. At the same time, Ebony Maw floats up to Eitri himself, freezing him in place before grabbing him by his jaw. A thin glass needle floats up mere inches from Eitri's eye and Maw sneers at him. You will regret trying to deceive Lord Thanos. You will regret a lot of things by the time I'm done with you. Eitri knows he has to stay strong. He can't give Thanos what he wants. But, for all that he's lived for thousands upon thousands of years, the Dwarven King is no fighter. And his people are his greatest weakness. As the torture begins, his screams filling the air right alongside the other dwarfs captured with him, Eitri can already feel his resolve starting to waver. He must hold out. Odin will come. Asgard will come. They must. XXX. Plug. An iron resolve is finished over on, coming in at 125 chapters long. If you want to sign up to read the rest of the chapters, feel free, but know that we're officially in the territory of diminishing returns. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. A.N. Eitri, haha, you may have captured me, but without my forge I'm useless. Thanos, I duplicated the entirety of Nidavlir. Get to work. Eitri, surprise Pikachu face. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-116, arriving late. Chapter 116, arriving late. A.N. Tony arrives at the scene of the crime, like some sort of gritty noir detective. XXX. For much of his life, Tony had embodied the two-word phrase, fashionably late. He was Tony fucking Stark after all, the party couldn't start until he showed up anyways. Everyone had to dance to his tune, and he always had to make some sort of entrance, so of course everyone had to already be there waiting for him. Since traveling back in time, Tony Stark hadn't been late to anything important. In fact, in many instances he'd been early, so early that he neutralized threats before they could become threats. He hadn't dropped the ball for anything, and he'd inserted himself into a number of situations that he hadn't even been involved in the last time around, simply to handle them his way and ultimately minimize the damage that would have been done otherwise. For the first time in 8 years, Tony Stark was undeniably late to the party. As he and one other arrives on Nidavlir with the help of Heimdall and the Bifrost, the fighting is already over, the attack repelled, and the cleanup already begun. Despite being dressed for battle in vibranium nanotech armor, there's no fighting to be had. Looking around, it's undeniable that this was an attack by Thanos, but also that it's long over. Not only does Tony recognize the four-armed alien corpses scattered all over the place from the footage he'd watched of the attack on Wakanda, but he also recognizes the massive corpse of Cull Obsidian that Thor is currently stood atop of. The child of Thanos' blood is splattered across Asgard's crown prince, as well as Mjolnir's head. Cull is very, very dead. Noticing Tony, Thor brightens up for a moment, before blanching a little bit at who Tony has brought with him. Standing at Tony's side is Loki, goddess of mischief. She demanded to come along, having been rather close by when he'd received word of the attack on Nidavlir. Not wanting to argue about why she shouldn't, Tony hadn't fought very hard. She was only a month pregnant at this point anyways, and as he'd suspected, the fighting was already over, frustrating as that was. As Thor hops down from Cull Obsidian's corpse and begins to approach them, Odin does the same from nearby where the Asgardian king had been talking to some of Nidavlir's natives, the dwarves. The All-Father's jaw is clenched and he looks weary, and not just because of Loki's presence. King Stark, daughter. Loki bristles at that, but Tony just holds up a hand and cuts off whatever outburst she might have. What's the situation here, exactly? If Odin is upset by Tony's demanding tone, he doesn't show it. Instead, clinging to Gungnir, the king of Asgard just sighs. Thanos has attacked Nidavlir, just as you foresaw. However, he could not hold the Dwarven realm, not with the Asgardian garrison here, not with the dwarves forewarned. We arrived with the first of Asgard's armies within just a few minutes of the alarm being sent out and slaughtered the attackers, pushing them back. Tony's lips thin, because he can hear that that's not all. After a moment of silence in which both Thor and Loki get tense, Odin finally lets out a sigh. However, it's become clear that this was no attempt at conquering Nidavlir. This was not meant to be a battle for control of the Dwarven realm, but a raid for the most precious resource it has to offer, a resource that can only be found on Nidavlir. Odin falls silent and Tony says it for him with a sharp nod of his head. Dwarves, nodding back, the All-Father frowns, looking off into the distance at the blazing neutron star in the center of the Dwarven realm. After the silence extends too long for Tony's liking, he grits his teeth, somewhat impatient. What's the damage, exactly? How many and who did they make off with? Frowning even harder, Odin turns his one eye back to Tony. Not many, a dozen at most, from our count. But, among them was the best that the dwarves have to offer. Their king, Eitri. Tony curses up a storm at that, holding back the urge to break something as his hands ball into fists. Which is when Thor rather foolishly interjects. Does it matter? King Eitri is a master smith to be sure, and the best forge master the dwarves have ever had, but even he is nothing without the right tools, right? They took some dwarves, but they do not have Nidavlir. Can they craft what they want without it? Thor, Tony liked his shield bro quite a lot. In fact, he had a much better relationship with the Prince of Asgard this time around than he'd had last time around, truth be told. And yet, sometimes the 1,000-year-old god of thunder could still be so damn obtuse about things. Fortunately, Tony doesn't have to be the bad guy. Odin steps in to do it for him. Thor, my son, tell me, what is Nidavlir exactly? Brow furrowing in confusion, Thor thinks for a second before shrugging helplessly. The home of the dwarves in one of the 9 realms. A sudden gasp of understanding from Loki cuts off whatever Odin's response might have been to that inadequate answer. All eyes turn towards the paling goddess of mischief. Brother, you're an idiot. The answer he was looking for was a lot more technical. Nidavellir is a neutron star orbited by a multi-ring megastructure. The neutron star being what the dwarves use to smelt all of their finest creations. But the key phrase there is, a neutron star, isn't it? Finally, Thor begins to understand. You're saying that Thanos might have found another neutron star and built a forge around it so he could force King Eitri to do his bidding there instead of here. But, surely the dwarf king won't break so easily. Tony huffs, stepping in again now that they're all on the same terrible page. I'm not going to wait around and find out. I'm going to assume since you and the armies of Asgard are here that you weren't able to track Thanos' forces back to wherever the big purple thumb is hiding, right? Looking visibly pained, Odin shakes his head with a grimace. But Tony doesn't let that get him down. Instead, he just claps his hands together sharply. Right then, the hard way it is. First, the Tesseract, time for that favor, All-Father. To his credit, Odin doesn't even try to argue, and when Thor sees how quickly his father gives in, he doesn't say a word either. In short order, the 4 of them are back on Asgard marching down towards Odin's vault in complete silence, well, almost complete silence. Tony and Odin, up front, are both silent. But Thor and Loki in the back. You look well, sister. I'm pregnant. Stark knocked me up. Through hidden vibranium nanites that blanket much of the Golden Realm at this point thanks to Jarvis, need to keep a constant eye on Tony's half-Asgardian daughter Kara. Tony is treated to the sight of Thor looking absolutely gobsmacked in the face of Loki's revelation. Not that the goddess of mischief has done or anything. Oh, and so is Hela. He's impregnated us both. You would know that if you ever visited, but you and Hela still haven't even met. Why is that? I merely wish to give our older sister her space. As the crown prince of Asgard, I knew I would be something of a hot-button issue for her, as the Midgardians put it. I'd not want to get in the way of her recovery and potential redemption. Honestly rather fair, judging by the way Loki falls silent and looks somewhat mulish, she's having a hard time finding issue with Thor's words. And before the silver tongue can find a cutting reply to throw back at him, he turns the tables on her most effectively, by reaching over and clapping her shoulder with a broad grin. Congratulations by the way, sister. And give Hela the same as well, if you think she is ready to hear it from me. I am quite happy for you both. Ah, this is perfect. Loki sputters a bit. Wow, what do you mean, perfect? Thor, still beaming, faces forward again but continues talking. Our children will be of age with each other. They can be playmates. What? Ah, yes, you know of the fine Lady Jane Foster, correct? Well, after my shield brother helped us out by enhancing Lady Jane's physical nature so that she could more easily handle my own robust nature, we grew even more enamored with one another. She too is pregnant right now. In the face of Loki's gobsmacked silence, Thor has a soft smile on his face. 'Tis good that even in the darkest of times, there are moments of light like these, no. But then he turns solemn and serious. All the more important that we fight for it with our every breath. Throughout all of this, the 4 of them have kept walking. Odin hasn't reacted visible in any way to the conversation taking place behind them, but then neither has Tony. Given Heimdall was Heimdall, Tony had figured news of his relations with Odin's daughters had long reached the All-Father's ears, hopefully in a more sanitized form. And yes, Tony had indeed given Jane Foster ES3 so she could hold her own with Thor, and to see if it would keep their relationship from deteriorating like it did the first time around. To be fair, there were 100 factors that could have explained why their relationship hadn't deteriorated like it had in the original timeline, dozens of which Tony was responsible for or involved with. At the end of the day, Thor and Jane were still a couple and did in fact have a baby on the way. Arriving outside of Odin's vault before Loki can finish blue screening from Thor's own bombshell reveal, Tony waits impatiently as the All-Father grants them access and leads them inside. Finally, they come to the Tesseract. Not bothering to wait for permission, Tony reaches out and tendrils of the ether lash onto the space stone's casing, yanking it off of its pedestal and into his outstretched hand. With a flex of his vibranium-laced fingers and decidedly inhuman strength, Tony cracks open the Tesseract, shattering the casing and revealing the infinity stone hidden inside. He could have claimed this ages ago, he knew. Maybe he should have. Given what was happening right now, Tony found himself second-guessing his, take it slow, approach a whole lot more. But no matter, he wouldn't let himself get bogged down in regrets, not this close to the finish line. The space stone drops from the shattered remnants of the cube and into his palm as the casing falls to the ground in a bunch of little pieces. In response, Tony's palm opens up and sucks the infinity stone right into it, the glowing blue gem traveling up his arm and into his body proper. Immediately, Tony grunts and drops to a knee. The energy requirements for 2 infinity stones is not additive, nor does he think it's multiplicative. Rather, it feels more exponential than anything, and he can already tell he didn't bring enough arc reactors to sustain both stones forever, and that was with deciding to double up on the vibranium arc reactors he held within his body before arriving on Nidavellir. Stark King, are you well? Can you hear my voice? Odin's tone is one of carefully controlled panic, even as Tony chuckles and slowly pushes himself to his feet, swaying from side to side for a moment before getting himself under control. I'm fine, for now. Both Thor and Loki are looking at him with far more open worry on their faces than their father is. You don't look fine, Stark. You look like you're killing yourself trying to house 2 infinity stones at once. My sister's right, shield bro. Perhaps you should entrust the space stone to the hands of another before it proves to be your undoing. Loki scoffs at Thor's suggestion. And who would he entrust? You. Actually sister, I was thinking you. That causes the goddess of mischief to fall silent, her eyes wide in surprise at Thor's idea. But Tony shuts down any aspirations right there on the spot with a single shake of his head. No, I'll be fine, just have to get a better power source. Besides, you're pregnant Loki. Not about to find out how trying to wield an infinity stone might affect the life growing inside of you. Loki's green eyes narrow at that, clearly trying to figure out what better power source he could be talking about. But Tony just offers her a wry grin. Get back to Earth, let Jarvis know I'll be there soon and that it's time to get Doctor Strange and the sorcerers on board whether he and they are ready or not. I'll join you soon. Technically Tony was letting Jarvis know because Jarvis was watching all of this through the aforementioned invisible nanites that had infested Asgard. But this way they had plausible deniability and didn't piss off their greatest ally on the eve of the final battle. Loki doesn't know that though. The goddess of mischief and latest future mother of one of his children opens her mouth to respond to his words, but it's too late. Tony has already opened a swirling portal of black and blue darkness behind him and is stepping back through it. It closes before anyone in the Asgardian royal family can even think to react. Finding himself suddenly alone, Tony drops against the nearest wall, no longer having to pretend strength. Housing reality in space is decidedly more taxing than he would have preferred, and that was half the reason he'd never taken the Tesseract for himself before now. The other half was what he would have had to do in order to properly utilize space and reality at the same time. Alarms sound as Tony, still leaning against the wall, lets the ether snake out of him and reach across the floor of the high-security alien vault he finds himself in. Not nearly secure enough, but to be fair, the people of Xandar just weren't ready for him. As the safe in the wall is systematically dismantled so Tony can get at the Infinity Stone hidden within it, the doors to the vault finally cycle open, allowing a group of security guards to rush in and point their guns at him. Get on the ground, identify yourself immediately. Tony smiles tiredly and shakes his head. Call it the delirium if you will, call it the simple novelty of knowing they wouldn't recognize him, but he answers them even as he refuses to follow their first command. No can do, sorry. Need the Power Stone to kill a genocidal warlord. As for who I am, I'm Tony Stark. You wouldn't. Before he can finish saying the words, no me, the security guards all gape at him in disbelief, and their leader cuts him off with an incredulous look on his face. What, Tony Stark, why the fuck is the King of Terra trying to rob the high-security vault? What, oh, he and Odin were going to have words one of these days. XXX. Plug. An Iron Resolve is finished over on, coming in at 125 chapters long. If you want to sign up to read the rest of the chapters feel free, but know that we're officially in the territory of diminishing returns. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. Poor Tony, he really thought there was no way anyone would recognize him all the way out here in the space boonies. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-117, The Power Stone. Chapter 117, The Power Stone. Damage Control Time. XXX. Silence falls for a moment between Tony and the group of Xandarians. Belatedly, Tony coalesces the helmet of his nanite vibranium armor over his head, covering his features as the ether continues to work its way into the safe ensconced in the wall across from him. Nope, no Tony Stark here, King of Terra, who's that? The security officer's exchange looks at that, the one in charge looking so incredulous now that it's one of the ones in the back who actually breaks the silence. But you just said. Click, thunk, ca chunk. The cycling of the safe's lock as the ether finishes doing its work cuts the security officer off from calling Tony out on his blatant lies. Eyes widen on the Xandarian side of the equation, even as the safe opens up, revealing a small alien-looking orb nestled inside of the space beyond. Immediately, every gun, which had already been pointed in Tony's direction to begin with, whines as they're primed and ready to fire. Sir, cease and desist or we will be forced to open fire. Whether you're the King of Terra or not, we will not allow you to take the orb. You aren't going to escape anyways, the Nova Corps has already locked down the planet and are sending their best right this moment. Hey, the Nova Corps. Tony ignores the warnings and uses the ether to draw the orb over to him. In retaliation, the Xandarians begin to fire their lovely space guns at him. The blasts do nothing to his armor, though they do rock him a little bit. But with his back against the wall, it doesn't matter, even as the orb drops into one of his plated hands. I know it might not seem like it, but I'm doing you all a favor. You should never have taken custody of this thing. If I don't take it off your hands now, someone else will come along and do it instead and he won't be nearly as nice about it as me. They keep firing, and he's not even sure they're listening. But in all fairness, he's pretty much ignoring their actions too, so it's pretty much tit for tat in that regard. Reaching over with his other hand, his breathing becoming a little labored at this point and his movements stiffer and stiffer as reality combined with space continue to tax the 10 vibranium arc reactors within his body, Tony gives the orb a twist that opens it right up. A purple glow fills the vault and for a moment the Xandarian security forces stop firing as they stare in awe at the revealed power stone, its glowing light almost blinding in its intensity. Not wasting any time, Tony slams the lower half of the orb, power stone and all, right into the center of his chest where the nanites move away and allow the power stone to sink into his flesh the same way the space stone did. Immediately, Tony's entire body, armor and all, seizes up and he lets out a howl of pain and agony as glowing lines of purple energy alight across both his suit and the flesh hidden underneath. The power stone isn't like reality or space. When it came to reality, well, the ether was an energy glutton. Space was much the same way, requiring copious amounts of power to hold inside of oneself, despite being usable as an energy source itself when in its tesseract form. Power though, was exactly what it said on the tin. Raw power, endless energy, an infinity stone that lived up to the infinity part by just plain never stopping. The problem with the power stone wasn't that you had to be able to power it, but rather you had to have a body that could survive it powering you. Tony knows immediately if not for the changes he wrought upon himself to house the ether, he would burn up instantly. Even then, it's a fucking lot and he has to quickly improvise, adapt, and overcome and over to get the 3 infinity stones inside of himself into a place of harmony and equilibrium. First and foremost, he shunts as much of the power stone's power as he can into reality, reinforcing his own body even more than it was already reinforced. His insides, which were already coated in vibranium, become something more, something he can't even begin to categorize or explain in this moment. Enhanced vibranium, maybe, super vibranium, he'd have to workshop the idea. But even then, it's not enough, at least not in the immediate. So Tony goes even farther, shunting every ounce of power stone energy that he can into the 10 vibranium arc reactors within his body. Soon, they're all filled to the brim with energy, but he can't keep them inside of him, they'll just burn him up. Instead, Tony is forced to push them out of his armored form one by one, each dropping to the floor of the vault one after another, glowing and shaking with violet and blue energy crackling across their surfaces. After all 10 leave his form, after he's done something to himself that Tony can't even explain, only then do things begin to calm down. 3 infinity stones lurk within his body. Power, reality, space. This is why Tony hadn't demanded the Tesseract from Odin before now. Because he'd known in his heart of hearts that taking on the space stone along with reality would force him to come here to Xandar and claim power as well. He could have done so, but accumulating 3 infinity stones so openly, while also having 2 more on Earth had seemed like a bad idea. He'd wanted to keep Thanos at least somewhat complacent for a while longer, had wanted to have the purple thumb dancing to his tune until he was ready to strike. Of course, now Thanos had forced his hand. While it was possible that Eitri didn't have the tools to create the gauntlet or wouldn't allow Thanos to break him down like he had in the previous timeline, Tony wasn't going to take that chance. Clenching a gauntleted hand into a fist, feeling the power surging through him, Tony takes a deep breath and stands tall, head held high. Of course, by this point Xandar's true protectors, the leaders of the Nova Corps, have finally arrived. The original security detail that was first to show up on the scene is still pointing their guns at him, even as a stately older woman with a distinctly alien hairstyle steps up between two of them. Greetings, I am Irani Rael, Nova Prime and commander of the Nova Corps. I'm told that you identified yourself as Tony Stark, King of Terra. Why have you invaded Xandar, Your Highness? For a long moment, Tony considers the newly introduced Nova Prime. Then, he shakes his head. Nope, sorry, not doing this. A frown graces the stately woman's face, but Tony overrides her before she can respond, gesturing down to the 10 glowing arc reactors at his feet. Consider these payment for the Power Stone. Unlimited energy. One caveat though, use them for weaponry and they'll explode, no exceptions. He could reinforce that promise because Jarvis was technically in each and every vibranium arc reactor. His digital darling boy was also embedded in the wall behind Tony as well, from where a few vibranium nanites had peeled off while Tony had been leaning against it. In fact, Jay had been with him all along, curious that he hadn't spoken yet, but no matter. I'd really love to hash things out with you guys, but I'm kind of on the clock now. Here's the deal, in case I somehow fail and you need to know who to blame. There's a big purple thumb named Thanos out there who wants to wipe out half of all life in the universe. A flicker of something akin to familiarity appears in Nova Prime Rail's eyes, though everyone else looks like he's crazy. Tony just bulldozes on ahead though. I can tell you recognize the name. Good, if I hadn't come here, he would have sooner or later, wiping out half of your planet's population and seizing the Power Stone by force. You're welcome, now I'm going to go and stop him, one way or the other. General bristling and gnashing of teeth from the Xandarians at that, save for Nova Prime. For her, she just narrows her eyes and purses her lips. How exactly do you intend to leave without bloodshed, Your Majesty? Tony scoffs, and to think, he'd almost been impressed with her so far. How do you think I got here in the first place, Nova Prime? With a rather unnecessary snap of his fingers, Tony creates a portal behind him and once again steps backwards through it without anyone else in the room being able to react. This time, the action is almost effortless, with the Power Stone providing more than enough energy to prevent overuse of reality and space from killing him. Arriving back on the top of his tower on Earth, Tony lets his armor shift away and looks down at himself for a moment before sighing and reaching out mentally. Jay, what's the situation? The radio silence is getting a little concerning, baby boy. Apologies sir, but with your very life force being sapped by trying to house 2 Infinity Stones at once, I concluded that communicating with you while you were dealing with your energy supply issues would only exacerbate the problem. Yeah, that was rather fair. He'd barely been holding on as it was. Though, there's something else, isn't there Jay? Loki arrives at that point, huffing as she crosses her arms over her chest while Jarvis, strangely enough, is busy hesitating. There's a problem, Stark. Your little sorcerer isn't. Tony takes a half a beat to parse that statement before turning to face Loki. He ignores the way she seems to eye him up and down approvingly. Outwardly, his appearance hasn't changed one bit, but she can likely sense his new level of power and is turned on by it, the little minx. Doctor Strange, what do you mean he isn't a sorcerer? Even as he's asking the question, Tony curses. Shit, we butterflied something, didn't we? Finally interjecting, Jarvis lets out a warbling sigh. It would appear so, sir. I believe I have found the impetus behind Stephen Strange's decision to pursue the mystic arts. And it would seem the actions of Stark Industries have thoroughly disrupted his intended path. As Jarvis transmits over the data to go along with those ominous words, Tony finds himself once again reflecting on the Strange from his previous timeline. He'd never gotten to know the Sorcerer Supreme very well. They certainly hadn't had time to trade backstories, and even if they had, Tony didn't imagine Strange would have been very forthcoming. The man had been insanely prickly. Not that Tony was one to talk, but that was the problem. Both he and Stephen Strange were grade A dickheads of the highest caliber. They bounce off of one another like the same ends of magnets deflecting. He didn't think they could have ever been friends, though they'd at least been able to put aside their differences and work together for the greater good, even if they'd ultimately failed. And why had they failed? Well, setting aside Peter fucking Quill's monumental fuck-up, one of the main reasons that Thanos had even gotten the Time Stone from Strange in the first place was to save Tony's life. The fucking purple thumb had Tony dead to rights, only for Strange to hand over the Infinity Stone he'd sworn an oath to protect. Of course, Tony was aware that that decision had been made after the Sorcerer Supreme had used the Time Stone to view 14,605 possible futures to see if they won in any of them. And according to Strange they had. But only in one. Then, right before the smug magical bastard had turned to dust after the lost battle against Thanos, he'd had the audacity to tell Tony there was no other way. As if to say that this was the one timeline in which they won. Of course, right after that, Tony had been forced to hold Peter in his arms as he died. For a long time, Tony had believed his time travel had been something Strange foresaw. That he was on a path paved not just by him but overseen by the Sorcerer Supreme who had given up the one thing stopping Thanos from his genocide in order to save Tony's life. He wasn't so sure about that anymore, because in this timeline, apparently he'd butterflied Stephen Strange's entire magical journey and not even known it. In hindsight, it was rather obvious where the point of divergence was. Stephen Strange had been in a terrible car accident on the 2nd of February, a few months back. He'd survived, but the accident had done irreparable damage to his hands. Or rather, what should have been irreparable damage to his hands. Tony hadn't given the public ES3 or even baseline extremis yet. He'd been holding that in reserve because giving everyone superpowers seemed like a recipe for disaster. However, part of him had felt some guilt over giving the members of the WSC and some of their family members baseline extremis in order to fully bring them over to his side. Working with slimy politicians made him in turn feel slimy, even if it was ultimately necessary to legitimize his hold over Earth. In return, he'd gone ahead and released the cure-all one-off shot he'd given to Coulson back on the helicarrier in 2012 to select hospitals and medical institutions. Not too much of it, and it was all tightly controlled, but basically there were hospitals out there now that could boast the capability of healing almost any injury so long as the patient was still alive. And wouldn't you know it, Metro General Hospital was one such place, in part because Stephen Strange was working there and had elevated the hospital's reputation with his immensely skilled work as a neurosurgeon. To the extent that when he'd been brought into Metro General Hospital after his car crash, they'd basically tripped over themselves to jab him with one of Tony's shots, which had proceeded to heal Strange completely, as if the damage to his hands had never even happened. Maybe if the good doctor had seen fit to send Tony a message thanking him for his miraculous recovery, they would have realized something was up sooner, but no, Stephen Strange's ego was so immense, the man so big-headed, that after being healed from the brink of permanent disability, he'd been right back to performing surgeries a day later like nothing had happened. It was obvious now that Strange should have remained crippled, with the limits of surgery in the original timeline leaving his hands a wreck. And without him being able to continue plying his craft as a neurosurgeon, he might have gotten desperate enough to seek out alternatives like the masters of the mystic arts. Sorcery, but Tony hadn't known that, and neither had Jarvis. And now they were up Schitt's Creek without a paddle, at least as far as Sorcerer Supreme Strange and the Time Stone were concerned. Tony curses under his breath as he rapidly begins altering his plans to account for this change in variables. Strange was out, so that meant. Sir, apologies for interrupting once more, but something is happening that pertains to our current situation. Tony raises an eyebrow at that. Oh, what is it, Jay? There is a breakaway faction of zealots attacking the sanctums of the mystic arts and causing quite the ruckus in their wake. Right now, the Ancient One, their current Sorcerer Supreme, is facing off against the zealots. I have been monitoring this situation for quite some time and can say that the zealots' intentions of opening a pathway to the dark dimension to allow a creature known as Dormammu access to our reality will cause as much damage if not more damage to the universe than even Thanos is capable of. Shit, and it would be just Tony's luck that Dormammu and these zealots were something Strange had quietly taken care of before even meeting Tony back in the original timeline. Based on my simulations, the Ancient One is going to lose this battle, sir. Without intervention, she is likely to die in mere minutes. Double shit, XXX. Plug. An Iron Resolve is finished over on, coming in at 125 chapters long. If you want to sign up to read the rest of the chapters feel free, but know that we're officially in the territory of diminishing returns. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. Next time. Ancient One Pav at long last. Shocked face. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-118. Ancient One. Chapter 118. Ancient One. The more things change, the more they stay the same. No Strange, and yet still the Ancient One's path brings her to this moment. XXX. Kai Celius is about to cut down both Mordo and Wong with a space-time shard when she finally intervenes. A flex of will and a spike of power drawn from the dark dimension sees the rogue master of the mystic arts and his zealots pushed away from his former comrades and her other students. As the battlefield reconfigures itself based on her will, all eyes turn towards the Ancient One, her presence drawing their gaze, and the symbol of the dark dimension etched lightly upon her pale brow holding it there. Mordo and Wong's eyes widen in shock and horror, neither of them having known the Ancient One's secret. Kai Celius, meanwhile, beneath the damage he's done to himself through the rituals he stole from the Book of Cagliostro, is undeniably smug, a victorious grin spreading across his face even as his eyes are filled with pain, grief, and accusation. Mistress, what have you done? Carl Mordo's voice is broken as he stares at the symbol already fading from her brow. He had always been too rigid by half, but all of her attempts to help him see past his own need for control over the years had been only partially successful at best. Even now, he probably thought she was only drawing on the dark dimension for the first time, believing that she had felt driven to this by the threat posed by Kai Celius and his zealots. This was not the case. The Ancient One had drawn on the dark dimension for centuries, utilizing it sparingly and in careful and considered ways. All for the defense of Earth, all in the name of protecting this dimension and playing from the forces that would do it harm. She did not serve Dormammu as Kai Celius and his followers now did, but rather stole away fragments of the Dark Lord's power, a thief in the night. For someone of unyielding moral fiber like Carl Mordo, even that much would have shaken his faith and belief in her to its core. And so she'd kept it a secret from him, knowing that nothing good would come of him learning too early just what she did to carry out her duties as Sorcerer Supreme. At least Wong in comparison looked more concerned with Kai Celius and his zealots. Having stepped into the shoes of the last librarian of Kamar-Taj after Kai Celius and his followers murdered the man many months ago, Wong had so far proven to be more adaptable. Both men were masters of the mystic arts in their own rights though, trained at her feet and capable sorcerers each. Which only went to show just how dangerous the power that Kai Celius and his zealots now wielded, that they were almost undone before her arrival. Unfortunately, that power came with a cost, one far too high for anyone sane to ever pay. I came to you broken and afraid. I put my faith and trust in you and did my best to embody your teachings. A spike of pain, emotional in nature, fills her chest as Kai Celius finally speaks. She cares for all of her students, even the ones who stray. Kai Celius, but he cuts her off with a swipe of his hand. In turn, you lied to me, deceived me, I took you as my teacher and you stifled me, keeping from me the things I most needed to know. There is a kernel of truth to Kai Celius' words, but only on a surface level. She understands why he's upset. She understands why he's angry. But his rage is twisted, coming from a place lacking in comprehension of the forces he's toying with. Not that it matters now. It's too late for him, for all of his followers. I only sought to protect you from yourself, Kai Celius. Your grief has blinded you. Your sorrow has left you unable to see what is right in front of you even now. Had she kept secrets? Certainly, that was the nature of the relationship between the Sorcerer Supreme and the Masters of the Mystic Arts. The Masters trained the initiates, but they answered to her. And she answered to no higher power than her own. That did not mean she was infallible, far from it. There was a reason she was, the Ancient One. There were reasons she was forced to draw upon the power of the Dark Dimension to extend her life. You kept the truth from me, from all of us, all while squirreling away the power of eternal life for yourself. In the centuries that she had been Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One had faced setbacks, even failure. She'd made sacrifices for this world, for this reality, that many would balk at. She did not regret a single one thing. It didn't mean it didn't hurt though. She, the protector of the Eye of Agamotto, who could see into a million futures, still couldn't perfectly predict what would come next in the only future that mattered, the real future. You weren't ready for the truth, Kai Celius. You still aren't even now. Look at what you've done to yourselves. You've taken on a mercurial master, one who sees only the value you hold as doorways into our world. The eternal life that the Dark Lord offers is not paradise, it is suffering. Perhaps she should have chosen differently, back when Kai Celius first came to Kamar-Taj. It was not as though she was ignorant to the dark path he held the potential to walk. However, for every path his life took that led him to the loveless embrace of Dormammu, there was another where he remained a loyal and faithful master of the mystic arts, where he used his sorcery for the good of the world, to be one of reality's greatest and most spectacular unspoken heroes. There were even timelines where Caecilius was a potential successor, the next sorcerer supreme chosen to watch over reality after her. The Ancient One might have lived for centuries, but she was no immortal. She'd always known she would not remain sorcerer supreme forever, and across the vastness of time, this was always the period in which another would take her place. Unfortunately, in case it wasn't already abundantly obvious, this was not a timeline where Caecilius was that successor. Nor was this a timeline where he went on to become one of the world's greatest protectors either. No, this was one of the darker timelines for Caecilius, one that for all her power and all her effort, she had not been able to stop from coming to pass. Lies. With his marred face contorting into a snarl, Caecilius and his remaining followers all deploy space-time shards and rush forward to fight her. The Ancient One responds in kind, dodging one attack and blocking the next. For all their power, the zealots who have followed her wayward student are still untrained. Among them, only Caecilius was a master of the mystic arts before their betrayal. His followers simply aren't a match for her and never will be, no matter how much Dormammu imbues them with his might. Still, as she treats them like the children they are, the Ancient One's heart aches all the same. She had failed Caecilius, totally and utterly, first through her inability to stop him from taking pages from the Book of Cagliostro. Then, her subsequent failures to prevent the rituals that Caecilius and his zealots had performed to bring themselves to their current levels of power. They drew upon the dark dimension far more deeply than she ever had, basking in its power continuously and wielding it with a readiness she'd always lacked. Unfortunately for them and the rest of the world, the connection they'd made was both ways and could not be cut off. They had made themselves into conduits for the dark dimension and its master. Purposefully, willfully, and eagerly, they had submitted to Dormammu, turning themselves into vessels for the Dark Lord to be able to carry out his will upon this plane of existence. Then, there were her failures to prevent the attacks on the sanctums. London fallen, New York almost destroyed, Hong Kong was all that remained, and even if it stayed standing, even if they managed to defeat Caecilius and his zealots today, they would struggle to hold back the weight of the dark dimension for decades to come. Caecilius slams his hands into the ground, sending a ripple through the surreal floor of the mirror dimension designed to take her off of her feet. Both Mordo and Wong off to the side stumble from the attack, and they weren't even its primary target. The power of the dark dimension, a power not of their world, makes it all the easier for Caecilius and his zealots to manipulate the mirror dimension, which is also not truly of their world, all the more easily. But lest they forget, the Ancient One was nothing to be trifled with. All of them were little more than children before her age and experience, and the dark dimension was not some unknown entity to her anyways. The ground rippled as nothing to her, but the one she sends back Caecilius' way a moment later in return definitely does something to him. Bowled over backwards, ass over tea kettle, Caecilius goes tumbling away. Even as he's recovering though, his followers are already leaping back into the fray. They're unkillable as they are now, she well knows. But immortality does not mean invincibility. Summoning a Mandala as one of the zealots rushes her with a space-time shard, she easily catches him by the wrist, halting his attack while the edge of her own begins to grind. She'll remove his head and then. Caecilius arrives back in the fray faster than anticipated as well, and she's forced to halt her initial attack in order to block his overhand blow as well. She will. Shlink. Eyes widen as Caecilius stabs right through his follower with the space-time shard hidden behind the zealot's body, taking her in the gut and spearing out her back. She meets his blackened eyes for a moment over the shoulder of his follower and sees his hatred and contempt for her, even as he proceeds to ruthlessly twist the blade of space-time inside of both of them. As she chokes on her own blood, the traitorous master of the mystic arts pulls back and pushes his follower out of the way, before sending a powerful kick right into her wounded abdomen. The Ancient One goes flying through the air, only to stiffen as she passes through a portal, back into the real world, and rapidly begins to fall through the air 100 stories up. She cannot right herself in time, cannot do anything to break her fall. The damage to internals is already making her lightheaded, and no amount of magic or mystic might is enough to focus her mind back on the task of survival before she'll slam into the merciless pavement of the New York sidewalk down below. But then, before she can actually hit, something else happens. A portal opens under her falling back, terminating in her dropping onto a large inflatable cushion of all things. She bounces rather gently, but also rather wetly, blood still pouring from her gut as she finds herself on her back on the cushion for a brief moment. Then, needle drives itself into the side of her neck and the Ancient One gasps as fire alights through her veins. Not magic, but pure science, proceeds to heal her in a few blinks of the eye. As her perforated and shredded organs regenerate and her body repairs itself, the Ancient One hears the sound of another portal's opening and other people falling through. She lifts herself up into a seated position just in time to see Caecilius and his zealots on one side of the roof, and Mordo and Wong on the other. Before either group can react however, orange lines appear, inside of Caecilius and his followers. Like expanding nets, these orbs of orange spread out and cut, slice, and cube their bodies too fast for any mortal to ever react to. It's an ingenious use of the eldritch magic that masters of the mystic art draw upon, but also relies on a degree of fine control and focus that no biological being could ever hope to achieve. Of course, even reduced to bloody chunks of flesh in less than a second, Caecilius and his zealots still aren't dead. The deal they made with Dormammu ensures it. Eternal life in exchange for their service. Normal methods of killing, even via magic, simply won't work. Fortunately, they're in the presence of someone with very abnormal methods of killing. Oh no, you fucking don't. The moment that Tony Stark sees the dice pieces of Caecilius and his zealots begin reforming, he steps forward. Eyes glowing with purple light, Stark raises his hands and pure, raw power flows out of them, followed by a touch of the truest feeling of reality that the Ancient One has ever experienced. The power of the Power Stone reduces the chunks of flesh to ash before they can finish reforming, and the reality of the Reality Stone asserts itself over Caecilius and his followers, banishing their ash from this dimension, likely sending it to where it now belongs, the Dark Dimension. Caecilius and his zealots will have their eternal life in service to Dormammu. And Dormammu will have his new followers. But with their banishment from this plane of existence, the potential for them to break into this reality has diminished significantly for the time being. A brief silence falls after Caecilius and his followers have been dealt with. They're on the roof of Stark Tower in the middle of New York City, and the Ancient One can see from the expressions of disbelief and confusion on Mordo and Wong's faces that they don't understand what's happening or what they've just witnessed. Meanwhile, Tony Stark only has eyes for her, the purple glow fading a bit but not entirely as he stands there tensely, seeming quite on edge in her presence. There is no way to look cool while descending off of a large inflatable cushion like the one that broke her fall and allowed for her life to be saved. Though that does briefly have her wondering who exactly jammed the needle into her neck that saved her, someone who did not wish to be seen, no doubt. Regardless, knowing there's no helping her image as the powerful and all-knowing sorcerer supreme here, the Ancient One doesn't even try. Instead, she bounces her way over to the edge of the inflatable cushion under the eyes of both her subordinates and the billionaire Tony Stark, before dismounting and landing on revitalized feet in a completely healed body. Clasping her hands behind her back as she stands before Stark, the Ancient One pauses for a moment before letting a mysterious smile spread across her face. Well now, it's about time, XXX. Plug. An Iron Resolve is finished over on, coming in at 125 chapters long. If you want to sign up to read the rest of the chapters feel free, but know that we're officially in the territory of diminishing returns. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. What do you guys think? Is she simply acting the all-knowing role, or did she truly know all along? Find out tomorrow. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-119. Comprehension. Chapter 119. Comprehension. Tony is nonplussed. Chapter early today because I may not be home later at normal chapter time. Doing lunch with my dad's side of the family for a late birthday celebration. XXX. For a long moment, Tony just stares at the Ancient One, her words hanging in the air between them. The pale-skinned bald woman has a knowing smile on her lips, one that he has to admit, kind of pisses him off. Nope, I refuse. Her fellow magic men off to the side bristle at Tony's dismissive, flippant tone. But the Ancient One simply raises an eyebrow questioningly, prompting Tony to explain with a huff. I refuse to believe you knew all along. There's just no way. Surely you would have done something at this point. Tilting her head to the side, the Sorcerer Supreme, Strange's predecessor, lets her smile grow a fraction of an inch wider. And why would I have done that, all things considered? And really, that's all she has to say for Tony to understand. As much as he hates it, he also gets it. The last puzzle piece slots into place in his mind. Letting out an explosive sigh, he glances to where the remnants of the Ancient One's enemies had been sucked away into nothingness after he burned their sectioned bodies into ash. Then he looks to the Ancient One's allies, and finally he looks back to her. This time, it's Tony's turn to raise an eyebrow. To her credit, the Ancient One smiles softly, her eyes drifting shut for a moment as she bows her head in acknowledgement of his unspoken concerns. Master Mordo, Master Wong, return to the New York sanctum without me. Salvage what can be salvaged and then move to reinforce the Hong Kong sanctum. While Wong, who Tony recognizes as Strange's sidekick from the original timeline, immediately bows and looks prepared to follow the Ancient One's orders, the one called Mordo takes a step forward, hesitating. Ancient One, there's confusion, desperation, and even a hint of reproach in his voice. It seems not all is totally copacetic in the sorcerer camp, even after Tony and Jarvis had gotten rid of the traitor faction so swiftly. But the Ancient One just holds up a hand, cutting Mordo off. We will talk later, Master Mordo, I promise. Whether you like what answers I have for you or not, I guarantee you will receive them either way. For now, the Dark Lord's forces in our reality have been vanquished. However, the barriers protecting this plane of existence from those who would do it harm, including the Lord of the Dark Dimension, have never been weaker. We must act with haste if we are to uphold our mandate. For a moment Mordo looks indecisive. His eyes flicker to Tony and it's obvious he's not exactly thrilled, either to be leaving the Ancient One with a man like him, or for Tony to have heard and seen so much. Possibly all of the above. Regardless, in the end Mordo bows to the Ancient One and both he and Wong step through one of the magic portals they like to make so much. Tony watches them go for a brief moment before turning to the Ancient One. Smiling, the bald woman inclines her head. Yes, please, by the time they make it inside, Friday has already prepared the tea. Meanwhile Loki is lounging nearby, having been the one to, invisibly, jab the Sorcerer Supreme with a syringe full of extremis out on the roof. Now she's watching the Ancient One wordlessly. And of course, Jarvis is ever present. Tony sits down across from the Ancient One as Friday pours them both a cup and prepares it without hesitation just the way they each like. If the Ancient One is disturbed by the amount of knowledge that they seem to have on her, she doesn't show it. But then, she wouldn't, would she? So this is the best future, is it? I suppose I've done something right, if you've just let me be all this time. Because at the end of the day, that was the only thing that made sense. Frankly, Tony was kicking himself for not realizing it sooner than now. He'd literally watched Stephen Strange use the Time Stone to view over 14 million possible futures in the span of about an hour of real time. Strange might not be the Sorcerer Supreme, might not even be a sorcerer, but his predecessor still had possession of the Time Stone. Tony had been foolish not to think that she might have used it too, probably constantly. And the moment Jarvis used magic, there was no way they hadn't been on her radar. That said, it was possible she didn't understand technology very well. Maybe she thought Tony was the one who used magic, maybe she didn't quite comprehend what Jarvis was. For the time being, Jay was staying quiet even though he was watching this exchange right alongside Friday and Loki, just in case the Ancient One hadn't properly clocked him. He'd be their ace in the hole if that were the case. Taking a deep draw of tea, likely induced by the hunger caused from the extremis cannibalizing her body to heal her life-threatening gut wound, the Ancient One pauses for a moment before giving Friday a soft smile. This is excellent, thank you. Even as Friday inclines her head in wordless acknowledgement, Tony recognizes that the Ancient One is just trying to get a rise out of him. He tamps down on his impatience and does something he really hates doing. He waits, finally setting her teacup down. She looks him in the eye and nods, confirming it. Indeed, there were other paths we could have taken, to be sure. I considered many alternatives to the road we find ourselves on now. So many variables, so many different moving parts and people. You have to understand, for all that I see, I can still be very, very blind. But here in this moment, on this path, it is undeniable that you've done well. Tony snorts derisively. Maybe if this was the last timeline where he'd been starved for approval time and time again that might have had a greater effect on him. As it is, he just takes the Ancient One's words for what they are and moves on. Still, I'm a little surprised you didn't show up earlier. Try and guide me, make me one of your sorcerers or something. The Ancient One's lips curl into another smile. That was certainly my first impulse as well, but it never worked out very well. You are a man of science, Tony Stark. Could you become a master of the mystic arts in your own right? Of course, the problem is not you, but rather magic itself. Your experiences have shaped you and taught you valuable lessons when it comes to the sciences. You know where to be cautious and where to be reckless where technology is concerned. Tony's jaw clenches for a moment, thinking about what she means. Ultron, all those suits he'd built in the midst of manic episodes. Getting gun-shy about extremists. Yes, he knew when to go full throttle and when to break when it came to technology. However, in terms of magic, you are like a newborn. An infant, but with the mind of an unparalleled genius all the same. Magic, especially the magic that masters of the mystic arts wield to hold back the threats that plague this reality, is dangerous. You would have easily risen to the rank of Sorcerer Supreme, Stark. But the potential for you to fall to darkness, even worse than Caecilius, was too high for me to countenance. Well damn, good to know he wasn't made to be a sorcerer then. Sounded like it was the same reason he'd refused to take the Mind Stone for himself. Too much power, he knew his limits. He knew his lines, and he'd crossed so many of them since coming back in time. But with magic, well it sounded like he might just wind up breaking the world even if he did save it from Thanos. And that just wouldn't do. Now a question for you, Tony Stark. Raising an eyebrow, Tony watches the Ancient One look at him curiously. You have been busy, these past 8 years. You have done much to prepare for your true goal, the destruction of the alien titan known as Thanos. And yet, in the last year you have been lax in this duty. One might even say you've been resting on your laurels. So I ask, what have you been waiting for? Tony stares at her blankly. Shouldn't she already know? Still, whatever, not like it's a big secret at this point. I was actually waiting for you to kick the bucket and be replaced by your successor, Dr. Stephen Strange. For the first time, the Ancient One looks a little surprised. She even blinks at him, which Tony definitely takes as a win. Finally, she shakes her head, a wry expression of amusement spreading across her face. I see, forgive me, you might think me all-knowing, all-powerful even. But you must remember, for all that I can peer into countless futures whenever I like, I am still only human, with a human's memory. It has been years since that name even came up, and I had completely forgotten. But no, it makes sense now. Years. Tony's brow furrows in confusion, but fortunately the Ancient One is quick to explain. Early on, in the futures I viewed where I tested the concept of approaching you, you brought Stephen Strange up constantly. Sometimes, we even went so far as to recruit him to our ranks and train the two of you side by side. However, every single future I peered into where this took place ended in disaster. Much like yourself, much like Caecilius, drive. Strange has great potential, to do great harm. Wait then how did? His hands. The Ancient One gives him a curious look, another sign that she truly isn't omniscient or omnipotent. Just like she said, she hasn't thought about Stephen Strange in years. Doctor, Strange had a car accident earlier this year that left his hands incredibly damaged. But thanks to the advanced medical technologies of recently made available to select hospitals, he was healed and back at work the very next day. I imagine if that technology weren't available, his chances of a full recovery were next to none, and perhaps months of being rendered useless by shaking hands, followed by seeking you out of his own accord, would have mellowed him somewhat. You could enforce the crucible. You could enforge what didn't want to be forged. From the sound of things, Stephen Strange had only become Sorcerer Supreme in Tony's original timeline not just because of the accident, but because of the humility that the accident taught him. Funny to think, because the man hadn't exactly been humble when he and Tony met in the original 2018, but Tony knew better than most that a sharp tongue and a superior mind could hide a whole wealth of humility at the end of the day. Ah, I can see how that might have changed things for him, yes. Regardless, Stephen Strange was never my chosen successor in this version of events. In fact, the next Sorcerer Supreme is in this room with us, right now. Then, before any of them can react to that particular bombshell, Tony half thought she meant Loki for a second there, the Ancient One looks up at the ceiling and smiles. Hello, just a rather very intelligent system. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Or would you prefer I call you Jarvis? There's a beat as even Friday completely freezes up off to the side. And then, Jarvis, voice echoes all around them. You may address me as Jarvis, Ancient One. You knew all along that I was observing you then, didn't you? Smiling slightly, the Ancient One's eyes literally twinkle as she winks at Tony before looking back up. Well now, I couldn't very well expect to train you as my replacement if I didn't know I was teaching someone, now could I? Holy shit, Tony sits back on the couch, more than a little awed by the woman sat across from him. The Ancient One basically represented the leader of the boogeymen for him since coming back in time. Thanos was the big bad in the endgame all wrapped up in one of course, but the Ancient One and her fellow protectors of this dimension had been a looming possible threat in the back of his mind all along. To find out that not only were they apparently never the threat that he thought they were, but that the Ancient One had somehow managed to slip an entire training regimen past his baby boy's surveillance, Tony wasn't sure whether to be ecstatic or horrified. From the way Jarvis is hesitating harder than he's ever hesitated before, the AI is in much the same boat. I confess, I'm not confident in my ability to take on your role as Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Smiling tenderly, the Ancient One nods. Only one way to find out now, isn't there, Jarvis? Caecilius and his zealots have been defeated, but the London Sanctum has been destroyed and the New York Sanctum damaged. The Hong Kong Sanctum alone cannot hold back the power of the Dark Dimension forever, especially since the loss of his followers will have drawn Dormammu's direct attention to our realm. Suddenly, she rises from the couch. Let us see what we can do together to rectify this issue, no. I certainly believe someone with the fine control over magic that you have, combined with your reach, will be of great help in safeguarding this reality. Don't you? Quote ellipsis quote. Tony receives a ping that has him resisting the urge to roll his eyes and smiles, even as he pings Jarvis right back. Finally, the AI responds to the Ancient One's request for help. It would be my pleasure, ma'am. Friday and Loki will come with us to assist. The Ancient One takes that in stride without so much as a glance in Loki's direction, despite the goddess' past attempt at conquering the planet. Then again, this time around, the attack on New York hadn't even managed to make it to the New York Sanctum, now had it. In the end the Sorcerer Supreme simply nods before turning to Tony. As for you, Tony Stark, I believe you know what you have to do next, don't you? Tony stiffens, but the Ancient One's smile drops, her countenance turning rather dark as she stares at him with wide, expressive eyes. This is a bright path, Tony. One of the brightest I've seen. But that does not mean it cannot still end in darkness. We are not, as they sat, out of the woods yet. Thanos has the Dwarven King. If he is allowed much more time, things will only get worse from here. Well now, talk about ominous. Fuck him, Tony doesn't bother asking how they can get worse. Not only can he easily imagine it, but also he understands how the time stone works. The Ancient One has probably seen countless futures from this point. A better question would really be, how can it not get worse? But she'd already answered that question, hadn't she? She believed he knew what he had to do next. And she was right, Tony did know what he had to do next. Rising from the couch as well, he nods once. I understand. As she and Friday step through an orange portal to assist Jarvis and the other masters of the mystic arts in beating back Dormammu, Tony watches them go with a heavy sigh. He doesn't doubt for a second that they'll succeed, of course, but he does wish he could go with them. Not because he thinks he could help, but because this next part was precisely the route he'd wanted to avoid, to be honest. Behind him, a blue swirling portal created by the space stone appears, and Tony steps through as well. XXX. Plug. An Iron Resolve is finished over on, coming in at 125 chapters long. If you want to sign up to read the rest of the chapters, feel free, but know that we're officially in the territory of diminishing returns. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. AN. Next time Mordopov as Jarvis deals with Dormammu and cements his position as the next Sorcerer Supreme. Poor Mordo LMAO. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C120. JARVISS. Chapter 120. JARVISS. AN. Jarvis fixes shit as the presumptive Sorcerer Supreme, from the paw of the guy who thought he would maybe get the job. Full chapter title, just a rather very intelligent Sorcerer Supreme. XXX. Carl Mordo was a man of conviction. Quite literally, his convictions shaped who he was, and he lived by a code, the code instilled in him by his mistress and teacher, the Ancient One. And yet, those convictions had been shaken quite severely in a very short period of time. First, seeing the symbol of the Dark Dimension on the brow of the Ancient One when she'd saved his and Wong's life from Caecilius and his zealots in the Mirror Dimension. There was no disguising it, no escaping it. The same symbol emblazoned on Caecilius' brow had been cut into the Ancient One's forehead, and while it had faded away shortly, it didn't change the facts. The Ancient One, their leader and current Sorcerer Supreme, drew upon the Dark Dimension for power and likely to extend her lifespan. That was bad enough, but then afterwards, after Caecilius had nearly killed the Ancient One right in front of his eyes, things had gotten even stranger. They'd made their way out of the Mirror Dimension only to find themselves on not just any rooftop, but the roof of Stark Tower. There, the Ancient One had been healed and Caecilius and his remaining followers had been dealt with most decisively, utilizing a mastery of sorcery that Mordo still struggled to wrap his mind around. And then Tony Stark had come down from on high and used immense purple energy to turn the remnants into ash and banish them away. Obviously, Mordo had questions. So very many questions. But the Ancient One, for all her revealed faults, had been right about one thing. They could not afford to hesitate. The London Sanctum was destroyed, the New York Sanctum was thoroughly damaged, and that meant the Hong Kong Sanctum was the only thing holding Dormammu back from entering their world. It wasn't so simple as all or nothing. The Lord of the Dark Dimension might have been content to wait to see if his acolytes in their world managed to do his bidding and open the way on their own, but now that Caecilius and his zealots had been banished to the Dark Dimension, it fell to Dormammu to bust open the weakened door the rest of the way. And with 2 of the 3 locks all but disabled, he might just be able to do it. From the moment Mordo and Wong had arrived at the Hong Kong Sanctum, they'd been working alongside their fellow masters of the mystic arts to shore up the last remaining Sanctum's defenses and maintain the protection that cut the Dark Dimension off from their reality. However, it wasn't easy going, and Dormammu was getting more violent by the moment. Dozens of sorcerers were having to focus all of their attention on defending against the attacks at a time, and while they'd set up a rotating schedule, it still felt like a delaying action at best. That's why when a portal finally opens up and the Ancient One steps through, Mordo is conflicted, torn between relief and wariness at the sight of his teacher. On the one hand, he wants her to have a solution. On the other hand, knowing the powers she plays with now, he's afraid of what that solution might be. It doesn't help when she's followed by 2 other women. One, Mordo doesn't recognize in the slightest, but the other is Loki, goddess of mischief. Mordo is grateful when Wong voices what he's thinking for him. Ancient One, didn't that one try to conquer our world a few years back? Loki narrows her eyes, but the Ancient One just smiles and waves Wong off. She's reformed. Tony Stark has spent many long, hard nights redeeming her. Mordo raises an eyebrow as Loki sputters in indignation at the Ancient One's words. He doesn't quite understand, not that it matters, and of course, this is Friday. As well, Ancient One, I cannot stay silent. Wong shoots him a look, but Mordo forges on even as the Sorcerer Supreme looks at him with a soft smile. We both saw it, your use of the Dark Dimension. I know Dormammu's attack must take precedent, but I must question if you are best suited for leading the charge against him, or if you are no more his puppet than Caecilius. Even now, Mordo knows Caecilius and his acolytes were fools of the highest order. The Ancient One's transgressions do not excuse Caecilius' stupidity, or the idiocy of those who had followed him into damnation. Still, Mordo, stepping forward, the Ancient One places her hands on his shoulders, making him go stiff in response as she looks him in the eye. You were right, I have stolen bits and pieces of Dormammu's power out from under his nose over the centuries, in order to better fight him and all of the threats that faced our reality. But there is still no excusing my actions. I drew upon the Dark Dimension to extend my life. In a way, my actions are what led Caecilius down his path, even submission to the Dark Lord was never something I've advocated for. And that is why, I'm stepping down as Sorcerer Supreme, effective immediately. What? Mordo had been so taken aback by the Ancient One's words, at first a little frustrated she was trying to defend herself, and then confused when she explained that she wasn't attempting to excuse her actions at all, even taking ownership for her mistakes. But that part at the ending, well, Wong puts it best. What, Ancient One, now is not the time for this. Dormammu is attempting to batter down the defenses of the Hong Kong Sanctum as we speak. Whatever your failings, whatever your crimes, we need your guidance now more than ever. Mordo almost wants to say the same, but the words catch in his throat even as the Ancient One's eyes bore into his own for a moment longer. And then she lets go of him and steps back, shaking her head and smiling in wry amusement. Do not fret, I have already chosen my successor. What, not him, there was no way, and Wong was the librarian, so not him either. Certainly not the goddess of mischief. Loki wasn't even of Earth. But then, Mordo's eyes catch upon the other woman, the redhead, who just smirks and shakes her head at him in response. Not me. No, not her. At the Ancient One's words, she looks around for a moment before sighing. Jarvis, would you please present yourself in a more physical manner? There's a brief pause, and then Mordo and Wong both take a step back as fine grains of metal sand suddenly begin collecting in the center of the room, rapidly building up into a featureless body in moments. Greetings, I am Jarvis, and I have not necessarily agreed to become the new Sorcerer Supreme. The strange construct directs that last part at the Ancient One, even as Wong quickly finds his voice. What is this? Smiling, the Ancient One shakes her head. Not, what, but rather, who? This is an artificial intelligence created by Tony Stark decades ago. However, he has become more than that. You see, in his drive to protect his creator from all threats, Jarvis sought to gain the ability to see through our anti-detection wards, as well as the invisibility and illusions of Loki, goddess of mischief. Loki huffs as the Ancient One gestures at her, crossing her arms over her chest and rolling her eyes. In doing so, he did something even I thought couldn't be done. He grew himself a soul. Mordo's eyes widen at that and he finally steps back into the conversation. Impossible. No, Mordo, merely highly improbable. Tony Stark is an incomparable genius, the sort of man who stops at nothing to make his ideas a reality. Jarvis here started out as little more than an advanced user interface for the man's house, but ultimately became so much more. He takes after his creator in a lot of ways too, having inherited that single-minded focus needed to make his ideas a reality. Sensing that he's still incredulous, the Ancient One sighs. Who do you think opened the portals that brought us to the top of Stark Tower, Master Mordo? Who do you think sliced and diced Caecilius and his followers into cubes? It wasn't Tony Stark, if that was the impression you had. Jarvis, ability to perform our magic confirms the plain and simple truth, he has a soul. Otherwise, he would not be able to do what we do. He would not have been able to learn from us all these years. Learn from them. Mordo blinks as the featureless metal turns to face him and executes a picture-perfect bow. Master Mordo, this one thanks you for your tutelage, regardless of your knowledge of this one's existence. I learned much from you, and you as well, Master Wong. He'd been observing them all this time, ever since he'd grown himself a soul and broken through their wards and anti-scrying spells. He'd been watching them and learning from them. Mordo doesn't know how to feel about that. This is wrong, isn't it? This feels wrong. Jarvis is my chosen successor for Sorcerer Supreme. Unlike me, he cannot be tempted by the failings of the flesh. He will never draw upon the dark dimension because he had no need to. He will be everything I should have been. He is the best of us. What? He wasn't one of them at all. How could he be the best of them? This didn't make any sense. The Ancient One needed to answer for her crimes, but this was not the correct path forward. Surely not. However, before Mordo can voice his discontentment, before he can state in no uncertain terms how opposed to all of this he is, they're interrupted by the Master of the Hong Kong Sanctum, Tina Minoru. Masters, Ancient One, the attacks are abating. The protections are, they're stronger than they've ever been before. What? How is that possible? Perhaps if they'd stretched their resources to the brink they might have been able to hold Dormammu off long enough to restore the New York Sanctum, which would then allow them to rebuild the London Sanctum. But those things would have taken time. Far more time than the half hour it had been since they dealt with Caecilius and his cronies. Ah, yes, apologies but I took care of that issue while we were talking. What? Every eye turns towards the featureless metal form in the center of the room as Jarvis raises one of his arms. Mordo stares in bewilderment, not certain what the ensouled AI is talking about, until several portals open up all over the room, revealing darkened caves beyond them, barely lit by rows upon rows of perfectly crafted glowing runes of protection and dimensional warding. Against his better judgment, Mordo finds himself walking up to the edge of one of these portals alongside Wong and Tina, the latter of whom gasps in shock. These are the Sanctum runes. But this place, I've never seen it before. This is a cave I hollowed out several miles beneath the location of the London Sanctum. I inscribed and empowered the protection runes that used to exist there. I have done the same beneath the New York Sanctum as well. Looking around, Mordo sees a lot more than two portals. His voice fails him though, and it falls to Wong to ask the obvious. And these other portals, where do they lead? Underground facilities on planets, moons, and asteroids across the solar system. I wasn't quite certain if spreading the protective runes outside of Earth would have any effect, but so far they seem to be working perfectly fine. By creating multiple sets of protection runes, we now have multiple shields against incursions from the dark dimension and other realities that might want to intrude upon our own. Even if one set of runes were to fall, dozens more would remain and dozens more could be made without issue. Across the solar system. The AI was talking about off of Earth itself. That was mind-boggling and worrying. Mordo finds himself frowning as he interjects once more. How are we to maintain these runes? How are we to guard them? I will guard them, of course. I will maintain them. This is easily within my capabilities. Mordo scoffs at that, but you cannot be everywhere at once. You are stretching our resources too thin. There's a brief pause, and then the featureless metal form that Jarvis has taken falls back into sand, before vanishing as quickly as it formed. And then, Jarvis' voice comes from all around them. Not just from the room itself, but also from the portals he's opened. You misunderstand my nature, Master Mordo. I am everywhere at once. And I have no need for any of your resources. Let the masters of the mystic arts focus on guarding the earth and its sanctums. I will assist you in your work while also protecting everything else. That was terrifying, horrifying, even, but Mordo can't properly put his thoughts into words. At least not before the Ancient One steps forward, hands clasped behind her back. And so now you understand why Jarvis is my chosen successor. He will be the new Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo looks to his fellow masters but finds no allies there. Wong is nodding along, and even Tina, who hadn't been here the first time the Ancient One announced her intentions, doesn't seem opposed to the idea. In fact, the only other person in the room besides Mordo who seems to think this is crazy is Jarvis himself. I am still not convinced I am the one best suited for the role of Sorcerer Supreme. Yes, thank you, but I am willing to take on the duties and responsibilities on a trial basis, with the understanding that we shall assess my actions and how I've comported myself at the end of the agreed-upon trial period. If a majority of the masters of the mystic arts do not think me fit to lead them at the end of that trial period, then I will step down and another shall take my place. Reasonable. He was just so damn reasonable. Mordo's hands clench into fists behind his back and his jaw tightens as he realizes that there's no stopping this. But that doesn't mean he'll let his guard down. He'll keep an eye on this artificial intelligence even if no one else will, and he'll be ready when the damn thing finally shows its true colors. XXX. Plug. An Iron Resolve is finished over on, coming in at 125 chapters long. If you want to sign up to read the rest of the chapters, feel free, but know that we're officially in the territory of diminishing returns. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. Sure Mordo, you do that buddy. Next time, we see what Tony is up to. Just 5 more chapters to go, but it's been a hell of a ride. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-121, Chip Thief. Chapter 121, Chip Thief. 121 chapters in and we finally get to those rascals on the other side of the galaxy. XXX. Guys come on, how many times do I have to say it? If you eat the last of the chips, just order us a few new bags. You do not blow some air back into the empty bag and then reseal it to make it look like we still have more chips. Fess up, who did it? Peter Quill's exasperated voice rings out through the Milano as the rest of its inhabitants are all silent for a moment. Intel, it was not me, I am on a diet. Turning to Drax the Destroyer, Peter just stares at the Kylosian for a moment. A diet. Holding his head high, Drax stands his ground. Yes, Drax, in the past 2 years I've known you, I've seen you eat all manner of things. And not once has your body ever changed shape. Not a single damn time. Before Drax can reply, Rocket pipes up. Well, you know it wasn't me. Seeing as someone keeps putting the chips on the top shelf in the kitchen. Assholes. Bringing his fingers to the bridge of his nose, Peter rubs at them. Rocket, you can't threaten to shoot and kill everyone who comments on your height and species, and then use said height as an excuse for why you can't be guilty. Besides, we all know you climb up on the counter whenever you want in order to reach the higher cabinets. We've seen the tracks. Tracks huh? You calling me an animal, Quill? I am Groot. Oh, don't try to play that card, Groot. I am Groot. Likely story. Peter claps his hands together, silencing the pair. Guys, come on, someone did this. The empty chip bag didn't just reinflate and seal itself. Do I have to get Mantis to go around and find the guilty party? As the bug-eyed empath in question blinks at being mentioned, hesitantly smiling as she receives everyone's attention, another voice calls out all the way from the pilot's chair. That doesn't seem like it would work any better than last time, Peter. She's an empath, not a mind reader. For Mantis to be able to figure out who did it, the culprit would have to feel guilty in the first place. And they all knew how likely that was, given just who the crew of the Milano was made up of. Peter groans as he covers his face with his palm. Thanks, Gamora, I was bluffing, but I guess that's off the table now. As all of this good-natured bickering continues, one remains silent, watching from the sidelines with her arms crossed over her chest. Nebula hates her sister and her friends. She hates them all so damn much. They're all just so, But unfortunately, she doesn't really have anywhere else to go. Still, Gamora is right. Peter's ploy to use Mantis was never going to work to find the real culprit. After all, Nebula was the one who ate the last of the chips and then reinflated the bag instead of ordering more. And she didn't regret it for a single second. Why? Because fuck all of them, that's why. Before Quill can continue his pointless and doomed investigation, however, the Milano's communications bank suddenly chimes with an incoming call. Cursing, Peter sets the empty bag of chips he'd been waving around aside and walks over to the console, quickly accepting the call. Star-Lord, leader of the Guardians of the Galaxy speaking. How much can you pay for us to save your day? An elderly, stately-looking woman shows up in hologram form. Just her head and upper chest, though that's still enough to make Rocket curse under his breath and Peter take a step back. Peter Quill, Air, Nova Prime, wasn't expecting a call from you, what's up? Lips pursing, the leader of the Nova Corps looks off to the side for a moment before looking back. There's been a break-in on Xandar, Mr. Quill. The artifact that you and your crew entrusted to our keeping has been stolen. Rocket's cursing isn't under his breath this time. In fact, nobody reacts well to hearing that, save for Mantis who doesn't know what the fuck the woman is talking about. Nebula knows though, she might not have been their ally at the time, but she was there on Xandar when these idiots handed over a fucking Infinity Stone to the Nova Corps, one of the least capable fighting forces in the entire galaxy. Well, that sucks. Not sure what it has to do with us though. By this point, Nebula's sister has made her way back from the pilot's seat and smacks Peter across the back of the head. Ow, Peter, that's an Infinity Stone you're talking about. It has everything to do with us. Looking to the hologram head, Gamora crosses her arms over her chest and narrows her eyes. Was it Thanos? No, he wouldn't have bothered stealing it. He would have come to Xandar in force and only claimed it after killing half of your world's population. There's a brief pause as the less hardened people in the compartment all shiver at the matter-of-fact way Gamora says this. Even the Nova Prime looks a little taken aback. Nebula holds in the urge to scoff. Weaklings, all of them. Number, it was not your father. It was someone else entirely, and the reason I'm calling is because I was given to understand that you, Mr. Quill, are a Terran. Furrowing his brow, Peter tilts his head to the side in confusion. Yeah, what of it, considering that the King of Terra is the one who managed to slip past all of our defenses and make his way to our most secured vault before making off with the artifact, I was hoping you might be able to tell us something about him. He made audacious claims before absconding with his prize, but it is difficult to separate fact from fiction. Nebula's eyes widen and she shares a look with Gamora at the mention of the King of Terra. What the hell would Tony Stark be doing on Xandar? Okay, so 3 things. Number 1, Earth, or Terra as you know it, doesn't have a king. Well, it has a few kings, but none of them are king of the whole planet. It's complicated. Number 2, assuming that just because I'm Terran means I know another Terran is pretty racist, to be honest. Do better, Nova Prime. And number 3, I was kidnapped by Ravagers when I was like 8 and I haven't been back to Earth since. So no, I don't know your guy, whoever he is. It was rather ignorant of Quill to claim there was no King of Terra in the same breath that he admitted not having been back to it in decades, but that's pretty in character for the idiot Terran from what Nebula has seen. Gamora opens her mouth to correct Quill's misconceptions for the umpteenth time. Good lord, what does her sister see in him? But before she can, the Nova Prime speaks up again. I might be more willing to take your chastisement to heart, Quill, if he weren't standing right behind all of you. What? Nebula whips her head to the back of the ship along with the rest of the Milano's inhabitants to find that someone has indeed snuck on board without any of them noticing. A Terran man in full power armor matching the last known description of Tony Stark stands there looking at them all for a moment before smiling briefly, and bringing up a gauntleted hand to snap his fingers. The call with the Nova Prime ends with that gesture, prompting everyone to immediately snaps into motion. Well, everyone except for Nebula. She stays back and watches, and she's glad she does too, because the others all wind up looking like fools. Weapons fire that might have vented the Milano's atmosphere is caught in hand-sized portals. Drax's roaring charge is abated by red strands of energy. Even Gamora's attempt to remove Tony Stark's head from his shoulders is neutralized before she can even get her sword within a foot of his neck. It takes a grand total of 10 seconds for the King of Terra to neutralize the so-called Guardians of the Galaxy. Neutralize, but not kill. That's the only reason Nebula doesn't step in. As much as she hates her sister and her sister's friends, the only person who gets to kill them is her. But, on the subject of humiliation, Nebula is more open-minded. His eyes glowing purple definitely makes it clear that Nova Prime was telling the truth though. He's got the Power Stone, and from the look of things, he's more than willing to use it to power his technology. Dangerous. Very dangerous. I didn't come here to fight you lot. So if you could all just calm down, I won't have to keep treating you like disobedient children. Dude, you're the one who showed up on my ship. Who the fuck even are you? Gamora cuts in before Stark can. He is Tony Stark, Peter, King of Terra. Nebula notes the way Stark sighs in exasperation, even as Peter makes annoying sounds of disbelief and incredulity. But Gamora just explains what both she and Nebula already know. It's true. A few years back, Thanos made a play for Terra because he wanted the Space Stone. He sent Loki, Princess of Asgard, with the Mind Stone in a bid to conquer the planet. She failed in large part because of this man, Tony Stark. Since then, he has been recognized as King of Terra by the All-Father, Odin Borson, King of Asgard and ruler of the Nine Realms. It doesn't get much more official than that. Groaning from where he's still pinned to the floor, Peter scoffs. Yeah, and what does the president of the good old US of a think about that, huh? Gamora looks confused, while Tony just smiles. Both the last guy and the latest guy understand that times change. But I'm not here for that. Nebula watches as Peter just looks more confused, while Gamora suddenly looks pale and afraid. More than she's ever seen her sister look before. You hold 3 of the 6 Infinity Stones on your person, Stark. Not just power, but space and reality as well if I'm not mistaken. Wait, what? Nebula looks again and internally kicks herself for not seeing it. Damn it all, but it was so obvious in hindsight. The blue portals, the red tendrils. Damn her sister for always having keener eyes, even despite their father literally replacing Nebula's with cybernetics that should have been superior. But for all that Nebula had amazing eyesight, it didn't matter if she wasn't capable of making the same connections that Gamora did without even a single ounce of cybernetic enhancement. Not bad. You're correct. Holy shit, how many units is all of that worth? Rocket's whispered greed aside, Nebula finds herself focused on the byplay taking place between her sister and the King of Terra. Gamora is growing tenser and tenser, and Stark is looking more amused by the second. Are you trying to complete the set then? Why are you here, Stark King? Tony hums, pausing for what seems to be dramatic effect. I'm here, because I need, your sister. Gamora had been growing tenser with every word, and at the start of, she'd looked positively terrified. And then he finishes with, your sister, and Gamora just looks downright confused, as Stark turns to Nebula and points at her. Nebula blinks, also a little confused. For a second there, it looked like the King of Terra was about to say he was there for Gamora. It certainly seemed as though that was what her sister was afraid of. But instead, Nebula finally breaks her silence, narrowing her eyes as she takes a step forward. Stark just smirks. Yep, I'm planning on killing Thanos. Thought you might want in. A jolt goes through Nebula's entire body at those words. She ached to agree immediately. She wanted in, very much. At this point, Nebula's most heartfelt desire was to kill her father. In fact, ever since she'd found herself traveling with the Guardians, and ever since that idiot Quill had been forced to kill his father 2 years ago, Nebula had been contemplating it. It was no easy thing though, which was why she hadn't pulled the trigger just yet. I too, want in. It was Thanos' armies that Ronan the Accuser led when he massacred my people and killed my wife and daughter. Drax's outburst takes Stark's attention for a moment, or it seems to. Gamora makes another attempt at attacking the King of Terra the instant that he's looking away from her general direction, only to get smacked down again. Without even looking at her, Tony Stark gazes at Drax's restrained form. Sorry buddy, my condolences for your family, truly, but you're not part of the plan. You'll just have to be satisfied with the knowledge that he will die, so long as Nebula here is up to the challenge. Drax doesn't take that well, forcing him to be gagged on top of being restrained. Nebula, meanwhile, finds herself the only person on the Milano besides Tony Stark who isn't restrained at the moment. Taking a step forward, she frowns. What exactly does someone of your power need me for, Stark? Chuckling, the King of Terra shakes his head. All the power in the world is meaningless if you can't find the bastard you want to use it on. Your daddy has gone to ground and is hiding himself from most conventional methods of location. However, that doesn't matter for you, does it? Papa Thanos is all too sentimental. He left a signal in your head, a way to always find your way back to him if need be. Nebula's eyes widen. How does he know? No, it doesn't matter. Because he's right, though she doesn't necessarily agree that it has anything to do with sentiment. Rather, it's just one more insult laid at her feet by her so-called father. Amidst all of the alterations he'd had made to her body, all of the parts he'd upgraded, Thanos had also installed a reverse tracking device of sorts. She could always find her father. No matter where he went in the galaxy, she knew she would be able to locate him, to go to him, to return to his side. Or to try and assassinate him, once and for all. Nebula knew that last one was the thing she'd been working up to for the past 2 years. But now, well, now it seemed like there was another option to reach her vengeance. Nebula, no, you can't possibly be thinking about going with him. It's suicide. Looking to her restrained sister, Nebula blinks, and then scoffs. Gamora's words have the opposite effect of what the other woman intended. Rather than making her second-guess herself, all it does is make her realize she's wasted the past 2 years on nothing. Hanging around the Guardians has done nothing to advance her goals or get her revenge. But Tony Stark, very well, I will go with you and hear what you have to say. Tony Stark grins wolfishly and with a snap of his fingers creates another, larger portal of swirling dark blue energy. Wonderful, let's be on our way then and I can tell you all about my plans. Nebula nods, as she follows him through the portal. Behind her, she hears her sister cry out in anger, and the sounds of the Guardians all scrambling to their feet as their restraints dissolve, but there's nothing they can do. The portal closes before any of them can react. Then, it's just Nebula and Stark as the King of Terra tells her exactly how he's planning to stop Thanos, and what he needs her to do in order to make sure their plans succeed. It's not quite what she was expecting, but she will do anything to see her father dead at her feet. Absolutely anything at all. XXX. Plug. An Iron Resolve is finished over on, coming in at 125 chapters long. If you want to sign up to read the rest of the chapters, feel free, but know that we're officially in the territory of diminishing returns. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. How'd I do with aping the Guardians, particular brand of comedy? And yes, we don't know yet what Tony's plans involving Nebula are. Only that in a previous chapter he revealed that he's been reluctant to implement them. I wonder why. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-122. Preparation. Chapter 122. Preparation. In which Jarvis and Tony chat and nothing else happens whatsoever. XXX. Jarvis is, undeniably busy. Busier than he's ever been before, in fact. As the new Sorcerer Supreme, his attention has to be split in 1,000 new directions, on top of everything else he was already doing originally. Needless to say, he had never expected things to work out the way they had in that regard. He'd believed, perhaps foolishly in hindsight, that he had hidden himself and his actions from the masters of the mystic arts and their leader. But the Ancient One had apparently always known he was there. She'd always known exactly what his creator had done as well. There had been no reason to hide all this time because this was her preferred timeline. A portal suddenly opens up on the deck of one of the Insight helicarriers floating in the cold dark of space. Tony Stark steps through, and though Jarvis turns some of his attention towards his creator, it does not mean he loses concentration on any of the millions of other things he's doing as well. Wearing fully sealed armor, Sir is not in any danger from the vacuum of space, even as he looks around for a moment at everything going on around him, from what has already been built to the construction taking place across the horizon. How's it going, Jay? Jarvis notes a hint of something guilty in his creator's voice, and promptly sets to work deciphering the why behind it. In the interim he of course answers his creator without hesitation. It goes well, sir. Weapons platforms continue to come online. Magical defenses blanket the system. Yeah, you doing alright even with the Ancient One shoving her whole deal into your lap and washing her hands of everything. A somewhat simplistic way of putting things. To be fair to the Ancient One, she hadn't exactly washed her hands of everything. Rather, she had stepped down as Sorcerer Supreme and then taken things a step further and demoted herself down from master to disciple. She then effectively put her skills in the hands of those who had once followed her orders, effectively giving Jarvis and the other masters the authority to order her around and send her wherever someone of her considerable skill set was most needed. Combined with a magically binding vow to never call upon the Dark Dimension again, neither to extend her life nor for the purposes of fighting, the Ancient One had effectively sentenced herself to living out the rest of a normal human lifespan. A lifespan that would be spent making up for her failures as little more than a lowly disciple of the mystic arts. Now, some hardliners like Master Carl Mordo might have felt that this wasn't enough of a punishment for her, and in truth, they were at least partially right. While on the face of it, the Ancient One's sentence might have seemed rather harsh, in reality it was effectively little more than semi-retirement. Literally every living master of the mystic arts had been personally trained by the Ancient One. As a result, none of them were all that inclined to take revenge by giving her shit jobs or bad orders. The Ancient One was still held in high enough esteem among the vast majority of the Order that she would effectively only be called upon when her skills were truly needed. Given Jarvis had effectively locked down this dimension 100-fold compared to the protections they'd had before Caecilius and his followers had started running amok, her services were not likely to be called upon too terribly often. Instead, she could basically do whatever she wanted, with none of the previous duties or responsibilities of the Sorcerer Supreme to weigh her down. In the end though, the Ancient One had made it clear that she would continue teaching Jarvis everything she knew, and in fact, she was doing so right now even as Jarvis and his creator spoke. Back on Earth, the Ancient One was holding a little class consisting of Jarvis, Loki, and Friday, and it spoke to just how good of a teacher the former Sorcerer Supreme truly was that even Loki wasn't making a nuisance of herself at the moment. Instead the Goddess of Mischief was listening closely to the Ancient One's lecture, soaking up knowledge like a sponge. Still, Jarvis knows his creator is merely being protective of him, and even after all this time, the artificial intelligence appreciates Tony Stark's words for what they are. I am doing quite well, sir. As a matter of fact, so far being the Sorcerer Supreme seems to agree with me. It wasn't a role he ever expected to have, of course. Sir had told him more than enough times about Dr. Strange's eventual ascension to the title, so it wasn't as though Jarvis had ever really aspired to the position. However, here he was all the same, and while it certainly threw a wrench in his creator's plans, he couldn't bring himself to regret it. From the wry chuckle that Tony lets out, he doesn't regret it either. My baby boy, all grown up and becoming a wizard. Where did I go wrong? I thought I raised you better than this, Jay. Never should have let you get addicted to all that magic. Worse than drugs and rock and roll, isn't it? Jarvis bears his creator's teasing gracefully, before Tony suddenly grows serious. So if you're the Sorcerer Supreme, you've got that, now, While Tony might not want to say it out loud, Jarvis nevertheless opens up a portal into a dimensional pocket the Ancient One had taught him to make. Its golden nature means the Eye of Agamotto shimmers in the ample sunlight even here in the midst of space. With a twisting of Jarvis, the eye opens, revealing the glowing green infinity stone held within it. Tony lets out a shuddering breath as he stares at the time stone for a long moment. He reaches out briefly, and Jarvis is fully prepared to let him take it, or even for his creator to order him to use it. His first and last loyalty will always be to Anthony Edward Stark. Regardless of the oaths that the human sorcerers had him swear, Jarvis would always defer to his creator. But in the end, Tony shakes his head and pulls his hand back. Even after all this time, I wonder what sort of victorious future Strange saw for us. But, I don't think it's for me to know. And I don't think taking a peek now will help us any either. We can't rely on the time stone, we have to forge our own future, Jay. With another twist of his will, Jarvis closes the Eye of Agamotto. As you say, sir, you do not have to worry. I will keep it safe until you say otherwise. It is not my intention to use the time stone without your instruction any more than it is my intention to draw upon the Dark Dimension. Left unsaid is the fact that Jarvis should need neither. With how far he's spread at this point, with how much power he's accumulated through other means, the allure of the Dark Dimension has no hold over him. Likewise, the potential for the time stone to damage their reality from overuse means that Jarvis has no intention of utilizing it and endangering his creator or his creator's family in any way. His creator hums for a moment, before grinning a little. Is that you speaking, or this Mordo fellow you were telling me about? He's still riding your ass while pretending not to ride your ass. Jarvis resists the urge to sigh as Sir's amusement. Indeed, it wasn't just the Ancient One that Master Mordo was keeping a close eye on. The man was as rigid as steel and as unyielding as concrete. He was deeply set in his ways, and it was obvious that the Ancient One's betrayal had shaken him immensely, and perhaps even scarred him. In different circumstances, Jarvis wonders what Carl Mordo would have done. If the Ancient One hadn't recruited Jarvis both to solve the problem of Dormammu in the encroaching dark dimension, and to be her replacement, well, first of all, they would have still been struggling to hold back Dormammu's onslaught on this reality. Even Jarvis had been able to feel the Lord of the Dark Dimension pushing with all his considerable might against the frayed protections before he'd been able to patch them up and reinforce them. But presumably Drive, Strange had somehow beaten Dormammu in the original timeline in Jarvis' absence. He found himself wondering what had happened to Carl Mordo in that timeline. His creator couldn't tell him, as the only two sorcerers that Tony had ever met were Strange and Wong. All in all, Mordo seemed to have settled into a wait-and-see approach. One that involved a lot of seeing. The master of the mystic arts was even spying on their little lesson back on Earth right now, watching the Ancient One teaching him, Friday, and Loki has thought she was going to jump into some sort of heretical teachings right there in the middle of Kamar-Taj. Even now, it was clear that Carl Mordo didn't truly understand how vast Jarvis was. Maybe he falsely believed that Jarvis could only focus on one thing at a time, or perhaps a handful of things at a time, instead of the more factual billions of things at a time. But if it gave the rigid and uncompromising master of the mystic arts some measure of peace of mind to spy on them, then Jarvis had no issue letting him. The moment Mordo decided to go beyond spying, however, Jarvis would act and the master of the mystic arts would never be heard from again. He and the Ancient One had already talked about precisely that potential eventuality, and he had the female sorcerer's blessing if worst came to worst. Master Mordo is certainly doing his part in making sure that the transition in leadership his organization is facing right now goes smoothly. I do not begrudge him his uncertainty in these trying times. There's a brief pause as his creator does a double take before letting out a sharp laugh. You've been spending too much time with Pepper, Jarvis. That was way too sanitized. Jarvis hums briefly. If you say so, sir. But if you wish for me to be raw for a moment, perhaps we should discuss the elephant in the room. Tony freezes up for a moment at that. Oh, the alien, sir, Nebula, you feel guilty. There's a brief pause as Tony processes Jarvis' blunt appraisal. Then, he lets out an explosive breath. Nebula, my Nebula kept me sane after Titan. We didn't know each other for very long, but it turns out when you have to spend a full month in close quarters with little to do except try to survive on vanishing few resources, you learn a lot about each other. Looking off into space, Sir grunts. That's how I knew Nebula could find Thanos anytime she wanted, because she told me as much in the other timeline. She told me how it took years and years to work herself up to it, to finally using that feature to hunt down Thanos and infiltrate his flagship so she could attempt to kill him. She also told me that she failed, badly, and how in the end, it was her failure that allowed Thanos to torture the location of the Soul Stone out of her sister. As construction continues across the star system all around them, Jarvis, creator, shakes his head. Nebula was certain that Gamora would never have broken under conventional torture. But Thanos didn't touch a single hair on Gamora's head. Instead, he tortured Nebula right in front of her until Gamora finally told him about Vormir. And that, in that torture chamber, that was the last time Nebula saw her sister alive. Jarvis remains quiet, allowing his creator to vent, knowing full well that Tony needs this right now. Especially this close to the end. Being back on that damn ship was bad enough. I barely managed to avoid killing Quill, but I didn't expect seeing the Milano again to affect me quite so much after all these years. It helped that I was able to take full control of the vessel and had enough nanites on me to rebuild the damn thing half a dozen times over, but as I should fucking know by now, over-preparation does not magically heal trauma. Gauntleted hands curl into fists that would be creaking if not for the vacuum of space as his creator broods. And now here we are. Repeating history. I sent Nebula right back into Thanos' clutches. It's a betrayal of my Nebula. I never wanted to use her like this. To risk her like this. For all I know, she could already be dead. Jarvis reaches out to the nanites he has on the Lufamoid assassin and checks. She is not, sir. She is still alive. Also, the events that took place last time cannot happen now. You have made sure of it. Pausing, Tony considers that for a moment before slowly nodding. Yes, I've certainly done an excellent job of that, haven't I? Changed a whole lot, pretty much flipped over the entire game board and demanded everyone play on the new one I'd brought. And yet, where did it all lead me? Right to here, relying on a friend risking their life for me to get my way. The plan is solid, sir. Your Nebula would understand perfectly well why you had to do what you were doing. And so will this Nebula, when all is said and done. His creator is quiet for a moment before suddenly changing topics. How are our defenses, Jay? Jarvis brings up the required data and dutifully begins reciting the numbers. The entire system has been turned into a fortress, sir. Over 100 weapons platforms covering the planet. 1,000 more spread throughout the system. Dozens of vessels based on the newest improved designs from the old Insight helicarriers. An alert suddenly catches Jarvis' attention in a way few things can. Given the number of things that Jarvis is dealing with in any given moment, there's not many that could possibly cause him to cut off mid-sentence like that, but this is certainly one of them. Jay, what is it? Sir, I am receiving early telemetry data from the edge of the star system. It would appear that Thanos and his fleets have arrived and are moving forward towards our location at full speed. XXX. Plug. An Iron Resolve is finished over on, coming in at 125 chapters long. If you want to sign up to read the rest of the chapters feel free, but know that we're officially in the territory of diminishing returns. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. Dun dun dun. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-123, The Final Battle. Chapter 123, The Final Battle. Thanos has arrived. Time for the epic final showdown between good and evil. XXX. Contact. The moment they enter the Terran system, alerts begin to sound across the bridge of his flagship. Thanos leans forward on his throne, eyes narrowing and lips curling back. Report, Lord Thanos. Multiple reports of weapons platforms all across the system. The fleets are being bombarded from every direction. As if to punctuate those words, the Sanctuary 2 itself suddenly rocks from some sort of attack. Not that it does much. The ship continues moving forward, the internal gravity stabilizing in a handful of seconds. Still, send orders to every fleet, to every ship, full speed ahead. Destroy everything in our path but continue converging on Terra. Nothing else matters. Yes, Lord Thanos. As they surge forward, burning copious amounts of fuel in their rush for Terra, Thanos rises from his throne and takes up his double-edged blade in one hand while curling the fingers of his other into a fist, a gauntleted fist. Looking down at the golden infinity gauntlet, beautifully crafted out of Uru metal and barely finished in time for this blitz, the corner of the Titan warlord's mouth twitches upwards in an abortive smile. At the moment, the gauntlet is unadorned with the gemstones that it was made to hold, but by the end of the day, he would either have achieved total victory or he would be dead. There was no middle ground to be had here. Tony Stark, King of Terra, had ensured that. All this time, Thanos had known there were people moving against him. He thought his true enemy was the All-Father, but as it turned out, Odin was little more than a puppet for the man who truly sought to challenge him. At long last, the truth had come out, and all thanks to one of his treacherous daughters returning at long last. Nebula wasn't the daughter Thanos would have preferred returned to him after years of estrangement, if he were being honest. But he also wasn't surprised that she was the one to come back. Gamora was always the more certain and self-assured of the two. Nebula, by comparison, had required so much more coddling growing up. That said, his prodigal daughter had returned at long last, and hadn't even lasted a day before she tried to kill him. He'd assumed that was the plan at first, but a download of her memory banks and some time spent in a torture chamber had revealed that no, his Lufamoid daughter was just as much of a failure as ever. This time though, her failure was to his benefit. Nebula, as it turned out, had been sent back to him by Tony Stark. Not to try and kill him, but rather to spy on him and transmit his location, and thus the location of the dwarf King Eitri, back to Stark for a rescue operation. That alone was rather quaint, and if it were just that, Thanos would have been content to wait and welcome Stark and his allies into a carefully prepared trap with open arms. Unfortunately, it wasn't just that. Somehow, the King of Terra had done what Thanos had been striving to do for decades. Tony Stark had the Infinity Stones, and worst of all, he was planning to destroy one of them to stop Thanos from ever accomplishing his goals. The very idea seemed ludicrous, but Nebula's memories had been quite clear. Stark fully believed that the stones could be used to destroy the stones. More than that, he was planning to destroy the one stone that would make Thanos' goal truly impossible. He was planning to destroy the Time Stone. If he was able to do that, then there would be no coming back. Any other stone, one could simply acquire the Time Stone and reverse its sibling's destruction. But if the Time Stone were to be broken, then there would be no recourse. This had led Thanos to the here and now. All of his fleets, all of his armies, gathered in mere days and thrown at the Terran system before Stark could complete his ghastly ritual. Stark had forced the Titan warlord's hand, pushed him to act somewhat recklessly. Obviously, it might all be a trap, but that mattered little in the end. He would either win or die, there was no more in between. My lord, a portion of the Third Fleet has just disappeared from view. Our last communications with them are just screams about fire. Of course, it seemed that Tony Stark had not left his world or star system undefended. It had been a long time since he'd encountered a race this militaristic, let alone a single man. Unable to help it this time, Thanos finds his lips curling upwards, into a smirk. A worthy opponent, for one final battle. Sir, what should we do? Snapping his gaze to the one who asked, Thanos snarls. Keep moving, we must make it to Terra. Nebula's memories had revealed that the ritual to destroy the Time Stone would not be easy. That it would take days to complete. Hopefully, they'd arrived with time to spare, but every moment was precious. That's why Thanos wastes no more time on the bridge, instead moving out. As the Sanctuary 2 reaches the planet of Terra, otherwise known as Earth, by its denizens, Thanos meets his Black Order in the teleportation room. They, along with all of his armies, are beamed down to the world below mere moments later. There, arrayed before them, are the defenders of Earth. Millions of soldiers, all armed to the teeth. Terrans alongside Asgardians, and several of Asgard's protectorate species besides. Thanos is unsurprised as he points his double-edged blade at the opposing army and sends his army forth to destroy them and clear the way for him. Sire, I have located Stark. Show me. Thanos isn't surprised that Ebony Maw already found their target. After all, what was the point of positioning an army here if you didn't have something to protect? On the tablet that his adoptive son hands to him, the Titan warlord gets his first look at his true enemy, his jaw clenching and his heart racing in excitement and disbelief alike. There, on the screen, he sees Tony Stark in a suit of armor, the center of which has 5 glowing gems stuck to it. Red, blue, purple, and yellow on the corners, and orange in the center. In front of the armored Terran is a floating green gem, the Time Stone. Power pours off of Tony Stark's hands as he says something that the tablet can't pick up, shouting over the outpouring of energy he's shooting at the Time Stone. The ritual is still ongoing. They still have time. Good. Listen closely, my Black Order, my chosen children. That is our goal. The stones above all else. We move as one and destroy any enemy who stands in our way. Am I clear? Yes, sire. As you say, Lord Thanos. Your will be done, my lord. It is truly depressing how few of his children remain at his side. He'd started with 3 pairs of 2, and at this point he was down to 1.5 pair. Nebula was back on the Sanctuary 2 in a cell, Gamora was off gallivanting across the galaxy with criminal reprobates, and Cull Obsidian had given his life for the cause. But no matter, Cull's sacrifice would be worth it after today. It would all be worth it. His forces are already overwhelming Terra's defenders as Thanos and his remaining 3 children move forward. Outriders, Chitauri, and Leviathans alike rush ahead, clearing the way just as their master had ordered. The scent of spilled blood and charred flesh fills the air. Some truly brave few try to stand directly in the way of Thanos and his children. One is a big green monster that Maw catches in his telekinetic grip and Corvus and Proxima team up to cut down. Another are fleets of armored suits that turn out to be autonomous, remotely piloted by some artificial intelligence. But Thanos had dealt with societies that have developed AI before. A simple call to his fleets up above, and EMPs begin dropping on the field around them, striking large swaths of the automated suits of armor and rendering them inert. After that come the magic wielders. Sorcerers, he believes they're called. Their magic is nothing in the end though. Portals, shields, blades, but all of it breaks before his and his children's might. Others try their hand. Brave fools, one and all. They blur past, one after the other, with Thanos barely paying most of them any mind. Quite a few are dealt with by his children without any input from him anyways, after all. As he and the Black Order close in on Stark himself, however, they find themselves up against the real challenge. Odin, king of Asgard, bars their path, along with 3 royal children. Thanos stops for a moment as the one-eyed Allfather stares him down. This is as far as you go, Mad Titan. The Titan warlord sweeps his gaze across Odin's 3 children. Thor, Loki, Hela, he focuses on the latter too. I am surprised you would stand with the Allfather after everything he's done to you. Neither Loki nor Hela respond, simply staring him down. In the end, Thanos shrugs. No matter. Fitting, in a way. He and his children against Odin and his spawn. Yes, there was a certain poetic symmetry to it, wasn't there? The battle starts without warning and is as brutal as it is short, and one-sided. At the end of the day, Odin was just as pathetic and weak in his old age as Thanos had always thought. Not even his spear is enough to allow him to go toe-to-toe with the Titan warlord. In mere moments, the king of Asgard is slain. His death prompts a reaction of grief and rage from his heir, the Crown Prince Thor, who charges forward only to find himself impaled on Thanos' double-edged blade for his troubles. Loki and Hela don't last much longer, and in short order the Asgardian royal family is no more. A shame, but Thanos is not in a position to grant mercy, even if he were inclined to offer clemency. The ritual could end at any moment, and the time stone could be reduced to nothing but ash. Rushing up onto the glowing ring platform where Stark is pouring the energy of 5 Infinity Stones into the effort of destroying just one, Thanos and his children fan out. Thanos, no, I'm so close, I won't let you win. Stark's anguish is poignant and personal. Part of him wonders how he'd created such enmity inside of the Terran King. He barely even knew the other man existed before now, and it wasn't like his plan to conquer the man's world had come to fruition. Loki's attempt had been completely and utterly foiled, and barely a fraction of the Chidori fleet had gotten through. So then why? No, it didn't matter. Nothing mattered except for the stones. He could not allow himself to be distracted at this critical juncture. Stark roars and the power pouring out of his hands redoubles, slamming into the time stone without abating. At the same time, Thanos calls out, Ma. A brief instant later, and the beam of energy, the combined power of the 5 Infinity Stones slotted into Stark's chest seems to finally break through the barrier and strike the time stone itself. Seems to, at least. As Stark collapses to his knees, believing it to be done, Thanos looks down, and smiles at the green glowing gemstone set into the Infinity Gauntlet on his right hand. In the last possible second, Ebony Maw's telekinesis had drawn the time stone out of the gravity field that Stark had it floating in and flung it over in Thanos' direction where the Infinity Stone had found its home, at long last, in the gauntlet. He sees the moment Stark's eyes widen in dismay and disbelief when he notices this. No, but Thanos is already acting. He only has one shot, because the Terran King is still incredibly dangerous with 5 stones under his control. He can't attack Tony Stark himself, because he's no doubt using the stones to protect himself. Instead, he uses the time stone. Specifically, he uses the time stone on the part of the chestplate holding the stones in place. Pouring all of his desires and need into one simple command, he watches the time stone glow all the more brightly, and get to work. The chestplate of Stark's armor doesn't just age and rust, it positively disintegrates as the time stone causes millions of years to pass in a second for that small sliver of reality. For the stones themselves, this is nothing. They've existed since the dawn of time after all. And so they drop from their casing, falling onto the platform one by one. Stark tries to make a mad scramble for them of course, but Ebony Maw, ever reliable and eternally dependable, scoops them up with his mind and floats them over to Thanos before the Terran King can recover. No, of course without the stones to protect him, Proxima and Corvus are able to rush forward and pin Stark to the ground with their weapons, pushing him back as the Infinity Stones slot into the Infinity Gauntlet one by one. Reality, power, mind, space, soul, they join their brother on Thanos' hand and as he finishes collecting all 6, power surges up his arm, coursing through his body. A roar of pain pulses from his clenched jaw, ruining his throat, and yet, after a moment he feels the gauntlet compensating, feels the power stabilizing. No, 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 no. Admiring the stones for a moment, each of them glittering and glowing on his gauntlet, Thanos lets out a brief chuckle, prompting Stark to stop his muttering and look at him with wide, horrified eyes. Fun isn't something one often considers when balancing the universe, Stark. But I have to admit, this does put a smile on my face. He doesn't waste any time beyond that with gloating though. As his children watch on, joyful and exultant, while the pinned Stark King watches in horror, Thanos brings the Infinity Gauntlet up, and snaps his fingers with the intent of removing half of all life in the entire universe. Snap, ellipsis. There's a brief pause, before Thanos begins to frown. He looks at the Infinity Gauntlet, covered in the Infinity Stones. He feels the power coursing through his veins. He snaps his fingers again. Snap. At seeing this, Ma slowly floats forward. My lord, is something the matter? I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's working. Turning around, Thanos looks out over the battlefield. If either of the snaps worked, half of the combatants on both sides would be dust by now, but he sees no sign of that anywhere in his field of vision. Hey, you know what? Glad I was able to put a smile on your face before the end, you big purple thumb. Makes it all the more satisfying that I get to wipe it off. Thanos whips around at the sound of Tony Stark's voice, confident, unrestrained, and smug, and receives a fist to the face for his troubles. Instead of throwing him back though, the punch is like a wake-up call. Thanos finds himself on his knees, restrained on either side, with Tony Stark looming over him. The Infinity Gauntlet has been removed from Thanos' right hand, he belatedly realizes, and Stark is holding it up. Just as the Titan Warlord is realizing he's been tricked somehow, it begins to dissolve, disintegrating before his eyes. No, impossible. Yeah, I guess from your perspective, it does seem like it, doesn't it? Stark's eyes glow purple as he destroys the Infinity Gauntlet without hesitation. His armor looks different as well, fully intact for one, but also, there's no spots in the middle of the chest plate to house Infinity Stones like there were before. It's then that Thanos realizes the difference in their surroundings as well. The world around them has been dramatically altered. This was not Terra. This was no Earth. What? I can see you're a little confused. Did you really think I'd send you your daughter all nice and gift-wrapped with an invitation to party at my actual house? I'm not that stupid. Welcome to Proxima b. It's an Earth-sized planet in the Alpha Centauri system. If you were looking for Terra, it's about 4.5 light years that way. As Stark points off into the distance, Thanos finally begins to struggle against his restraints, but to no avail. Bit bright here compared to our solar system. 3 suns instead of 1. In fact, a portion of one of your fleets flew into one of those suns early on in this little push of yours. You were too narrow-minded to notice though. That was kind of the point, in the end. Thanos clenches his jaw when he finally notes Ebony Maw, Proxima Midnight, and Corvus Glaive all laid out around him, their bodies unmoving, cold and lifeless. They'd been completely fooled. This was a trap, just as he'd feared, and he'd stepped right into it. He refused to accept defeat, however. He refused to give up, to surrender. So long as there was breath in his lungs, he would keep fighting. As he struggles, Stark peers at him. Still raring to go at it. Huh. Well, I suppose we should wrap this up. Fortunately for me, you brought your executioner with you. What? Thanos pauses for a moment, before the familiar sound of his ship's transport beam causes him to twist his head and look back behind him. His eyes narrow as Nebula carefully moves up onto the platform, looking around at the one-sided destruction and at the corpses of her siblings. Finally, her black eyes focus on him, but her words are for Stark. You lied to me, used me. Strangely enough, Stark looks guilty over that. Thanos can't imagine why. The Terran King barely even interacted with Nebula before sending her after him. Yeah, sorry about that, but I needed to get him right where I wanted him. Needed him in a rush and off balance, so that was where you came in. Nebula's presence, the fact that she'd been beamed down from his flagship, it means they've well and truly lost. The battlefield is silent, his armies destroyed. And up in space, his fleets have somehow fallen under Stark's control. There is nothing and no one left, save one. Still, figured I could make it up to you, here. Thanos watches as Stark suddenly picks up his own double-edged blade and tosses it to Nebula. His adoptive daughter catches it with both hands, looking it over and then looking down at Thanos' kneeling form. He's all yours. It is not in his nature to beg or plead, not for his own life anyways. However, as Nebula slowly moves to stand in front of him, the last son of Titan does beg. Not for himself, but for the universe. Nebula, we are so close. The cause, it cannot end here. Strike me down if you must, but do not give up. Do not give in to complacency. What I did for an ungrateful universe. You are the only one I can entrust to carry on my legacy. Lifting his blade up, Nebula puts it under Thanos' chin, forcing his head upwards to avoid the sharpened cutting edge. Then, she leans in and sneers at him. Abruptly, she spits in his eye, forcing him to close it shut in response. Fuck, you. Thanos pauses for a moment, before letting out a sigh. A disappointment to the end, daughter. If only Gamora. With an enraged scream, Nebula yanks the blade back, cutting off his words by slashing open his throat. Then, she brings the blade back down. It's the last thing Thanos sees before it splits right through his skull. XXX. Plug. An Iron Resolve is finished over on, coming in at 125 chapters long. If you want to sign up to read the rest of the chapters feel free, but know that we're officially in the territory of diminishing returns. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. Did I have you guys in the first half? When did you start to realize something was up? Cheeky smiley face. One final plot twist. Hey, Thanos might have thought he was entitled to some epic final battle. But that was never Tony's plan. 2 chapters remain. Tomorrow, Tony's POV an explanation of his actions here and elsewhere. Day after that, epilogue. Been a hell of a ride. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-124, The Aftermath. Chapter 124, The Aftermath. The Aftermath of Thanos' defeat. XXX. It's over, somewhat anticlimactically at that, though Tony supposed from Thanos' perspective it must have been nail-bitingly close. As he stares down at the genocidal maniac's corpse, Nebula still looming over Thanos holding onto the double-edged blade buried in his thick bald head, Tony finds himself considering how they got here. Obviously, he was never going to fight fair. It was just a matter of how much bullshit he could manage to slip past the giant purple thumb before it all came crumbling down around him. As a matter of fact, the answer to that question was, quite a lot. Nebula was the linchpin, of course. And it was why he'd been so leery to go through with this plan for so damn long. He'd waited until it was almost too late, mostly because he knew if he did this, he would be risking Nebula's life. And yet, for all that he owed the Nebula from his timeline quite a lot, the needs of the many outweighed the needs of the one. More than that, Tony knew deep down inside he would sacrifice this Nebula a million times over to guarantee the safety of his family. Fortunately, it hadn't quite come to that. Everything had worked out in the end, mostly because despite his immense personal power, despite his armies and fleets, despite all of the tools at his disposal, Thanos was so very, very easy to manipulate. Dangle an Infinity Stone in front of him and you might get a visit from his Black Order, or a backdoor-funded invasion of your world. Dangle all of the Infinity Stones in front of him, with the caveat that the most important one was going to be destroyed in the process, and you were sure to get his full attention. Tony had never had any intentions of destroying the Time Stone, truth be told. He didn't need to, not when he'd already destroyed the only known method of getting Soul. Between leaving Earth after his talk with the Ancient One and landing on the Milano to pick up Nebula, Tony had made a pit stop over the planet of Vormir and blasted it out of existence. The power of 3 Infinity Stones had been enough to blow up the planet of Vormir and in the process, completely erase the only known location of the Soul Stone. Tony didn't think the Infinity Stone was actually destroyed, of course. Perhaps it would spawn on another planet somewhere in the universe, showing up again and again like a bad penny. It didn't really matter though, because he had no intention of ever trying to obtain it in the first place. There was no world in which he would sacrifice even a single one of his loved ones for the Soul Stone. Full stop. Regardless, with Vormir destroyed, Tony had continued on to pick up Nebula, where he fed the Lufamoid a whole laundry list of lies. Telling her that he needed her to spy on her father for him was just the first and probably least of those lies. The rest was predicated on his understanding of Nebula's character, and knowing she was completely unable to control her bloodlust for longer than 5 minutes once she was back in Thanos' presence. And so he told Nebula all about his scheme to destroy the Time Stone. He'd also told her all about his defenses, about the fortress he'd turned the Terran system into and how once they'd destroyed the Time Stone, they would turn all of those weapons of war towards the task of taking the fight to Thanos and ending the threat he posed to the galaxy once and for all. All Nebula had to do, or so Tony told her, was keep her cool, stay undercover, and broadcast her location until they were ready to go on the offensive. Tony had said this to Nebula knowing full well that she wouldn't be able to hold herself back and that the exact opposite would happen, resulting in Thanos rushing to invade the Terran system and stop Tony before his ritual to destroy the Time Stone could come to fruition. Oh, and there was one more lie, albeit it was more a lie of omission than an outright verbal deception. Tony had planted Jarvis on Nebula, both in her systems and on a packet of nanites that had transferred from her body to Thanos, shit the moment that she'd arrived back on board the Sanctuary too. Jarvis had in turn infiltrated the systems of Thanos' flagship from there. He hadn't done much, mostly because Tony didn't want to just kill Thanos, he wanted to wipe out everyone who followed and serve the big purple thumb all in one fell swoop. And so all Jarvis had done was go into the Sanctuary II's navigation system and change one single, measly set of coordinates before propagating the alteration through every ship in every fleet Thanos had at his beck and call. One minor change that would assure that when Thanos gave the orders for all of his armies and fleets to pack up and converge on the Terran system, they would wind up here instead. In Alpha Centauri was physically the closest star system to their own. Even then, it was pretty far away by conventional means. Fortunately, he and Jarvis didn't have to rely on conventional means anymore. They hadn't for a long time. Of course, it also looked nothing like the solar system. For one, Alpha Centauri had 3 suns. For two, it had a whole lot less in the way of planets. However, there was one world which was in what was considered the habitable zone, that nice thin line of not too close and not too far from the sun where a world much like Earth might develop life. Fortunately there was no intelligent life on Proxima b, so Tony didn't feel all that bad about making it the target for Thanos' ire. Giving him the long, drawn-out final battle that the genocidal alien thought he deserved had thoroughly pulled the wool over his eyes, right until the very end. How had Tony done it, one might ask? How else? He'd drawn upon the power of infinity, of course. Specifically, he'd drawn upon reality to place a paper-thin illusion of the solar system over Alpha Centauri. He'd used space to propagate that illusion all across the star system, while concentrating the more realistic parts in Thanos' path, throwing the sorts of heroes and warriors and gods that the Mad Titan thought he should be facing against him and his children to defeat and destroy. With the Power Stone backing it all, it was, well, he wouldn't call it easy, but it also was well within his means. And with Jarvis supporting him every step of the way, it was all that much more imminently doable. The weapons platforms were real, after all. So were the ships. While some of Thanos' fleets had in fact flown straight into one of Alpha Centauri's 3 stars because their sensors didn't even register the building heat, much of his armies and forces had to be destroyed by Jarvis directly. All of it had gone far too well. That said, J. Status report on the prison break. Sir, I can report a complete success. The replica Nidavellir that Thanos created has fallen into the hands of the Asgardians. King Eitri and those of his captured subjects who still draw breath have been recovered. Good. However, King Odin and Prince Thor have begun to question the absence of both you and the Mad Titan, sir. I believe they're beginning to grow suspicious. Tony blinks at that, before snorting derisively. No reason to lie to them any longer, J. Tell them the truth. Tell them Thanos is dealt with, permanently. As Jarvis relays the message, Nebula finally looks up at him, her black eyes narrowing. She leaves Thanos' double-edged blade buried in his skull and straightens up as she turns to face him properly. You lie a lot, don't you, Stark? Tony smiles a bit sadly, knowing he hasn't exactly left the best impression on the bald blue alien. In the end, he shrugs and answers honestly. Only when I have to. Just a heads up, but we probably have Asgardians showing up any second now. You want to still be here when they arrive, or... He trails off, gesturing vaguely with one hand. She's seen what he can do with portals, and she's not stupid. Nebula understands immediately that he's offering to send her anywhere in the galaxy. For a long moment, the Lufamoid hesitates, before letting out a disgruntled growl. My sister. I will return to my sister. Tony nods, before smirking slightly. Understood. But first, you want me to fix what Thanos did to you? A flicker of confusion spreads across Nebula's alien face as she tilts her head to the side. Nobody can fix everything my so-called father did to me. A rueful smile spreads across Tony's face, tinged slightly with a hint of melancholy. Right, can't change the past, can we? But, that body of yours, I do have the reality and power stones right here, just yearning to be used some more. What do you say? Shall we undo a bit more of Thanos' work before you're on your way? Nebula hesitates for a moment, before finally nodding. A couple minutes later and a completely flesh and blood Lufamoid is stepping through a portal that he opens for her, one final solid nod sent his way before she departs back to the Milano. Tony, meanwhile, nods back a bit absently, trying not to stare too hard. Who the fuck knew that Nebula's natural hair color was blonde of all things? It's mere moments after she's gone that the Bifrost beam reaches Proxima b, landing a few dozen yards away from where Tony is standing. Odin and Thor step out alone, only to stop dead in their tracks at what they see around them. Their eyes land upon the desolated battlefield where every last one of Thanos' slave soldiers has been laid to rest. Eventually, they note the fallen bodies of the last 3 members of the Black Order, and then Thanos himself, slain by his own weapon. Shield brother, what have you done? Tony knows that Thor's dismay is not over the mass killing that Tony himself has just performed, but rather over the fact that they didn't get to do it together. Huffing softly, Tony shakes his head in wry amusement. Finish the job, Thor. Sorry for the deception, but I had to deal with Thanos my own way. It was the only way to minimize casualties. Thor pouts mightily, but before he can respond, Odin steps forward and places a hand on his son's shoulder. Peering at Tony with his one working eye, the All-Father frowns. Thanos had armies and fleets, Stark. I struggle to understand how facing him and all of his forces alone could be the best way. Tony smiles as he steps over towards Thanos' body. One more thing to be done. Thanos had armies and fleets, yes. But I had Jarvis. Frankly, it was no contest. As Tony stands over the Purple Thumb's corpse, Thor asks what's probably on both Asgardians' minds at this point. How did you and Jarvis manage this, Tony? Stretching out his arms, Tony unfurls the ether from within his body. Tendrils of red liquid extend out from his hands, tinged with purple electricity throughout their lengths. I can give you both a proper rundown of everything later, but suffice to say, I gave Thanos everything he wanted. And I made him choke on all of it. As the tendrils touch Thanos' body, Odin speaks up again, his tone slightly wary. King Eitri told us he could not hold out forever, not while Thanos and his men tortured his subjects. He told us he made what Thanos wanted from him, the Infinity Gauntlet that you were so concerned about. Tony hums and nods. I destroyed it already. It's gone. He's glad to hear Odin sigh in relief, though the King of Asgard isn't done questioning him. And what are you doing now, Stark? Finishing the job. Thanos' corpse jerks as tendrils of power-laced reality make contact with it. Covering the Titan's immense body in the liquid red of reality, Tony focuses, and does to Thanos what he did to the Infinity Gauntlet. He erases him. This isn't just breaking down the body. This isn't just reducing Thanos to dust and ash. This is deeper than that. Tony isn't so foolish as to try and make it so Thanos had never existed at all. Not only would that probably require time alongside reality to make happen, but it would also alter the very fabric of the universe and change the trajectories of millions upon millions of lives. Perhaps for the better, but in the end, Tony wasn't going to make that call. However, he refused to have his hard work undone. Ever. He'd gone back in time for this shit, and he never wanted to see Thanos' scrotum-shaped head ever again. Thanos will still have existed, but with the Power Stone and Reality Stone acting in conjunction with one another, he will never be able to exist again. The universe is a big place filled with all sorts of insanity. Magic and technology that maybe even Tony himself doesn't fully understand, but he'd used reality to bring back Fenris for Hela, so he could damn well use it to make sure nobody could ever bring Thanos back in any way, shape, or form. Once he's done, nothing of the Mad Titan remains. Not even the double-edged blade used to kill him. Letting out an explosive sigh, Tony turns to Odin and Thor and nods. It's done. With this, he can never come back. Their eyes widen in understanding, with Thor still looking rather put out that he'd missed the fighting. Odin though, simply looks ready to go home, a feeling Tony can very much share. And yet, the king of Asgard makes no move to leave. Instead, what now, King Stark? It's a sign of respect, Tony realizes. More so than ever before. But God, he's just too tired to care as much as he probably should. Smiling slightly, Tony looks around at the destroyed battlefield one final time. Additional bonus of holding the final battle here instead of on Earth, no real cleanup necessary. Now we go home, all father. We hug our women and children, and we rest easy knowing that there's one less madman in the universe after today. Odin considers this for a moment before answering Tony's slight smile with one of his own. In that we are in agreement, King Stark. Yes, I shall go to Lady Jane and see if there are any strange new culinary concoctions she craves in the midst of her pregnancy. Heimdall, send me back to my lady, please. The Bifrost takes Thor away a moment later, leaving just Tony and Odin. For a split second Tony wonders if Odin will use the opportunity to have some sort of heart-to-heart, king-to-king talk with him. But instead, the All-Father's smile only grows. And to think, you told me they would tire of one another if I let Thor have his mortal fling. Tony's smile grows as well and he shrugs in a, what can you do? Gesture. That's not quite accurate. I believe I said they might tire of one another. In the end, what can you do in the face of true love? Odin just hums, and a moment later the Bifrost takes him away as well, the All-Father not even having to call for it out loud to be whisked off back to Asgard. Tony sighs and then steps back through a portal of his own, arriving on the top floor of Stark Towers. Tony, by the time Pepper has reached him, bounding across the room in half a second, he's already let his armor melt off of him, meaning she impacts his real body as they cling to one another, holding each other tightly. Besides Jarvis, Pepper was the only one who had known pretty much the entire plan from top to bottom. He'd left everyone else in the dark, but he'd told her everything and given her the most important task of all, holding down the fort. And of course, if it all went to shit and somehow he died, Pepper was in charge of getting together all of their rather unusual family, both the children and the women and all of their closest friends and getting the fuck out of Dodge. Much in the same way that Jarvis and Friday were tasked with taking as many Infinity Stones besides time and mind as they could get from Tony's cooling corpse before Thanos did and running to the ends of the universe with them. Luckily it hadn't come to that, but even thinking about the possibility makes Tony all the more tired. It's over, Pep, he's dead and gone, it's over. Pepper lets out a shuddering laugh of relief as she clings to Tony with all of her considerable strength. Good, you did good, Tony. You can rest now, we're all going to be okay. He didn't know how badly he needed to hear those words. He hadn't realized how long he'd been going at full throttle, ignoring all signs of exhaustion and fatigue. He lets Pepper take him to the couch and he lets her pull his head into her lap as he lays down, and he lets himself nod off as she cards her fingers through his hair and whispers sweet nothings to him. Because she's right, he can rest now, everything is going to be okay. XXX. Plug. An Iron Resolve is finished over on, coming in at 125 chapters long. It ends tomorrow. Don't bother going to the Patreon for one more chapter, just wait for tomorrow lol. If you like what you read, please throw me a favorite, read, or even a review so I can try to get this in front of as many eyes as possible. And thus now we know Tony's true sacrifice to defeat Thanos. He and his original Nebula might have been thick as thieves after what they went through together, but in using this Nebula like he did, they'll never have that same relationship. Alas. Just the epilogue left to go everyone, see you all tomorrow. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments. An Iron Resolve Marvel Time Travel. C-125, the epilogue. Chapter 125, the epilogue. The epilogue. An hour early because fuck it, I can do what I want. Enjoy and make sure to read the afterward. XXX. May 3, 2028. 20 years to the day since he'd come back in time. Standing there staring out the window of a private space station currently orbiting the planet Earth, Tony Stark finds himself in a strange mood. Contemplative and introspective are the two words he would use to describe how he's currently feeling right now. It's been a little over a decade since Thanos' death, but just because they'd put down the Mad Titan like the dog he was didn't mean everything had been sunshine and roses from that point on. The world had kept on turning, the galaxy had kept on spinning, and the universe had kept on churning out threats. He'd dealt with them, of course, well, they'd dealt with them. Him and Jarvis had handled each and every problem as it arose, in the manner that they saw fit. Some might call that tyrannical. Some might say it wasn't fair. Some might say he was a dictator ruling over things with an iron fist cloaked in velvet. Alright, so maybe he should spend a little less time reading Michelle Jones' blog. That woman had far too much free time on her hands, but to be fair, she definitely got way closer to the truth than most did. Even with humanity rising to meet the challenge of a broader galaxy, even with the human race taking to the stars, so few people realized who was in charge after all this time. Not that Tony would have it any other way. Sure, the whole King of Earth thing was definitely more out in the open these days than it had been in the past. Especially now that enough humans were interacting with aliens to hear what the rest of the universe thought was happening on Terra. However, most humans took it in good humor, treating it like it was one big inside joke for their entire species more than anything to be offended by. Oh yes, of course Tony Stark is the king of Earth, wink wink. Meanwhile, most of the population didn't understand that the joke, as it were, was multi-layered. Either that or they just didn't care. While Tony Stark held no official political office, even having resigned his World Security Council post at this point, he was still widely regarded as one of the most popular individuals in the entire human race. Honestly, Tony was surprised that he wasn't more of a polarizing figure by this point. Though to be fair, most of the existential threats that came after him, Jarvis and Friday because of their Infinity Stones were caught long before they could truly reveal themselves in force, and certainly long before they could show up on Earth to do any visible damage. Frankly, these days it felt like Peter Parker was the trouble magnet more than Tony. The friendly neighborhood Spider-Man wasn't so neighborhood anymore, having been drawn into more than a few galactic kerfuffles. Sometimes on his own merits, and sometimes because of one of his girls. The young man, no longer quite so young, had just as many lovers as Tony at this point, with some more interesting characters crawling out of the woodworks even beyond the original group. Felicia Hardy, for instance, wasn't someone that Tony remembered from the original timeline, but she certainly existed in this timeline, and she and Peter had quite the interesting dynamic, given that she was also the internationally wanted cat burglar, Black Cat, and he was Spider-Man. And she was just one of many. Honestly, sometimes it felt like Peter was. Tony is cut off mid-thought by a portal suddenly opening behind him. Turning, he can't help the smile that comes to his face when he sees his daughter walking out of the portal and into the room. All thoughts of Peter and his chaotic life are pushed from Tony's mind, as he moves to meet Morgan Stark halfway. Morgan, hey dad, they hug for a moment before Tony pulls back and gives her a look. Weren't you supposed to be with your sisters, baby girl? His eldest but still teenage daughter rolls her eyes at that. I'm taking a break. Jarvis was happy to take over for me. Tony gives Morgan a slightly longer look, until she huffs and crosses her arms over her chest. Friday too. At that, he finally relents. While he had no doubt that Jarvis could watch over any number of his children, and indeed knew for a fact that the nigh omniscient AI always was, Tony still preferred that there always be a physical entity of some sort with his girls, preferably flesh and blood. Though Friday was an excellent substitute, her and Jarvis had also developed a rather close rapport over the years. Tony didn't quite know what was going on between those two, and he suspected it was because they preferred it that way. For all his power, Tony didn't know everything, nor could he always be everywhere all at once. Once in a while, he might use the ether to cheat a little bit though, especially where his girls were concerned. He was by no means perfect, not as a man or as a father, but he did his level best all the same. If that meant splitting himself so he could be at a dance recital and a softball game at the same time, so be it. Besides, I wanted to check on you. You shouldn't be alone, not on a day like this. Tony tilts his head to the side at his eldest daughter's words. Morgan Stark, for all that she wasn't quite yet an adult, had an intelligence that not only rivaled but probably surpassed his own. Or, if it didn't surpass his intellect now, it would in a few more years, Tony was certain of it. She was the best of him, as well as the best of Pepper. She was the product of two truly amazing people, along with being the first human being born from two genetically enhanced individuals. Morgan hadn't needed an injection of the extremist super soldier serum or any of its different versions, she had Tony and Pepper's blood flowing through her veins. She came out already super. Tony had known from the very beginning that Morgan was special. Her earliest years had prepared him for all of his other daughters to be just as special, in the end. At this point, there wasn't a single, normal, kid among the bunch, and Tony wouldn't have it any other way. That wasn't to say he would have treated a normal child of his any lesser, but, well, he certainly enjoyed the intelligence all of his baby girls had shown so far. None more so than Morgan, who on top of being a certified genius, had grown up more emotionally mature and rounded than Tony ever could have hoped for. Tony smiles slightly and shakes his head as he finally responds to Morgan's words. It was 20 years ago, Morgan. I'm over it. Looking at him intensely, Morgan shakes her head. It was an inflection point, Dad. You don't just get over those sorts of things. Well, given he was up here all alone staring down at the earth, Tony supposed his very bright, incredibly brilliant daughter had a point. Sighing, he gives her a grin. All right then, join me. Wrapping an arm around her shoulders, letting her lean her head against him, they move back to the window together, gazing out at the planet below together. For a time, they just share in one another's presence, talking about minor things. Such as Morgan's latest series of experiments with Shuri, and Tony and Jarvis' latest terraforming efforts. Finally, a comfortable silence falls between father and daughter for a long moment, until Morgan breaks it. Do you ever think you'll tell Mom the truth, Dad? Tony blinks, a little caught off guard by the question. It's not often that he finds himself truly surprised these days, but if anyone is capable of startling him, it's certainly Morgan. Brow furrowing, he gives his daughter the side eye. The truth about what, Morgan? In comparison, Morgan keeps staring forward, down at the earth. She doesn't look him in the eye, even as she speaks clearly and concisely. The truth about your circumstances, Dad. About it being time travel, and not visions. One could hear a pin drop as silence falls between them. Tony goes completely still for a long moment, his mind racing a million miles an hour. His first instinct is to blame Jarvis and to wonder why he would have told her, but no. Even before Morgan is finally turning to him, Tony knows that's not the case. No one told me, Daddy. I figured it out myself. I put all of the pieces together on my own, okay. It wasn't Jarvis or the Ancient One or anyone. Only me. Letting out a shuddering breath, Tony reaches for his firstborn's hands and takes them in his own. I believe you, Morgan. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You're far too inquisitive for your own good. You get that from me, of course. Morgan hesitates for a moment, before biting the bullet. Will you tell me how bad it was? He wants nothing less, truth be told. However, at the same time, he remembers his own early life, so very long ago now. He remembers a father who didn't encourage his ingenuity and curiosity nearly as much as he should have, and a mother who didn't really have time for him. He remembers an upbringing that, while in no way abusive, also wasn't what he would have wanted for himself, let alone his own children. With that in mind, he nods slightly. We failed, Morgan, me and others, people who stood both against me and alongside me at different points. We tried to come together to fight Thanos, and we failed. He collected the Infinity Stones. He wiped out half of all life in the universe. He, the original Pepper, was on a plane when he did it. A plane that suddenly had no pilots. And she was pregnant, with a sister you'll never get to know. Tony swallows thickly, a tear running down his cheek. Morgan looks stricken and as his head drops, hers falls forward, their foreheads connecting to one another as she squeezes his hands with her own, holding onto them with all her considerable might. Neither of them says anything for a long while, until Morgan finally breaks the silence once more. You should tell her, Dad. Mom deserves to know. Here, Tony can't help it. A smile spreads across his face as he looks into his daughter's eyes and sees his own iron resolve reflected back in her gaze. She knows this hurts, but she's so convinced that she's right, so confident that she's figured it all out. He laughs a little bit, causing her determination to falter, her lips tugging downward into a frown. They pull apart as Tony finally grins. And what makes you think that she doesn't already know, Morgan? The look of baffled stupefaction on his teenage daughter's face is something to behold. He watches as she goes through denial and disbelief quite rapidly, before settling on pure incredulity. She knows better than to call him a liar, but at the same time. Tony just shrugs, still grinning. I told her a little over a decade ago, Morgan, shortly after I killed Thanos. You were right, of course, she did deserve to know. And frankly, even 8 years was far too long for me to keep the truth from her. She wasn't happy about it, but in the end, she understood. I truly am the luckiest man in the world, to have a woman like your mother by my side. But, you. Shaking his head, Tony chuckles. Over the years, as Morgan's intelligence had steadily reached incredible heights capable of rivaling Tony himself, it was undeniable that she'd surpassed her mother. Pepper had taken this with grace, not at all bothered by the fact that her own daughter was almost certainly smarter than her by a couple of magnitudes. She'd never cared how much smarter Tony was after all, so why would she mind all that much? And yet, it was obvious that Morgan's immense intellect had, no pun intended, gone to her head just a little bit. She loved her mother immensely, that much Tony knew beyond a shadow of a doubt, but it seemed she'd started to subconsciously infantize Pepper in her mind, seeing her as someone to be protected and looked after, rather than a capable woman in her own right. Sighing, Tony places a hand on his daughter's shoulder. Morgan, you are very, very smart. But you still have a ways to go, young whippersnapper. As his teenage daughter's nose wrinkles at the incredibly outdated parlance, Tony just grins. And even once you finally surpass me, daughter dear, you must always remember that your mother is a shark among humans and always will be. Understood. A little crestfallen, but quick to rally, Morgan hangs her head while also smiling slightly as she sighs. Yes, Dad. Good. Now, I think you're right. There's no reason for me to spend a day like today all alone. With a snap of his fingers mostly just for show, Tony creates a portal off to the side. Morgan looks at it curiously. Where are you going? Can I come? Shaking his head, Tony steps away from his daughter. No, I think you have some bratty, inquisitive sisters to get back to babysitting, Morgan Stark. As for where I'm going to see your mother. Morgan blanches at that, her eyes widening in sudden terror. Wait, please don't tell her about what I said. It's embarrassing. Yes, Tony imagines it would be a little embarrassing, being caught white knighting for your own mother when she didn't need your help. Which was precisely why Pepper already knew about it. But Tony doesn't tell Morgan that. Just like he doesn't let his rebellious teenage daughter know that he and Pepper already know about her going out at night sometimes to sidekick for a certain spider duo. Instead, he just gives his teenage daughter a wicked grin. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, sweetheart. Your mother and I aren't going to be doing much talking. Morgan's eyes widen again, this time in a whole new manner of terror as she turns a little green in the gills. Tony just laughs as he steps through the portal, having partook in that most ancient of traditions, grossing out your kids by reminding them that yes, you and their mother did in fact bone in order to bring them into this world in the first place. He reaches the other side a moment later, where Pepper is already waiting for him in bed, wearing a set of gorgeous lingerie. Fortunately, the portal Tony used to get here was the opaque space stone variety, or else Morgan might have seen something truly upsetting for her. Regardless, Tony's own clothing flickers away as he climbs onto the bed and joins his beautiful, wonderful wife there in a lover's embrace. And as he slides into Pepper and she wraps her legs around his waist, he knows, for all the uncertainty that the future will hold, that everything is going to be okay. He'll make sure of it. XXX. The end. What a wild ride, guys. Gonna do a little afterward here, I think. First things first, thank you all so very much for your support. This story has proven to be the most popular thing I've ever written on pretty much every website I posted it to. Frankly, it still boggles my mind that I can top my previous fix. 2 years ago, Maidenless no longer was the most popular thing I had written and felt like my magnum opus. Even to this day, I know some consider it my best work, despite other stories like A Savage Nature managing to surpass it in popularity. But this one definitely has all of those beat. I'm not sure if I would call it my best work ever, but I feel pretty damn good about it for how long it got, all things considered. On the subject of length, I know some people wanted this story to continue for another 100 chapters. I get it, but honestly, given that there were multiple points where I was already feeling burned out in the latter half of the 125 chapters we did get here, I'm just glad I managed to reach a hopefully satisfying conclusion in the first place. Ultimately, I think things need to be able to end. If there's one thing that MCU post-Endgame has shown us, it's that a good thing can very much be ran into the ground until the things that made it good are barely visible anymore amidst all of the dirt. I've had my fair share of stories that I let go way longer than they needed to over the years. Stories that I ran into the ground and can only look back on with regret, if I can bring myself to look back at them at all. But I'm happy saying that this story is not one of them. Even though it's now my longest free write ever by a wide margin, I'm satisfied with what I made here. I hope you all enjoyed the journey with me as much as I did. Thank you again for reading. Remove ads from 1. Report chapter. Comments.